What is up, everybody? So, we got a tower event, we got Saber Medusa, we got chat, we got a UI update, and this is funny. So when I woke up, I looked at my phone, and Lost Game always gives me like a quick breakdown of like what happened on the stream, like what they announced and stuff. And I first saw UI update, and I was like, yeah! And then he said, you can autofill your team, and it's garbage. And then I went, no! And then I put my phone down and went back to sleep. Anyway. Yeah, pretty useless. It pretty much just picks random servants that counterclass the stage. And then it picks random craft essences, so it's absolutely garbage. Anyway, Pop Scream, thank you for the 18-month sub. And, hold on, we also got Ark with the 9-month sub. Why is this here? What, the swamp? And then Cookie Killer with the 29-month sub, and he didn't say a damn thing. Yeah, this game, what are you gonna do? And apparently they announced that this anniversary, which is probably the next event, is gonna have, they're gonna bring back anniversary battles, because they didn't do that last time. Now, a lot of people are like, yay. And on the one hand, it's like, that's nice. But actually, I wish they hadn't said that, because now it just guarantees we're not getting story replay. Like, you're never gonna get an anniversary event that has memorial battles, and then they also give you story replay, because then it's like, what the fuck is the point? And I swear this is part of why we don't ever get story replays, because like, and it's actually kind of the community's fault, because we get excited and we let them use it as a hype point that we get to replay some battles sometimes for like a week, right? And then we don't pressure them to just add story replays. So they're like, hey, this is free mileage, because that's what they see it as, right? They don't have to do any work at all. They can bring back like 5 or 6 stages that they've already made and act like it's content. Right? And then we eat it up, and it's because we're starving to death over here. Anyways, chat, I used like 20 summon tickets on my main account, and I did not get Medusa or anything, but I got a copy of Coup. So, there's that. And then my ult account, I used like 50 summon tickets, because I had an ungodly amount of summon tickets, and I got Medusa twice. And then I used another 50 summon tickets, and I didn't get anything. So, oh, and I got Arjuna on my first summon ticket, so that was a thing. I'll take that. Interesting stuff, though. Interesting stuff. Anyways, let's, climb a tower here. I don't know what the hell this event's story is, but it, for some reason, has something to do with shoes. Which I don't really I don't get the connection between shoes and fucking forests. I don't get it. I'm not really sure what the thing is here. I don't think Sith is even here. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Unless she does, because I didn't actually scan through. I didn't scan through the story yet. Oh, is she? Is that why? That would explain a lot. Because she's big on shoes. Not feet, chat. She's just big on shoes specifically. I'm pretty sure the feet can just go away and she wouldn't care. But yeah, it's like an enchanted forest or something, and then there's like mystic eye nonsense, so obviously Medusa. Alright, well, let's think about this here. Honestly, I could use some of my big shot servants early and probably have them come off cooldown. Yeah, I grailed her because I actually accidentally gave her, not a lot, but I gave her like a couple of faux items, which I did not mean to do. It was when I was level spamming. So I was like, fuck it, I got like 15 grails, might as well grail her then. But I like Medusa, so it's fine. Like, Medusa and Medea are both cool. Actually, I need to grail Medea at some point. I just need to figure out what account to do it on, actually. I might grail her on this account. You know what? I'm doing that right now. Fuck it. That's fine. I got grails, and I'd rather my main keep the level 71 for like videos and stuff. And Jesus Christ, Medea needs the help. I actually don't know why I haven't grailed Medea before. It's actually kind of weird. I don't know how much XP I have on me right now. And Phantom, thank you for the 49 months. I'll at least grail her to 80. We'll definitely grail her to 90 at some point here, but we'll do 80 for now, so I don't have to sit here leveling up for like an hour. Or not. Did not realize I was out of XP. Uh-oh. Mala, thank you for the 13 months, over a year. A lot of subs today. Everyone's sub cycle's syncing up, apparently. Maybe I can buy some from the shop, but, might not actually be able to grail Medea much here. Whoops. Need a lottery event. I didn't play the last one. I was playing that Gundam game instead, which I don't really regret. Okay, that's 4 stars. There's some 5-star ones. Are these ones cheaper? Nope, they're exactly the same. Well, let's see how far we can get with these. Chat, I used like 350,000 FP on my main account because I wasn't rolling right on the banner, but I wanted to get the 3-star craft essence because it gives you an event damage bonus. So it's the most like free-to-play way to get a damage bonus there. And it took 350,000 to limit break it, which is kind of wild. But I didn't get any coup copies. I got like 3 Ushis and some 100 faces, and I think I got a proto coup and a deer mid, but not a single coup. Not great. Gonna be a minute. All right, I could have given coup those on this account. Fuck. I blame Medusa for this. All right, where is Medea? Chat, see, chat, no, this isn't like bad or anything, guys. I'm predicting, guys, that Medea's gonna get an NP buff, right? So I'm just getting her ready in advance, guys. She's gonna be a great damage dealer, everybody. She's gonna be the 100 face of casters, guys. Don't worry about it. This is totally a good investment. Chat, right now we're going from like a 35 to like 45k NP to like maybe a 50k NP on counter class. Gotta make that clear. It's not great. Not great. We'll definitely go to 90 though. You know what? I'm doing it right now. It's hitting the grails a little hard, but Medea deserves it. It doesn't feel right having Medusa grailed. Okay, chat. Actually, you're hallucinating, but she'll just be just like Ash. Yeah, I know, right? Alright, probably no more grails for a while. This account needs to build up a few. But yeah, she deserves it, and it's nice to have it on an ult account, and it gives this account something unique that, like, my main doesn't have, which I like. Alright. Yeah, actually, I like Medea more than Medusa. Not that I have any problems with Medusa, but I do like Medea a bit more. She was a pretty interesting character. Alright. Clairvoyancy, copium, yep. How much damage will she do now? You know what, chat? Let's find out. Oh my god, those skill ranks. It's cause she's, hold on, it's cause she's 10, 10, 10 on my main. So I never bothered. I gotta fix that. Maybe I should have grailed her on my main. Because my main, she's already 10, 10, 10. Oh, fuck. I need a lottery stat, chat. Uh-oh. I didn't think so. I did not think so. Chat, we're fucked. Oh, we're fucked, chat. Not like this. Oh, not like this. Well, maybe for Christmas, I can get that sorted. I kind of need a lottery event anyway, because I want to get him up as well. God damn, dude. That does not feel good. I do not like that. Well, it doesn't. Let's be honest, chat. Her skills don't actually do a lot other than the heal. Like, what are we gonna do? Cast a damage up ability? Like that's not gonna happen. All right. Any low-level archers? Yeah, there we go. Do I have more than one poster girl? I do. Look at that. My main only has one. Oh my god, my ult has 3. Busted. Medea with 12,000 attack. You know what? We might even take Medea to 100 at some point. That'd be fun. Pull a Cairo, you know? Gotta get those skills up though. Holy shit. Look, so chat, Medea, for those who don't know, has a few problems, right? Her NP has the AoE multiplier on it, right? But it doesn't hit multiple targets. So it's the worst of both worlds. And then none of her skills give her attack up, art up, NP up, anything. Nothing to affect her damage. So her damage is just really, really low, and she's the only, like, technical, you know, single target caster and FP summon. So she's at a real disadvantage here, right, chat? So you gotta do everything you can to try to make her better. So you gotta give her, you know, these grails, you gotta get those skills up so she can heal herself more. And then you gotta give them a good craft essence, chat. You know, you gotta make sure that NP's doing more damage, those art cards are doing more damage. You got a rainbow chain, you want those to do more damage. You want that extra attack variant. See, when your NP sucks, chat, you gotta get that extra attack up. All right, and you know, most units don't have a way of boosting their extra attack anyway. So having a craft essence can do it. That's special, chat. That's special. You gotta get that attack up and high attack stat, right? So what you really would want is a craft essence that has 2,000 attack at least.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
And then you want it to have an attack up substat. Now, see, this is what's nice about Golden Sumo, chat, is it also gives you the heavily sought after 50% starting NP, right? So it's kind of everything you need in one place, chat. Now, thankfully, everyone has it because it was free and they gave it out twice.
Are you
so it's not really, you know, everyone's got it, but you may not have noticed it, chat. So you might need to level it up, you know, and you know, make sure you use it. It'll help you out a lot.
Hallucinating?
All right, let's see here. Let's see how much damage we can do, chat. Let's get our NP the normal way here. What a weird opening floor here. But does anyone know, is Sith actually part of this event? Is that why? Because, like, I'm so confused by the theme of this event otherwise. Yes, she is. Okay, that actually explains what the hell is going on then. I think we rainbow chain here. Sir, that was not a rant. That was a public service announcement. Man, that heal's actually good when you level it up, but, all right, chat. Here we go. I think we rainbow chain, actually. What are we gonna see, chat? What are we gonna see? If we didn't have that attack up, it'd be pretty bad. 37,000. Somebody guessed 30. Mala guessed 36K, so very close. Oof, indeed. That's not what the enemies are saying, though. Hey, look, I could have saved my debuff clear for that. Well, she's got it now. Actually, Rainbow Chain would have been better there. Yeah, no, she was grailed and she had the attack up. 28k! Grailed to 90. And you know, has, memes aside, chat, actually, it's not a meme. I mean, Golden Sumo is actually that good. But, your all's bias against it aside, that's the better way of putting it. Like, Golden Sumo, when it's level 100, really is good, right? Like, it really is a lot of extra damage for a lot of characters. So, like, that really is pathetic. Like, imagine if we had no craft essence and you just saw her raw numbers. So is, like, Sith trying to make, like, a shoe factory in an enchanted forest or something? Is that what's going on here? Why is... Oh, we're at the bottom, that's why. Yeah, I can't use her, though. She's on cooldown, so... I really do hope she gets a buff. Alright, who next? Who next? We could show off Medusa, but this is probably not the stage to do that on. Bust out some Britomart. Yeah, my ult account really does need to do some farming. It's fallen pretty far behind on skill gems. I haven't done a lottery event on it in a very long time. Let's see. So, any low-level sabers we got lying around? Certainly do on my main. My main has so many servants, it's kind of wild. Britomart sounds like a Walmart, but in Britain. A little bit. They just sell, like, Fairy Night related merchandise. Alright, let's see here. If I remember correctly, isn't I can't remember, Chet. Is Britomart the one we summoned the Lost Belt version, or is she the normal human? I think she's the normal human history one. I don't think she even existed in the Lost Belt, although I'm not sure. I can't remember what they said about all that. I know she's actually the daughter and all that, not the actual Britomart, which is weird as hell, but yeah, I think she's the normal human history. Very nice. 98%. What are you gonna do? Click the buttons, that's what. That's weird that she takes the helmet off and then it goes back on and then it still has the voice without the filter. Oh my god, chat. I hate new servants, though, when it comes to their NP animations. Like, I mean that. I am so sick of what we're about to see. And Medusa's like this, too. Medusa goes to her third stage no matter what. I am just so sick of that shit. It is so lazy. And it also just really limits, like, the kind of NP animations they make and stuff. I'm so tired of it. Every time, dude. Oh my god. Not the voice. But like Tamamoto, he's like that. Medusa's like that. Like so many units now are like that. Crazy lazy. And even if they do what they did with BB, which I mean that's very rare that they do that. They've done it once. That doesn't change the fact that like the NP was originally designed from the ground up to accommodate them always doing it that way, right? So it's just kind of ruined. Oh yeah, that new assassin with the cool hat, right? And I really like her design with the hat and the mask and everything. It looks awesome. But then the NP is just like, nope, stage 3. Okay, let's see here.
Hello.
Hello. Unfortunately, I just realized Medusa has an event bonus, doesn't she? Crap. Right now she's 8, 10, 8 because good luck getting the new mat. Although if I had farmed it, I could be like 10, 10, 8 at least, but I didn't think of doing that. We could go fight Richard real quick. Or something like that. Wait a minute. Richard's a Saber. We could fight Lobo. Okay, that'll be tough. That's something. Let me give her command codes here. Oh, I gotta unlock these. I need QP. Oh my god. All right, Richard's a Saber. I don't know what yeah, it's archers that are really OP against Richard. That's what's crossing me up here, chat. What does she want? Let me look at her kit again. I mean, we'll probably fight Lobo and Richard, but we'll fight Lobo first so I don't have to switch accounts. So her first skill's not maxed, so her stun isn't guaranteed, which really sucks. So it's only quick crit. Right, she's got demonic, which, you know, Lobo might actually be demonic. No, he's demonic beast. Okay, so that won't work. All right, and then 3 attacks 3 times on the invulnerability and crit res, debuff immunity. It's a good third skill. It does a lot of stuff. All right, probably just pretty standard stuff then. Although maybe we do fight Richard first because Lobo is just so awkward, but I guess that makes it spicy. I'm not so sure why so many people are surprised I got Medusa. I have always liked Medea and Medusa. This is not new information to anyone. It's just people act like I hate all the female characters, even though I've never done that. Yeah, stun and vulnerability is nice because, like, the stun can buy time for the cooldown and things like that. Should be pretty good at 10, 10, 10. Let's see here. Well, for Lobo, we're gonna want some kind of defense removal. I'm gonna go with no sure hit, just because respecting the boss gimmick there, like pushes the unit more, which I want. It's fine. But it's not gonna be telling of her typical gameplay, obviously. Maybe heal. Might need it. Is the new Medusa good? She's pretty good. I don't think she's anything like meta-defining, but she's got a chance to stun when she NPs. She's got a guaranteed stun on her first skill. Not right now though, because my skills aren't maxed, but so like that's pretty useful. Then she has a good invulnerability skill you can cast in advance a bit. So very good survivability, solid damage, but nothing crazy. There's nothing about her damage that's like, oh wow, look how good this is, right? Like, not at all. If you're fighting demonic, then her damage is really good, but so she's good, right? She's kind of just a good 5-star. It doesn't seem like anything. Yeah, she does loop very easily. That's true. A very good NP gain, and she's got battery because of course she has a battery. Who doesn't these days? All right, we'll go with that. Yep, she has anti-Zerker, which is always good. You have to get coins for that, though. Like, you have to get her at least twice for that to come into play. All right. Go fight Lobo for a second here. Chat. I almost never have dreams about video games. Just, I don't know, the way my brain is just like going through its thoughts, I don't really ever have dreams about video games. And I don't even remember my dreams too often. But last night, I had a dream where I was waking up, right? Like the dream was I woke up from sleeping, which is kind of weird. And like I ate breakfast, and it was one of the rare dreams that nothing was off, right? It was very believable, it was very grounded, not weird, no floating stuff, right? It was just like my morning routine, right? And then in this morning routine, so I guess the dream wasn't really about video games, but in this morning routine, I woke up and checked like the Discord, right? And like chat was saying what had happened on the stream prior. And in this dream, and this is where I knew it was a dream. I'm not even kidding you, chat. This is where I knew it was a dream. Chat was saying Asterios got an animation update. And I was just like, yeah, fucking right. I'm dreaming. I woke up. I'm not even kidding, dude. Well, I was like, that ain't happening, because one, there's no way Asterios would be part of the event, and there's no way they're doing animation updates. But yeah, that's where we're at. I have no idea why my brain went to Asterios, though. That is so random. You think it would go to, like, either a character I like, or a character that might have been relevant to the event, or just, like, a character we talk about a lot, like Jalter needing an animation update, but for some reason it was Asterios. But yeah, in your dreams, chat, unfortunately. Yeah, OG Fluffy. All right, we need a George. Nice and easy. You know, Guts is good for her. And especially in this fight. I don't know if it's good enough. Let's try just the old golden sumo and see what happens here. God, I gotta get those skill ranks up. Pretty reasonably, I can get one of the skills to 10. But getting both is going to be a lot of farming. And it sucks because it's actually going to affect her performance massively because it's the cooldown reduction for your survival stuff. It's really big. How does this tower event compare? We'll see. The first boss is 400,000 health, so it's probably a bit better than what we saw from the prior events. This one also has the bonus floors, although nitpick, the bonus floors in the prior event were like purple, and then the normal floors were like green or yellow or whatever. In this one, the bonus floors and the regular floors are the exact same shade of green, so it's actually really hard to tell them apart, which is super annoying. But yeah, this is the first tower event in some time. I'm gonna cast this right now. So it's 7 turns, but it will be 6 turns, which that combined with the shorter stun, I think will actually be very noticeable. Well, rip the heal. Oh, I think we're in slow-mo. If we are, that's early fast animation regardless. Yeah, we definitely are. Okay. Come on, game. Work with me here. I don't know what stage I'm going to use for Medusa. I might use stage 2. I just don't like the riot shield. It's so, like, bizarre with the rest of the design, but I do kind of like the stage 2 the most. Her animations are alright. Like, they're still doing a lot of paper mache, but it's still some nice meaty melee stuff. It's no Lancelot, certainly not, but it's alright. Probably damage. Yeah, the riot shield's weird, but the second stage is my favorite other than that. I could just put it on random, honestly. So he's got defense up. I need to remove the evade anyway. Not a good time to stun. I think we do... I can heal next turn. I don't need to, though. Higher crit. Higher crit versus more stars next turn. Probably more stars next turn. Shut up, Master. You're banned. That's it. You're out of here. And then someone watching the VOD is like, what a tyrant. Hey, look, we're going to our third stage. I wonder why.
Emotional damage.
I like how Lobo is like gone and then he's instantly back. All right, Lobo, attack 3 times. That's not attacking 3 times. Well, we whiffed 1 hit of the invulnerability, but it was probably worth it to get the turn off the cooldown. Man, this would be 3 turns right now if we were 10-10-10. Also, this would be 100% stun chance, where right now it's 80 fucking %. All right, we got it. Now, I could do my second skill in NP right now, but I'm gonna wait, actually. I'm gonna try to do it next turn, and then do the battery after that one. Either quick chain or rainbow chain. I'm gonna do rainbow. Her animations are really hard to see in fast mode. It's because they're really, really fast even in slow-mo. All right, just land the stun, forehead. Come on. This will be so much value if we land the stun here. Just go a million turns without taking damage. She's gonna be really good with the heal command code because she buys herself a lot of turns to get it back. Oh! This is pretty strong. Oh no! Lobo, how could you do this to us? We were trying to show off how like good our value is. What are you doing? Bad timing. Okay, I don't need my battery, funnily enough. Oh, I messed up, chat. Oh, I messed up. That's the only way that we survive. So, we have to stun here, or we're dead. We actually have to stun twice, or we're dead. Whoops! Should have brought Atlas, or you know, had my skills ranked up, because then I'd only need to stun once. Well, good luck. And we're dead. Alrighty. Could have been a lot better if Lobo didn't, you know, have sure hit. We got it next time, chat. Lobo. I can't hate you. You can't hate Lobo. He's too cool, dude. Can't win them all, chat. Can't win them all. All right, we got it this time. It was all a scam to get Beastly more FP. Did they buff Medusa Rider in this event? That's a good joke. It's funny. Oh man, buffing units, chat. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Maybe anniversary. All right, we'll do it just like before. Oh, I really hope the anniversary is good. Pretty good luck with the cards, though. I don't think we want to NP because if we stunned, it would actually be really bad. Not worth the risk. So she's a lot more effective against people that don't have magic resist. She's obviously most effective against Lancers, but Lancers normally have magic resist. It's gonna be tricky. Okay, well this is the same as before. 80%. I think we take the 80. I mean, if you're a new player, it's like the only advice there is to give is either you roll on what's meta, right, which is always supports, or you roll on what you like, right? And it really just comes down to like what your account has, you know, what it's lacking, and then what you care about as a player. Because I'm gonna be honest, you can roll on just random garbage and you're still gonna be able to get through the game as long as you level the free-to-play units that make sense and you know what you're doing. You don't need anything in this game, right? You need to get a brain, right? I'm serious, right? You can win with anything as long as you put in like the effort to figure a good setup out and you just level the good free-to-play stuff. So it's not like you're not messing up if you don't roll on something that's meta. It's not a mistake, right? Like the community always tries to push you in that direction, but it's not necessary, right? So it really just comes down to what do you care about? You know, do you like having fun with your units, using your favorite units and trying to make them as strong as possible? So let's say your favorite unit is, I don't know, MHX, right? So then you're probably going to want, because she's quick, you're probably going to want quick stuff like Scatty or Ruler Scatty or even Woo or something like that, right? Where if your favorite character is, you know, Art, you're going to want Castoria and things like that, right? So it just really depends on, you know, what you like to do. You know, if you're worrying about farming, right, there's certain things to worry about. But if you worry about, if you're more about challenge quests and main story, then that changes things. But yeah, I normally say, like, a lot of people I think get pushed into like the meta farm meta go gas stuff just because the community kind of pushes them that way, and a lot of people don't actually like that, and it's just like pure pressure, right? So just sit down and think about it for a second, what you actually want to do with the game, and then just make up your own damn mind. And if you want to do farmy meta stuff, that's totally fine. But yeah, I normally say, you know, save up. It's good to save up no matter what kind of play you are, though, normally, so you can actually, you know, gun for what you want. So it's good to wait until you get a, you know, nice stockpile of SQ, so you're not like, so it's not so random. You can actually pick and choose at that point. All right, I will just stun, I guess. I hate how that has a fail chance right now because I'm not ranked 10. Not about it. Focus on NP gain. So far, this is going exactly like last time. I think I've just done slightly less damage. Question is, will we stun this time? I want to see the NP gain on her. Oh no, if you gotta ping off that shield, it's pretty much rainbow chain or bust. Yeah, extra servants and a lot of the newer stuff is pretty mat intensive. Come on, break. You did it last time. Oh, we didn't stun. That sucks. Although, I guess it doesn't matter. It's right. He would have removed it anyway. Okay, see, last time I got my NP there, and this time I didn't, but we can battery. Bound to happen eventually. You know, maybe I should have done this one and then recast that and then cooldown reduction it. I think that would only be right if I was 10-10-10. Maybe I should quick chain. I think heal boost might be good. Oh, I can't heal for 2 turns. Never mind. Alright, we'll stick with rainbow. This is worse though than the prior attempt in every way. I have less health, and I've already used my second skill. But the other one, I had more health right now, and I still had my second skill. That's fine. My invulnerability lingers. I should make a video for her, like an experience video. I can think of some memes already. What do... Don't you fucking insta-death me, by the way. Swear to God, game. Do all this work. No crits. God damn it. I don't know what her death rate is. Woo! Her death rate is only 21%, so the odds of getting insta-death there are crazy low. Double defense up. I think we NP anyway, though, because... I want the stun chance. However, I would like to heal boost heal. Boy, I can't do everything. I might even wait a turn then. It's such an awkward turn though, if I hold it. And every stun attempt is really big. I could heal for 1,500 instead of the 2,000, but I think we just take the 80% crit here. If she stuns, this is so worth it. Yeah, I'll probably work on I'll start working on a video after this stream. Might take a little while to make it, obviously, but I got some ideas. Okay, I like that. Don't fuck it up. Alright, I want to heal. Should have done art card first because of our quick crit up buff. Wow, she did pretty good. That's not even at 10-10-10. And this is not an easy stage to solo at neutral. Especially if you don't bring like a sure hit command code or anything like that. I think she's going to be pretty good at soloing. I think the combination of the vulnerability lingering and then the double stun potential. Now, she'll suck against people with magic resist. Like, she really will, because her stun chance on average will be like 20%. And then there'll be a failure rate on her skill as well. So that'll be a problem. But if they don't have magic resist, she should do pretty well. And she doesn't need her stun off of her NP to proc every time. She just needs it to proc some, right? Like here and there. All right, Lobo's actually dead here. That's pretty damn good, actually. That really... That's solid, and she could keep going for a while. I'm impressed. All right, let's get back to the event. I think I'll save Richard for when we're actually 10-10-10. Really see the proper value that way. I wonder if this event, does anyone know, do any of the floors give the mat for her, the new silver mat for her? Because I need like 20 to get one more skill to 10, which is a good start. Yes, okay, I'm gonna have to play my ass off. I'll still have to farm to get all 3 skills up. All right, who to use? Atalante, let's go. Oh, I should bring Lancers if I got them. I don't think this account has Nukehead leveled up. Probably doesn't have Romulus leveled up either. You know what would have been nice, chat, is if the free event CE in this event gave you a debuff success chance up. Because if there was a good free, because I wouldn't use it if it was Gasha limited, right? If it was Gasha unlimited or free from an event, I would use it. But anyway, if you had a you know, starting in PCE with some kind of nice side effect and then debuff success chance up, that would be really good for this Medusa. So if they have magic resist, it would offset that. But what we got is good, but not good for Medusa. What it gave us is 50% starting NP, crit damage up, and that's nice, and then debuff immunity 1 time, which is a pretty nice tech option, and especially for supports. Because if you want your support to, like, maybe it's Waver and you want to get his NP at some point, or Joan of Arc or whatever, the starting NP is nice. And then you got the utility of the debuff immunity in case, like, the boss starts off with some annoying shit like stun or skill seal or whatever, and there's definitely been bosses like that. Actually, split stat is good for supports, and I would say that CE for the most part is best on supports. Because, like, for example, just balls off the top of my head, what's her name? Stupid art style, 5.5. Ibuki? Is that the one? Yeah, I think that's the one. The Ibuki boss fight. Where she, like, you know, 3 turns skill seals you or whatever on turn 1. But if you're debuff immune, that won't happen. So Asclepius, you give Asclepius that CE. He's immune to it. He does his battery for everyone else. Now you've removed the debuff for everyone. And there's been plenty of fights like that. And then he's happy to have starting NP, and he just did his battery, so now he's really far along. And, you know, you can use his NP, like, the next turn after you've taken some damage when you actually want the heal and stuff. So... and I think Joan of Arc, same thing, right? I think it's absolutely more of a support thing. Now, sure, for soloing, you might have a boss. Like, for example, if you're trying to solo the water bitch, the city girl from Lost Belt 7, and you don't want the RNG of having to get the command code to stop the stun on the first turn the solo unit shows up, you can have that... you can have that CE there, so then the stun fails, and then now hopefully your other units are dead, so now you're always going to get your command code, right? So, I mean, it has uses on damage dealers, but at that point, you're not stressing too much about the lack of attack stat. So if they're actually, honestly, I think split stat does work out pretty well for that one, so I'm kind of happy about that. All right. You know what? Slow-mo, chat, because I want to see some Atalante animations. Haven't used her in a while. And she's got green attacks. Look at that. Good shade of green right there. Yeah, her animations have aged pretty well, I would say. I don't think she has any need of an animation update. Now, these guys, they could probably use an animation update. Look at that mace smack. Also, his mace is in the ground. They have like so many clipping issues with this mob. Like almost every weapon he has goes into the ground. Especially this one, but you can't really see it because the portrait's in the way. You can see it in between. And the spear that he has is like way in the ground generally. I should have done her NP gain ability. Actually, only the bottom of it is clipping, and it's only at the end. It's not clipping that bad, but the spear that they can have can clip quite a bit. Okay, that crit animation's not too bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to not kill this guy because I want to NP. Technically, I should rainbow chain. But, oh, wait, hold on. What's the least damage I can do? That would be this. I don't know why she's an archer and she goes in there to kick them. But sure. That's why I'm worried they're gonna make Billy do gun fu if they give him an animation update. That's a big if now. What is that tree's problem back there? Boy, I get the feeling they're gonna reuse that nymph sprite they used for Van Gogh's like true self from the event. This event has that kind of vibe. I don't know about this music for Atalante, chat. Green! Very good shade. 9.5 out of 10. There's been many opportunities to give Billy an animation update, and they've passed every time. Same for Matahari. I'm actually surprised Matahari doesn't have an animation update. She's popular. She's been fairly relevant in several events and some main stories, and they just don't. That's why I'm worried that we're just never gonna get animation updates again, which is just complete bullshit. Dude, Laws brought this up, but on their YouTube and their TikTok, the FGO devs posted like a hype video because Jolter's rated up. And it's just so dumb because they're showing her, trying to make her look cool, and she's got these awful, you know, character sprite animations and stuff. She got the bobblehead. Oh, it's so bad, dude. And every comment is just like, bro, why doesn't she have an animation update? And it doesn't make sense because they make money. Like, it's actually worth it. Because people want Jolter coins, right? If you give her some like badass animation update, you're gonna get people rolling on that. And there's people playing the game now because of Fate Strange Fake, right? And so you want your rate-ups to look good, for fuck's sakes. Like, who looks at Jolter and is like, yeah, I want that one? Like, goddamn, the mess, dude. 8 years, chat. 8 years. These early floors are kind of nothing. I don't know who you know what? I'm gonna use Constantine for the first boss battle. That's what I'm gonna do. We'll put Ushi on cooldown here. Get that Kiara out of here. The last animation update was Tesla, and that was well over a year ago. Actually, I can find out when it was. Let's look. All right, his animation update was March 16th or maybe 15th, depending on time zones and that kind of thing. But yeah, roughly March 16th of 2022. So yeah, it's been a minute. That's a cat. Ushi was so lucky. She got one of the better animation updates out there. Especially for low stars. A lot of low stars, they phone it in. Yep. That's what I expect out of this game. Alrighty. Very good. Every update, man. Chat, I don't have the words to express the frustration. They added a fucking autofill button that does nothing of value. Like, that's what these spent their time on. They shouldn't spend 10 seconds making that. There are so many more pressing matters that this game needs to address. Like, that is exactly that kind of like business mindset of just do something to justify your job existing. It basically just, if let's say you're fighting an archer node, if you click autofill, it just puts in random archers with random craft essences. Now you can add some filters and stuff to it, but it's completely useless. Like, I mean, it is just completely useless. I can't really show it off though. I would fight a boss using it, right? That's like a fun actually way to do it. But I can't because the way this event works, I'll just be putting 6 units on cooldown, and this is an ult account. I can't really afford to do that. Yeah, it's basically a randomizer, but at least picks the right class. But like, I can't believe they put any time into that. Who asked? Right, like literally who asked for that? How do I not? Jesus Christ, so 4 out of 5 Ushi cards are in the 3rd hand that we're never gonna get to. Holy fuck. Yeah, there's some filters you can apply to it to make it less stupid, but that's at that point you're just putting in more effort into clicking that stuff instead of just making the team. I mean, it's dumb. They put Mordred on my team with a quick up CE. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Why is Kiara still alive? And I don't mean in this stage, I just mean in general. Although, you know, in Foxtail, she's not alive, so there's that. Blessed timeline. I think they just drained my stars or something. All right, you know what? The monkey dies first. Although I can probably kill them both. Best voice line right there. I might have quick up, but rainbow chain too good. Yeah, monkey going down. Don't worry about it. We got him. We'll get them both. Cat just hanging out like that on the boat. I've seen some pretty funny stuff on the boat. Seriously, her animations are pretty good. Alrighty. Does this event have any time gates? A lot of times the tower events don't. Yeah, Ushi's in good shape. She's got the cool skin. Well, I don't know about cool, but it's better than her default, although you don't get the voice line. But anyway, you get the skin. She's got really strong skills now and then really good animations. If you grail Ushi, you are good to go. Like, she does not feel like a shitty writer at all, right? Like, she completely can keep up with the big boys if she's grailed. Wow, this challenge quest is even out? That's ridiculous. I'm not gonna rush it though, because we gotta wait for the anniversary anyway, so I'll take my time. Although I might rush on the ult account a little bit, because I would like to get Medusa to 10, 10, 10 before I make that video, but I guess we'll see. Alright. So, the boss, let's see what class the boss is. I think it's Rider. Or not? Like I'm thinking, because I played the first 2 bosses on my main account already. I think the writer's the second boss. Anyway, let's see here. I have so few assassins on this account. I basically leveled 100 phase, and she always gets the job done. So, yeah, wow, there really is. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Those skill ranks, but what are you gonna do? See ya, BB. Throw a city at it. Ghost, thank you for the 38 months, dude. Shit, that's a long time. Thank you, thank you. A lot of subs today. Imagine being some old dude playing Fate Grand Order online and having people throw money at your face for some reason. What a world we live in, chat. I blame the parents. I should actually hit the big one. What a character. Last man standing too in the a recent main story. Woo, we're almost dead. That's a problem. Imagine almost dying on turn 1. Berserker things. I just gotta win next turn. No problem. I am way older than a lot of people think. It's actually kind of funny how many people tell me my age when they don't even know my age. It's kind of wild. Actually runs in my family though. A lot of people think I'm like in my 20s and shit. Which I'm not, but I remember when I worked at that parking place, a lot of people would think I was like a teenager, and I was like, I wish. Green is actually a middle schooler. I'm breaking terms of service, guys. Just what is the age on Twitch? I forget. It's like 17 or 15 or something. You're supposed to be. Not that anyone follows any of that shit, but where are the parents at, man? And Star, thank you for the 4-month sub. Appreciate the subs, guys. Oh, crap, we didn't kill. Chad, I'm not gonna get over the fact that, oh my god, we could have died there. I forgot to cast my skills. I was distracted. But anyway, I'm not getting over like how Aya was in Fate Strange Fake when everything else was really good. That's a really cool animation right there. But, you know, they did it really well with the Gate of Babylon. They just didn't give a shit about Aya. Sucks, man. Chat, here's some speculation. So some mild, not exactly massive spoilers, because I'm trying to predict what's gonna happen in books that aren't out yet. But mild spoilers for Fate Strange Fake. So if you want to mute that, I'll say something in chat when I'm done. Okay, so last spoiler warning. Anyway, so it sounds like the writer of Fate Strange Fake has told the anime people what the ending is, in case they catch up to him and or in case he has health issues. Which sucks, man. Big feels bad, but... So, the anime people know whatever the finale is. Now, here's the copium, right? So, for those that don't know, where we're at in the books, right? Gil's, like, fucked up, right? He's, like, foobarred. He got, like, omega poisoned, and stuff, so he's, like, in limbo. Right, so, you know, we don't really know what's gonna happen there. Now, he's probably gonna come back, but he might come back at, like, as Kid Gil, right? Or or something like that, you know, or like Spirit Gill, or you know, Caster Gill for some weird reason, right? We don't really know. It may not come back as just regular old Gill, right? We don't know what the deal is exactly. But anyway, so Gill's in limbo right now in the books, and he has been for a little bit. But before that, he's had several fight scenes, right? He's had quite a few fight scenes, actually. But he hasn't used Aya in any of them, right? So the Aya you see, right, as of right now, in the books, the Aya in the anime that we saw is the only Aya that ever happens in Fate Strange Fake. Now, again, that might change later, and they know the ending, so maybe they know that, like, there's a dramatic Aya thing at the end, or maybe, like, after the war's kind of over, you know, Gil and Enkidu have a fight before they fade away or whatever, right? You know, it's like a full circle thing, right? So maybe they're gonna, you know, they know that. They already know that, and they'll do more with Aya then. But I'm just like, even if that's the case, there was no reason to do Aya like that, right? Like, in the book and the manga, it's a lot more awesome. So I don't really get why the anime just did nothing. It just feels like budget cutting, so it's not great. But yeah, spoilers over. I like that peepo talk with the mute there. All right, we got Berserker. Can use whatever I want. You know what? Tiamat. Not that her skill ranks are that good either. So I don't really know what Tiamat stage to use either, because her stage 3 drip is pretty bad, but there are other stages she's a kid, and that's inherently bad. So, Chad, imagine being young. I'm not about Zoomer Tiamat, chat. I like her extra attack in her kiddo forms, because you got like the whole like reality break, you know, chaos like busting out through reality, like a tear in reality. Right, that's actually really cool. But then the rest of her kiddo animations are fucking like cooking references and stuff. And I get it, she's a mom and all that. I know what they're going for here, but like it's why is her card art not matching? Anyway, you know, for battle sprite stuff, it's not great. So there's like no winning no matter what stage you pick. And like Tiamat definitely deserves better in my opinion. Yeah, they really should make her Babylonia look a costume. No reason not to, really. Let her cook, man. You just don't do it in combat. All right, well, time to murder some chickens. I really don't need our skills here. Looking at it. Yeah, her art style's fine. I mean, that's still a cool extra attack, but I do prefer the other one. Fucking chickens, dude. Peck of death. Rowdy roosters. We'll slow-mo here. She should kill them all. I'd be disappointed if she didn't. Amazing how often people say LOL, by the way. Also, not their best CGI. Why didn't they just draw her literally like 2 times? Like 2 or 3 times is all you need to do. Like, God, they just cannot be bothered, dude. What surprises me is they actually drew Batman. I was actually surprised by that. I didn't think they'd draw him like his sprite. He's one of the only big boys that they have drawn. They drew Guadia back in the day, though not the Demon Pillars. Wait, did they draw the Demon Pillars? I don't think so. He certainly didn't in the anime. Kind of drawing a blank on what demon pillars look like. Assassin. Man, Guadia has an extra attack that was never seen in game. You have to hack the game to see it. And it's because he had a profile to be playable. He had a victory line, he had a battle start line, all that stuff. Really makes you wonder what they were thinking about doing there. Alright, we got a Babbage. Although I could save him, maybe for something tougher. Still in the early floors here. I wish they didn't have bitch early floors. They do it because in case it's your first event, it allows you to at least get a nice chunk of like rewards in. And then like during, this is what they're thinking. This is what they're thinking. Is if you're a shitty new account, you can handle the early floors, and then because they don't really take AP, you can do farming on the side. And for the weeks that the event is up, you can farm up to deal with the later floors, which is actually true. You actually can do that. But that's just not really fun. That's not, I don't think tower events should really be aimed at that. They're so rare that when they happen, they should just be, you know, hard, I think, inherently. That's true, it is Lost Belt 6 locked. You really can't be a new account at this point. All right, I got no excuse then. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I mean, I guess some people beat Fluffy by just using blue cubes and command spells and SQ and all that kind of stuff, but I think, you know what? I think I can just turn 1 this. But generally, if you beat Lost Belt 6, your account's gonna be pretty established. I do think Guadia will be playable, but it's hard to say. He could be Pretender because of the whole Romani stuff. Especially if Guadia is the Chaldean, then like Pretender makes a lot of sense. But it is kind of bullshit that fucking Nero is the first playable beast. I think that's kind of dumb. Slow-mo, by the way. Man, Astolfo still has big head syndrome. My goddamn. Astolfo bond. Yikes. They're probably all from events like this, though, I imagine. Yeah, Guadia could be alter ego, beast, or pretender, I would say. Kind of depends on how they do it, like how they introduce him. I think they will. I think it's fairly likely that he's going to be involved in the finale. It is possible though that the Chaldean is not Guadia and it's actually like Lev or something like that. And there is a decent amount of evidence to suggest that. So we'll just have to see. Now they could always use Guadia for something else. And they obviously were thinking about making him playable, so they might want to revisit that, and I certainly hope so. He was so close to being a completed playable character, too. Like, you know, victory line, intro line, extra attack, he's got all that stuff. His extra attack looks pretty cool, too, at least for the time that it was made. It's a little out of date now, but still pretty good. What I would want to see if they made Guadia playable now is very much, you know, treat it like an animation update off his original sprite. You know, still do the multi-punch thing on one of his art cards, but then make his other art card something else. Still do, you know, the big laser for one of the Buster cards, but you can make it look better, right? Like kind of like how Edmund's animation update was, right? Obviously, you can make the stuff look better. But yeah, I'd want him to have all the attacks he had as a boss, and then, you know, just new attacks on top of that. Right, so, Font Walls, Lancers. Man, my main levels most of the Lancers that it has, honestly. There's a few random golds and stuff that I just happen to not care about. That double Valkyrie. Good use of Lion King over here, chat. I didn't even realize my ult account had Lion King. How did that happen? I wonder if I got her off of a GSSR or something. That's strange. Oh wait, didn't I get her? Didn't I roll story? Yeah, I rolled story just the other day. We rolled story big because this account was lacking a lot of 3-star coins. So we hit story up like big time, and we got her from that. That's what it is. You know, I might as well quick charge because I've got quick. I don't mind story locked content if it's content, right? Like, you beat a story and you unlock, you know, like, you beat Fuyuki and you unlock Shadow Herc as a side boss. Now, they've never done that again. That was a good idea. They should have kept doing it. I'd have no idea. Jesus, dude. Like, it's so weird that they did that and they never did it again when it was a good idea. But anyway, and that could have been a permanent stage, too. You could have made, like, every main story could have an unlockable challenge quest. It's just permanent and just there, like, as a free quest. But anyway, it's just that kind of content I'm fine with. Obviously, I don't like story-locked servants, although I'll take story-locked servants over limited. Like, everyone acts like story-lock is, like, the same as limited. It absolutely is not. Like, story-lock is a million times easier to get than limited. Because not only can you roll the story, for God's sakes, but a lot of times when they do, like, free tickets and things like that, you're allowed to pick story-locked things. Where limited, it's like they have to be rated up. Where story-locked, you can get them when they're rated up, just like a limited, and then you can get them during a bunch of other stuff, like Valentine's Day and White Day, and some of the thematic rate-ups, Lancer rate-ups if it's a Lancer unit, or Saber rate-ups if they're a Saber unit. Although I dare say they're slacking when it comes to the class banners. I think class banners are actually really convenient because of what I just said, but they haven't done class banners in quite a long time. Like, which sucks too, because if the motherfuckers would do a Lancer banner, I would roll it. Wait, chat, did fucking NA, did they get class banners with the, because you all got, you lucky bastards, you got the coin system so much sooner than we did. You got it almost 2 years early. So you get a bunch of banners with the coin system active where we didn't. So you motherfuckers got a class ban. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Like, cause I would literally just roll on a Lancer class banner and get my coup copies finished. But no, we have had no coup rate ups. We've had no Lancer banners. Like, we've had no, like, anything to increase the odds of getting Lancer coup coins ever. Oh, God, I'm mad, dude. Freaking NA getting their bullshit early. Alright, you know what? We'll use her just to get Bond, and because she's an event servant, so I don't want to use her for boss fights anyway. It'll be too easy. I wish he was better. He is pretty useless right now from a free-to-play standpoint. Even from a non-free-to-play standpoint, he's probably even less worth using, really. And like, we didn't really have coins for Fluffy because they added the coin system like a day before Fluffy. So really no one had anything except for like the whales and stuff. So like, I didn't have Q's third passive for Fluffy and things like that, where everyone on an A is gonna have it. Because like, between when you all got the coin system and Fluffy coming out, you've had a million opportunities to get Q coins. And because he's just a generic one, right? So it's very easy to have his anti-berserker, even if you're not using Ku for the fight. Thank you for the 27-month sub, some mysterious person. And some mysterious person, do you think the world would have tried to make Enkidu an ultimate one if he had lived longer? Probably not, because like, he's kind of, how do I put this? Try not to insult Enkidu here, but you know, he's not exactly a person. And you know, he was made by the gods and that kind of thing, right? Doesn't really seem like the kind of candidate. He's a Terminator, yeah, pretty much. He doesn't really seem to fit the bill on a lot of levels. You know, obviously he's trustworthy and things like that. But yeah, he does. And I figured he's if Nasu was ever asked about it, he'd probably come up with some bullshit as to why Enkidu can't be, you know, selected. There's a lot of like weird nonsense with the way that whole shtick works. Basically, Earth is weird when it comes to types, and it's all built around Arcoade because that's what they want the story to be about. And Tsukihime, well, at least the backdrop. And obviously, the story of Tsukihime is actually about this chair, but you know, as a backdrop to like what's going on, you know, the attempted Ultimate One stuff and the moon kind of half betraying the Earth and that kind of thing, right? That's like a really big part of it. So all the stuff around it is contrived for Arcoade, right? So everything will give way for Arcoade. So if anything's in the way, like Enkidu or whatever, it's just not, it just won't. Nasu will just make it so, right? Now, if we take, you know, logically, it would make sense to use Enkidu as your Ultimate One, for like what they were working with and stuff. Although, I don't know, though, when you look at, like, Enkidu's inherent form, right, which is essentially Berserker Enkidu, that doesn't seem very trustworthy. Let alone, like, on the planet side and being able to inherit the will of the planet. You know, he's basically a golem created by the gods, right? And he originally is like a monster. That doesn't work very well, I would say. Although, funnily enough, I guess Adam is basically a golem too. But the whole thing about Adam is he's like a golem that's gone so far beyond that. You know, like that's the whole point of a VC Braun is he wants to truly create life, and he does. Like that's the thing, he succeeds. Like Adam's not like almost there. Adam is like a VC Braun creating life proper, and you know he gets the blessing of the earth and all that nonsense. But yeah, they're just not gonna have it happen. You know, it's Arcoade or bust, but it'll never be Arcoade, obviously. Although maybe in a bad ending, it'll be Arcoade. But you know what? I want to do a quick chain. We haven't really done that this entire time. Well, a wild animal could potentially be an Ultimate One. It's not like the other Ultimate Ones. Well, okay, here's the thing. So the other Ultimate Ones are, you know, pretty whack. And a lot of them you could see before they were chosen as the Ultimate One very well probably were something like a wild animal. But the criteria on every planet's supposed to be different because they're all supposed to be alien to each other and their version of life is supposed to be different, so on and so forth. So, like, if Mars is all happy to make their Ultimate One like some feral space spider or whatever, you know, they can do that. Where Earth, you know, is going to have its own stuff and its own criteria of what it considers, you know, like the Ultimate One and all that. So, yeah, who knows? But yeah, like Ort, you know, pretty rules of nature the way that guy operates. Yeah, I kind of suspect Type Saturn probably was just hanging out in orbit or something like that. That would make sense. But who knows? You know, it could be like in a cocoon underground or, you know, and it pops out when it's needed or whatever. You know, there's all kinds of bullshit they could do. Also, I'm sure Nasu hasn't even thought of that yet, you know, like, and it'd be cool to see what Nasu would come up with, though, if for some reason he had a reason to make a story on Saturn, right? And you get to see some of the inner workings of all that. That'd be cool to see what he comes up with, because that is a very unique Ultimate One. It's also one of the few ones that actually was described in detail. Yeah, so Ort straight up had concept art in the character material book, right? So we just literally saw what he looked like. And then Jupiter is described in pretty good detail, and then Saturn is described in even more detail, I would say. And then Pluto is not exactly described, but its death is described, if that means anything. But that's about it. All the other Ultimate Ones they haven't said jack shit about, which sucks. Did we get anything about Neptune? I don't remember. Let me check. I don't think so. I know we know more than like the three I just listed, though. There's at least one other one I know they detailed a little bit. All right. Did we ever learn anything about Type Neptune? Let's see here. Nope. Not a damn thing. It's mentioned in like the character material book just for existing, and that's it. That is it. Yep, we don't got shit. Let me check a few other sources here to make sure I'm not missing something here. Yep, no. Okay, it was mentioned in that it destroyed the leaves of Yggdrasil, which is like a Land of Steel thing. Yeah, apparently, like, Neptune and type Uranus, like, bombed this shit out of it or something. And that's, like, all that they're mentioned. So, yeah, not a lot. Not a lot. Yeah, okay, Venus is detailed, all right? But no, we don't talk about that. Although, actually, it is detailed beyond the whole Vivi thing, because, that's kind of like a form she, like... That's like a metamorphosis, excuse me, that she underwent after getting, you know, shot in the face. If you want to look at it that way. And in her original form, I think she's kind of like a giant parasite flower or something like that, if I remember correctly. That's some fucked up stuff. But yeah, she gets shot in the face and then turns into Vivi. Yeah, Mercury never showed up because maybe he's dead. Not really clear. But yeah, maybe way down the line, maybe we'll get a Land of Steel story and they revisit that stuff. I don't think they can revisit it though. I always say this. I don't think they can revisit it for a long time because they just did Ort. And if they just suddenly did like another story with the Ultimate Ones, that would really take away from it. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait a good bit there. I don't think Type Soul exists. I don't think that's a thing. I think the sun fundamentally works differently than everything else. They've very much implied that, although we know they're very mysterious about the sun in the Nasuverse, but I do not think it has a type. I think it just operates very differently. It's probably ultimately the strongest thing, you know, in the solar system, obviously, but yeah, it's not really clear. All right, we could use Artoria, why not? I'm not gonna use her for anything important. I want to see the types fight the outer gods. I think that'd be a cool side thing. You know, don't do that in like, you know, Fate Laundry Basket or anything like that. But, you know, you could make a second, you know, notes type book, you know, something like that. Do a side thing. It'd be cool to see the types in a more, like, natural environment for what they're supposed to do. Right? Because, like, notes is not that. And then, like, Ort is obviously Fubar. Not Fubar. AWOL, excuse me. And so he's not, you know, it's not really a normal type behavior, right? And they don't normally get used, right? It's for like very extreme circumstances. So I can pretty much guarantee you that the White Titan would get her ass kicked by Jupiter. And I think this logic is pretty sound. So Ort, right, in the Lost Belt is much weaker than normal. I think everyone will agree on that. That's very clear in the story. It's not ambiguous at all. Ort is much weaker in Lost Belt 7 than he normally would be. All right, that is an irrefutable fact, right? Like if you disagree, you're just wrong, right? The story is very, very clear about that. So you've got Ort, you know, another Ultimate One, and a severely weakened state. And these say when a Reshagal is in the underworld, obviously she couldn't do this without the underworld, but when she's in the underworld, because and Ort is in the underworld for a while. And she overloads her Saint Graph and all that. She became strong enough that she could like tie with the White Titan. Right? They just straight up say that. Now maybe they're exaggerating a bit, but even if they are exaggerating a bit, you know, she's at least in punching distance of the White Titan, right? And she can't kill a weakened Ort, right? She helps She helps more than pretty much everyone else does, but there's not even close to killing Ort, right? A weakened Ort, not even close to killing a weakened Ort. And it said that Ort is not the strongest of the ultimate ones. Now, they never say which ones are, but I think it's a very good guess that Jupiter is stronger than Ort. Like, both between just what Jupiter is as a planet, and then what it's described as doing in notes. I think it's a very safe bet that Jupiter is stronger than Ort. And even if he's not, he's certainly not much weaker. You know, I'd say he's tied or greater. I think it's a very safe guess. And I really would guess that Jupiter is stronger. But that's not like hard canon, like Ort being weaker in Lost Belt 7 or anything. But anyway, so Ereshkigal, strong enough to push off the White Titan in a certain circumstance. Obviously not all the time, but in the right circumstance, she got strong enough where she could potentially push off the White Titan. And could not beat Ort, right? And then Jupiter, even if Jupiter is not as strong as Ort, he's certainly stronger than Lost Belt 7 Ort. I think even Pluto is probably stronger than Lost Belt 7 Ort. That might be pushing it a little bit, but you know, Jupiter is absolutely stronger. So that would mean Ereshkigal would just she couldn't take out Ort, and she certainly wouldn't be able to take out Jupiter. So then I would say the White Titan would not be able to take out Jupiter either, because I suspect that the gap between Ereshkigal, you know, overloading her Saint Graph and all that nonsense, compared to Jupiter is just it's astronomical, right? Like, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It'd be completely hopeless. So I think Jupiter could definitely take out the White Titan. Yeah, and Zeus successfully fights off the White Titan and makes it retreat. And Zeus is one of the strongest things we've seen in FGO. Like, no joke. Like, holy shit. But I don't think he's stronger than even the weakened Ort. Now, maybe if Zeus was full power, because, like, he's not full power throughout the Lost Belt. But, like, if he took the authority of all the other gods and was 100%, he'd probably be well above Ereshkigal at that point. But I still think I'd be pushing it with even the weakened Ort. He might be able to take the weakened Ort, I don't know, but definitely not the full power Ort. Like, no way. What Zeus does is he basically forcibly takes the authority of the other gods, because they're not going to work together to fight the White Titan. So he's like, I'll do it myself then, and so he does that and makes the White Titan leave. Do you think Tiamat has a chance to get Ort? So that's probably the most asked question that I get these days. That comes up a lot. And it's hard to say, because like a lot of stuff is kind of like not explained well with Tiamat and all that. So first off, I can say this, because this is detailed better. The summonable version of Tiamat by the player, right, alter ego Tiamat, not a chance. Not a chance. Like, not at all. She get absolutely crushed. Tiamat in the underworld could maybe put up as much of a fight as Ereshkigal did, roughly. Maybe give or take. But definitely not winning. And then full force Tiamat, you know, not in the underworld. It's just really hard to say. I mean, she's way stronger, but it's not like Ereshkigal, you know, won by any means. So it's really hard to say what you need. I will say this, she absolutely could hold her own. Considering how well Ereshkigal did, full power Tiamat could absolutely hold her own. Like, there's no world where the Lost Belt 7 version of Ort could take her out quickly. That's just no way. That doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, full power Ort would probably, you know, that's a different story, but we don't really know. It's actually possible that Tiamat's stronger than the weakened Ort. I mean, hell, she might be stronger than full power Ort. They're so unclear about what Tiamat can actually do. But she's really, really, really strong. She's like the strongest god that we've seen, other than maybe Chaos. Actually, I'd say Chaos does seem to be stronger, which makes no sense, by the way. But anyway, so I mean, I don't know. It's just people will, you know, people like this on the internet just say, oh yeah, she totally could, or oh no, she totally couldn't. They're just there's not a lot to go off of, right? Like, she doesn't really fight when she's on Earth, right? And then when she does finally fight, she's significantly weakened. So yeah, it's really just not clear. I'll say this, if she had to fight in outer space, she'd probably get her ass kicked, because she kind of needs to be on Earth to like be at her best and that kind of thing. So if she fought Ort like on Mercury for whatever reason, I'm pretty sure she'd get her ass kicked. And I will say there's a chance she'd get her ass kicked, because it's possible that the Crystal Valley would nullify her like Earth bonus stuff, and then it'd be essentially like her in the underworld, and then that'd be really bad. But you know, Nasu could bullshit whatever he wants and be like, oh, because of her, you know, primordial god authority, she can override the Crystal Valley. Or you could be like, oh no, or it's so scary that, you know, she can't do that, right? Like, who knows? I mean, no, the stuff that applies to an Ultimate One does not apply to Chaos. Because the reasons the Ultimate Ones are the way that they are is not because they're aliens, right? It's specifically because they're Ultimate Ones, right? They're just, you know, Chaos and an Ultimate One are just very, very different. Now, I will say, if I had to pick something, right, that we have like an FGO, like known lore in FGO or whatever, to fight an Ultimate One, I would pick Chaos. If I had to pick something that wasn't an Ultimate One to fight an Ultimate One, I would pick Chaos. That is what I would pick. And he does seem to be stronger than Tiamat. Like, he can almost instantaneously drain all life from the surface of a planet. And, like, not only that, he can destroy, like, all, and, like, absorb all their concepts, right? Like, he pretty much turns them into a barren husk, just like it's not, and, like, easily. He can do that very, very easily. So, that's pretty nuts. Definitely seems stronger than Tiamat, and he's also, unlike Tiamat, you know, Tiamat's really bound to Earth to be as powerful as she can be. Chaos isn't like that at all, right? Like, you know, Chaos is out there, like, crusading the stars to, you know, get energy to keep crusading the stars. You know, what are you gonna do? But, I mean, and here's my logic. They've never said this, but it just stands to reason. Now, we do know he has drained life from planets before, right? That's kind of how he gets fuel. That's what he's, like, designed to do. So he has successfully conquered planets, if you will, right? So it just stands to reason then that he's ran into Ultimate Ones before, right? Like, that just makes sense. And the fact that he's still alive and he's from some ancient civilization, right? That made him a long time ago. And he didn't die. This whole time he's not been defeated, right? So it makes sense that he's probably capable of defeating Ultimate Ones. Now, Ultimate Ones aren't, you know, created equal, right? So, you know, we don't, you know, who knows how strong, you know, this solar system's Ultimate Ones are in comparison to some other solar systems, Ultimate Ones, so on and so forth. But, yeah, it does stand. How are none of them dead? They had 3 turn taunts. We're on wave 2. We're on turn 6. And neither of them died. Like, the fuck? Well, time for, Fate Stay Night's, like, most, I guess, recognizable NP here. The OG. And it doesn't matter if it's Foreigner versus Berserker. First off, it's not, because it's actually Berserker versus Berserker for half of it. And that means nothing. Because, like, they have so little HP, like, that really doesn't matter. Especially for 6 fucking turns. I guarantee you, if I turned the stage off and did it again, that is very unlikely to happen, because, I mean, seriously, we have a fucking level 1 Berserker with a 3-turn taunt craft essence. They never say what Chaos's power is at. They never say he's at 3% power or anything like that. They just presumably, like, he's been, like, I think, like, dormant. Because he's, like, super old, right? Like, he's like, so fucking old. So he's been, like, saving power. And, you know, obviously he would be stronger if he got the Olympians back. Alright, first boss. My god, that took a while, although I was procrastinating pretty hard there. Actually got here quite quickly on my main. I'm just gonna say it, the Seaborn would get their asses kicked by Ort. That is just such a horrible matchup, because the thing about a lot of stuff in Arknights, even their, like, crazy shit, is still susceptible to a lot of, like, physical, like, normal means. Like, a nuclear bomb in the Arknights world is so scary. Like, Ort is just so far and beyond what the Seaborn can do. It's not comparable. I mean, like, even the dead ancestors, right? What do they call the dead apostle and whatever? You know what I'm talking about? The stupid vampires and Tsukihime and all that, right? Those guys are way beyond what Seaborn can do. And they can't do anything to Ort, right? Like, one of their stronger members got, you know, eaten by Ort so fast. So the Seaborn would have absolutely no chance. Like, literally, Crystal Valley would just body all of them. Yeah, Asterios, man. You know, I actually hate that you can use story supports in the boss floors. I hate that. It's actually annoying because you can't turn them off. Hopefully in the later floors it'll go away. Like the final 100 floors or whatever. Hopefully they won't do that. The new event is better than the prior one so far. It's hard to say, you know, I'm gonna have to see the last 100 floors to really judge it, and then see the bonus floors. Because, like, the bonus floors from 2 years ago were awesome. If you did all the bonus floors back to back, that was very enjoyable. Although I'm tempted to do them as they come, just to, like, give us more to do per stream. Like an extra boss fight and stuff like that. So, Max, are you here? Because if you are, if we fail, we're gonna want a different CE. Because obviously, K-Scope, not good for soloing here. Kind of weird that they can stun themselves. That also might mean Leonidas lives. Wait, Chaos has type in his name? I don't know if that might just be a coincidence. Because it's not like, it's not like that's the only name for the ultimate ones, right? They've got like 4 names, right? That is sussy though. I won't say that like, you know, is guaranteed to mean anything, but that is definitely sus. I will concur. Can we please get Leonidas killed? Game, can we handle that? You know what? CE is awesome for Asterios. Anything that gives you NP gain is the actual answer. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll make stars here. The thing is, it could just be trying to call it like a type of space thing, right? But also, Nasu loves doing stupid shit like that. Like, bro, some of the name puns out there and like crossing the streams and stuff. Like, it's hard to say. I'm not gonna be surprised if it just you know, it's like, you know, type in terms of like a more normal way of using type. But it also I wouldn't put it past Nasu at all to do that on purpose. But yeah, I don't know. That's it's sussy. All right, so the next boss has 400,000 health, which, you know, it's still way too weak, but the prior event, like because that's floor 20, right? The 400k boss is floor 20. The prior, like, floor 20 boss had like 100,000 health or something, so it's some kind of a step up. Oh, baby. I really should NP, but I gotta do it. Not too bad. If I'd gotten the other crit, it'd have been better, but... Oh yeah, I should have NP'd because her hit count is so high, and then she might be dead soon. Don't you be doing that. Brick game. Nice crit. Well, that's GG. That is so lame. That's so I mean, it's not, I guess it's not necessarily GG, but even if we win, it's like we're just gonna lose so much value there. Can we get a normal craft essence though? I don't know if Max is here, but I have to bring Atlas. That sucks, dude. Yeah, the best thing to do is have the command code, I suppose, to stop stun. But yeah, Berserker cannot weather a turn like that. Like, no way. Damn, I don't think Max is here. Gonna have to work within these constraints. Probably NP on turn 1 this time. Does suck though, K-Scope is just completely worthless here. Because you have all these turns of build-up. Yeah, I've finished the second season of Witch from Mercury, and I did not like it very much. The very few fight scenes that were in it were alright. But, man, I did not like it at all. So here's the problem. It's very easy to articulate the problem with that show. They spent half of the runtime on nothing. And then the actual plot doesn't start until season 2. And then they have to rush to get through that plot. Like, they had so little time to do that plot. It's actually stupid. Their first season should be 3 episodes, and I mean that. Like, all the, like, introduction character nonsense that they did, they could have done in 3 episodes. It was so stupid that they wasted, like, almost an entire season on that. And then you could have used that extra time to let the concepts and the factions and stuff breathe. There is just no world building in Witch from Mercury, right? At all. And it feels so shallow because of that. Like, they try to make things meaningful in, like, no time, and it just doesn't work at all. Yeah, like, the Earth plot could have been so much better. It's just, it's so crap. Also, they really fucked up the ending. Like, and it's not even what happens. It's kind of weird, but, you know, welcome to, you know, Gundam half the time. But, like, the finale should have been against, I don't know how to say his name, but, like, the blonde guy, you know, that's, like, behind everything, right? That guy should have been the final bit. They should have confronted the main character's mother and all that as the second to last thing. And it's, like, the emotional finale for, like, the main characters and stuff, right? So you do all the mother bullshit there, and then once they're done with that and they got all that baggage sorted, then they should have to fight that guy, right? And throughout the whole season, he should be building up his forces and you know, getting his machinations ready and all that, right? And so then the finale is you know, power of friendship people and all that nonsense that they've gotten their shit sorted. And then you have a nice big climactic epic Gundam fight with, you know, because like at that point the good guys would have a lot of people on their side, and then that guy has a lot of people on his side, and you can have a real finale, right? Where they have like that fight with that guy as the second to last fight, right? But he's the last like real military threat. So then the finale is just peepo talk with like ghosts in mobile suits, and no one cares, and it's kind of dumb. Like, it really was not that great. But yeah, it was just rushed. The second season the pacing was terrible. It was all over the place. It got pretty weird. And I think there was just a lot more potential there than what they actually did. And ultimately, it's a Gundam show of all time. It's not one I'm gonna remember at all. It's in there with that. I don't even remember the other Gundam show I'm thinking of. There's like another Gundam show that had really weird animation quality. The main female had like pink hair, and that doesn't tell you a lot, but I cannot remember that show to save my life. I don't remember the name of it. But that's exactly where Witch of Mercury is going to be. It's just another forgettable Gundam show. Yeah, that's the one, Poi. Yeah, that's the one. That one fucking sucked. Now, the community at large likes G-Witch a lot, but I think they just like fucking useless lesbians and like the art style and that kind of thing. Because even most of the people that like Witch from Mercury agree, like, the second season felt really rushed. The universe didn't breathe. And, you know, the ending was whatever. But yeah, not a fan. Ghoul was cool, but that was about it, really. Oh, and a lot of the grunt mobile suit designs look great, but I don't think grunts have ever gotten less screen time. Oh my god. Like, Witch from Mercury did not give a fuck about grunts, dude. Like their screen time was so low, and it's because the world is so poorly built. The reason there's no grunts is because the factions do nothing. They're like introduced and then they never do anything. Like there's just nothing. The world is not like moving, right? It's a very it's like paper cutouts and stuff. And so because all these different factions and stuff barely do anything, obviously their grunts don't do anything. So it's a whole lot of nothing. So I had this realization when I was watching it. I told this to Poi, and I never thought I would say this, but I prefer the children soldiers from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Now, I like Iron-Blooded Orphans a lot, but it's not because of the child soldier theme stuff. That shit's stupid. Every time an anime tries to make child soldiers badass, I just cannot roll my eyes enough. Fucking 8-year-olds are not effective combat units, okay? At all. Neither are, like, 13-year-olds. And, but they're a lot better in Iron-Blooded Orphans than in, Dude, Witcher Mercury, spoilers, by the way, but, and they don't even have a good reason, right? Like, IBO at least has, like, a dumb gimmick as to why there's a bunch of kids running around in mobile suits, right? Fucking Witcher Mercury doesn't. And for some reason, really, other than Ghoul, Bob, every important character is a very young teenage girl in every faction. Just because. Literally just because. Like, no one in the entire G-Witch universe can do anything if they're not a teenage girl for some reason. It's really stupid, right? Like, really, really dumb. But speaking of idiot teenage girls in mobile suits, there's a part that I guess they want you to feel bad about, but they got, I don't even remember her name, but they got like psycho bitch that's angry because her girlfriend died or whatever, and she's running around murdering civilians, trying to like blow up a space colony essentially, right? And she's completely out of her mind, right? She's actually psychotic, right? And she's just indiscriminately attacking civilians, right? And then there's like this military guy that's there for a completely different reason. It's not there for anything related to her at all. But he's not there to like kill civilians or anything like that. And he's seeing her go like absolutely bananas, right? And he's like literally fighting her for a while and actually saving people's lives as a result of that. And then anyway, then another Gundam shows up and they have the whole, oh, we're named important anime characters, so, we'll actually talk and, she'll stop being as crazy for a few seconds, right? So they're having their dumbass anime heart-to-heart nonsense, while she's killing people, because she's like controlling drones, and these drones are going around killing people while they're talking. And so the other guy that was fighting her earlier while she's distracted, he just snipes her. He just shoots her in the fucking face. But he's got like a beam rifle and they just blast her. Right? Just boom, she's dead, which is the absolute correct thing to do, by the way. She's running around killing civilians, right? Giant fucking threat, and he just blasts her like right in the cockpit. And then the dude's like that was talking to her is all super mad and like crying and all this bullshit. I'm like, what is wrong with you, dude? But anyway, yeah, it saved everyone's ass there, honestly. Doesn't negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, pretty much. All right, let's see here. But yeah, you're supposed to feel like really sad, but as it happened, they have like a slow-mo shot. Like they're having like a dramatic heart-to-heart, and then like just boom, she gets shot, and it's all like dramatically framed and all that. But the second it happened, I was just like, yes! And I was like, thank God. But I could tell they want it to be like a tearjerker, but yeah, I did not give a fuck. Look, she might have been, I don't know, she was probably like 13 or something. I don't know if they have 15 tops, but she was literally killing other, children and civilians and stuff, so fuck them. Also, it's weird that they even want you to feel bad for that character because she's kind of just an asshole for the entire show. Like every scene with her, she's just an asshole, like all the time. And I don't know how they think you're gonna feel sorry for her. So this one is lower level, but it's silver. He's also already got this applied. So, man, this sucks though, because the time before I didn't take any damage. This is actually really bad. It's actually weird that I hadn't killed more, but I think we had a bad opening hand or something. Do I cast the defense up because of this guy? Fuck, I think we're just screwed here. You have to get lucky and have him not attack much. Berserker problems. I'll try to get to 200% overcharge while I'm here. Yeah, she was in like the end of season 1, and then she's in like one big episode of season 2, and then she has her meltdown. Well, we got pretty wrecked there. We'd be so much better off if we had a different CE and like command codes and stuff. Like we could have the heal command code and all that. I will say some of the mech designs in G-Witch are really good. That's all I'm gonna remember it by is like the mech designs are really good, but there's like fuck all fight scenes. Like my god, there's barely any fight scenes. And like none of the factions do anything all anime long. Like there's terrible world building. It's just so underwhelming. But like a lot of the mechs do look really cool for like the 5 seconds that you see them. Do I do the Buster? Yeah, I'll do the Buster up because I'll probably Rainbow Chain here. And if we get a crit, it's worth. Got fucking quick down, but we have to deal with it. I will say when they had fight scenes, they were pretty well animated and stuff. Like, not bad at all. But you have so few of them. There was a grunt versus grunt fight. There's only one grunt versus grunt fight in the entire show. Actually, I guess there's 2, but the other one they don't show it. It just happens, but you don't see what the hell happens. But there's one episode where it's mostly grunts fighting grunts, and that was pretty cool. That was probably the best fight in the show. Now, I'd love to get rid of this defense down and stuff, but I just realized I attacked the fucking snake. Although that's kind of worth it because Gorgon has a really high hit count, but she can, her getting more actions is not ideal. Really? I kind of have to remove these debuffs. I think I wait one more turn. This is definitely winnable, but I don't think... I mean, I could do it with what we have, but these command codes are completely worthless, and our CE is completely worthless. So the RNG would just be absolutely insane. This would actually be pretty easy if I had a debuff clear command code, the heal command code, and then like any regular craft essence. But sadly, Max is just not here right now, so... Okay, now we can... Invulnerability. We might be alright, we'll see here. Sir K, thank you for the 25 months, dude. I really appreciate it. Still the best knight of the round. If I do BBB, she's dead, but then if I don't get my NP, we might be in trouble. Oh, excuse me. Okay, maybe we'll be alright with the defense up, I don't know. Alright, I'm a BBB. Get her out of here. I can move these defense downs now because we never got stunned. Let's go, Asterios. I think we got it. Even with all the, fucked up command codes and CE issues and stuff, looks like we got it. Because he's still got 2 attack downs, and we have our defense up, although he does have his NP. Well, I can do Buster up. Honestly, with attack up, Buster up, he is probably dead. Especially if we crit. Come on. Yeah, oh baby, 56k, no problem. Oh, that would have been so much smoother though with a different setup. Like he could have aced it, but I'll take it. Where's my animation update, man? So chat, what on earth is the connection between Sith shoes and a fucking forest? Now I get Sith like shoes a lot, I got that, but like I don't understand why we're in a enchanted forest. I think like the event title is something like Enchanted Forest or some nonsense. Like the fuck? And like why Sith? Like why is that the theme here? I'm so confused. I wonder if they did that because Medusa, I don't know if it's just a coincidence. They pick pretty random servants for a lot of the tutorial pictures. It's her event, I guess we'll put her in there. Does she regenerate faster on her own? She must, like, because she's already so far along on cooldown there. Alright, let's see here. It's not a question. Like, I can't have the character if I didn't get the character. Also, why are... I've said this, but like, why are people acting so surprised Pikachu that I got Medusa on an ult account? One, it's an ult account, and I've always liked Medusa. I don't know where the... Like, I swear I say this every stream that I like Medea and Medusa from Fate Stay Night. Like, this comes up all of the time. And it's a fucking ult account, for God's sakes. Like, why is this constantly coming up? Also, what the class assassin? All right, you know what? Babbage time. If I'm not gonna use them now, I'm just not gonna use them, so. It's really, you should use rulers on berserker stages. That's like the only time it's gonna be, smooth. Good enough. I have literally had Rider Medusa Grailed since before I made a YouTube video. And that has also come up like a billion fucking times. Like, I have literally never not had a Grailed Medusa since YouTube or Twitch has like been aware of me. Like, I have literally always had a Grailed Medusa this entire time. Let's see, most Fate Stay Night characters. I don't know about that. Let's see. Curse Arms, whatever. Like, he's okay, but, like, not my favorite Asan. Saber's, meh. Like, I like what she does from, like, a writing standpoint. Like, characters play off of her in an interesting way, but I don't like Artoria. But so, Curse Arms, meh. Saber's, whatever. Let's see. Pretty much everything else is good, though, unless I'm forgetting someone. Yeah, am I forgetting anybody? I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. Yeah, everyone else is pretty good. Kojiro is, like, super good. Sakura's not a servant. So, Imiya is complicated, because, like... I like his, like, the way he I like him on his surface level, right? Like, the way he acts, like, on the day-to-day, right? He's, like, surface personality, right? And I don't mind his goal, right? Like, his main goal, like, in Unlimited Blade Works, right? That was a cool, like, character motivation. But it's really hard to ignore this, you know, if you're not just, like, being, like, intentionally obtuse, right? Like, what he does at the end of Unlimited Blade Works just flies in the face of everything else the character's about. And it's just stupid, and it makes no sense, right? He does the whole thing that makes him cool is because he's not like Shiro, right? And he calls Shiro out on his stupidity, right? That's the whole reason to like Imiya. But then Shiro just says, no, you, and then he's like, oh shit, I guess you're right then. I guess I'll just give up on everything I've done this entire time. It's just so lame, right? Like that, if it wasn't for that, I would like Imiya a lot. But like, that is just so lame, and I cannot divorce that from the character because it's such a major thing that happens that it takes so many points away from him, right? But if literally it wasn't for that, I would like Emmy a lot. All right, let's see here. But yeah, as a result, I can't rate him like super high. But you know, I like him well enough just because of his, you know, surface level personality. So I rate him higher than probably Curse Arm and Artoria. But yeah, he's kind of just because of that. But everyone else is good. I like, you know, Ku obviously, Gilgamesh, Medusa, Medea, Kojiro, right? They're all awesome. You know, Angra is in Fate Stay Night. He's just not in servant form. But if you want to count Angra, I mean, he's fine. Like, I don't like him as much as everyone I just listed, right? You know, I like Medea more, I like Medusa more, Gilgamesh, Kojiro, Ku. I like all of them more. But he's fine. I like him more than the other ones. You know, horrible role model, you know, but he's an interesting character. And the scene where he talks to Medusa is really interesting. That's probably the most interesting scene he has. Like, he's a very fascinating character because he's a very bad person and he's aware of that. But you know, it's like deep down he wanted to be a good person at some point, but then just like literally the worst things happened to him, and he's aware that's twisted him and made him a really terrible person. But he's still just a terrible person, and it just is what it is, right? So it's just an interesting character, but certainly not one of my favorites or anything like that. Angra is such a bad role model. But quite the meme these days. Also, potentially the final boss of 2.0. We'll see. It's really hard to say. It would not be even remotely surprising if he was. They're definitely doing something with Fuyuki again. They've been hinting at Angra stuff for a while. They're going to do a whole full circle thing, and we know he can become a proper beast and all that. So I think it is a real possibility that he's the final boss, actually. Or almost final boss, you know, kind of how, you know, you got Demon Guadia, then Human Guadia, and stuff like that, right? So we'll see what the actual final boss is. It's normally not the big dramatic thing. It is funny though, thinking back on it, chat, almost every time I've ever used my Medusa in a video, there's almost always a comment that's like, "You have a grailed Medusa? Question mark?" Right? When it's literally on the screen, like it's a question at that point, right? Like that kind of stuff really bothers me when people don't ask the question they actually want to ask. That actually pisses me off a lot. It's extremely aggravating. It's kind of like if you ask someone if you can ask them a question. It's like, I'm not dignifying that with a response. All right, let's see here. Dude, I was playing an online game the other day in like a raid. And you know, I don't do that. I don't play raids in games often because I don't like spending my free time with, you know, other fucking people, but I was helping a friend out that wanted me to come help with this thing, right? And because I'm reminded, bring up this Medusa thing, right? It really reminds me of this. So there are these enemies, right? There are these two enemies, like these two big boys, two badasses, and if they're near each other, they will just do massive area effect damage, right? AoE damage. Both of them will just start murdering everything around them. So the obvious thing to do is don't fight them together, right? Pretty simple. Nothing crazy. You just don't fight them together, right? And there's a few ways to accomplish that. You do have to be careful though, because when they when you aggro them, right, they'll come together, right? So you need to split them up quickly, find some kind of way to divide them, because they'll kill you very, very, very quickly if you don't do this. So the guy that was tanking them said to everybody, "I'm going to root one of them," right? So he's going to aggro them and then root one of them. So that one can't move, right? And then the other one runs at us, right? So wait a second. right, for that one to run to us and then kill it, right? This seems very simple and easy to follow, right? The second this man casts root, almost the entire group of like the melee damage dealers run in and attack the rooted one. So then as the other one is running by, what's not rooted, it kills all of them, right? And so that's not it. So that's dumb, but that's not the best part, chat, right? Because that's almost expected of how stupid people are. This is the part that got me. So then one of the people that's like in the back, you know, that's not gonna run in there and you know, fight and stuff, says, you know, like, what is wrong with these fucking soft brains just running in there, right, when he just said he was rooting it, right? That's almost exactly what he said. He's like, what is with these soft brains? Like, that was just so fucking stupid, right? Almost got everyone killed because they're dumb, right? And then several of the people that ran in, right, left, like they quit, right? They were just like mad and quit. And I'm like, the only person you should be mad at in this situation is yourself. But like, that is just so how people are today, right? They're stupid. They do the stupid thing. They get called out for doing the stupid thing. And then now they're mad about it, right? And it's like, how do you think everyone else feels? Because like because you couldn't like do the fight with all those people dead, right? So it like ruined it for everybody because they're the ones that fucked up, not everyone else, right? It's, oh my god, dude. But yeah, that's pretty much how it goes on the internet these days. All right, oh, this is only one wave. Oh, fuck that. Well, that's lame. We had 2 wave trash before the boss a second ago, but now we're back down to 1. Well, I guess we just deck him in the schnoz here. See the crit damage. I just failed a 90% crit. All right. So, you know, someone might have said skill issue during all that. I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. I have only played Monster Hunter co-op with friends, like my brother or Tusk. And I think I've played with some people from Discord too. But like I've never played with randoms, and I have to imagine that's not a good experience. Like and the thing is, if I can't play with like someone I know or something like that, I'll just play solo, for God's sakes. I'm not like, you know what I need in my life right now? Other random people that can fuck this up. Normally if I play with other people, it's because I have to, or because they're people I actually know, right? Not because I want to. I don't willingly play with randoms unless I'm killing them like in Dark Souls. But yeah, that's different. Because then if they're stupid, you just kill them easier. Yeah, you know what? I don't think we'll need him for anything too hard. Should be fine. And like, here's the thing, chat. Generally speaking, yeah, I think there are stupid questions, right? I think people that say there aren't stupid questions are just fucking stupid. There are incredibly stupid questions, right? It's kind of like, there have been times where I'm sitting there explaining something about like why I don't like doing X, and then someone will ask me, hey, do you like doing X? And it's just like, okay, you know, way to go, Einstein, right? There absolutely are stupid questions, right? But I mean, most questions aren't stupid, right? And a lot of times people want to ask me a question, and that's fine, but instead of asking me a question, right, they'll do the whole like asking you a question to ask you a question, or ask some other question where the answer is literally self-evident, right? And they're trying to get to another question instead of just asking that other question that would be fine, right? It's kind of like if you want to ask, because this has happened. I remember this has specifically happened before, right? Like someone asked me, why did I have Robin Hood in stage 1? That is a stupid question. That is obviously a stupid question. Now here's a not stupid question. This is how you actually ask what they wanted to get at. why is stage 1 your favorite? That's a good question. Asking why is Robin Hood in stage 1 is just fucking moronic. What do you think the answer is? Because it increases my odds of winning the lottery? No, it's because I like stage 1 the most, dum-dum, right? Like, obviously that's the answer. And you know that. That's not actually what you're asking, right? And that kind of stuff just drives me fucking insane. Like, just ask the damn thing you actually want to ask. Because it comes across as it, like, being... Like, it's actually pretty condescending, because you're basically assuming it's unheard of, it's unreasonable to like, to like stage 1 of Robin Hood, right? Or something like that. Like, it's such a given that you should like stage 3, right? And I guess for some people that is the case, but that does make you an idiot, so, you know, you gotta live and learn on that one. It's like if I watch a streamer and they have stage 1 Gilgamesh, right? And that's a pretty unpopular stage for Gilgamesh, I will say. But if I saw someone using stage 1 Gilgamesh, I already know why they're using it. It's because they like it. And yeah, maybe in some odd circumstance, there might be another reason, like, you know, they have it on random, or, you know, they're trolling or whatever, but it's very unlikely. And I'd probably, you know, ask if some other, you know, if there's some other like event going on or something like that. But, you know, if I was curious as to why they like stage 1, because it is rare that someone likes stage 1, I just ask them, hey, why do you like stage 1 Gilgamesh, right? Nothing wrong with that, right? That's a reasonable question. But like asking them why they're in stage 1, you know, it's just fucking so self-evident. And in like the Medusa's case, it's even more self-evident because the character's literally on the screen. It's like, no, I didn't roll for Medusa, guys. I actually, my dad works at Lizangle. Actually, that probably wouldn't even work, by the way. From what I understand, they don't give freebies to anybody. I don't think even Nasu gets freebies. Like, I'm serious. I don't think they give freebies to anyone. I know the voice actors all have had to roll legit and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't think they give freebies. By the way, if I were them, I would give freebies, but I guess they're worried people will get mad or something. But the people that would get mad about that are stupid, and you just laugh at those people. You don't need to actually, like, they're actually nobody. It's not important. But yeah, if I was in charge of that, I would give Nasu all of the characters, for God's sakes. I'd give the artists, 1,000,000% I would give the artists the characters they work on. And I'd give it to the voice actors, too. Tell your dad to fix the game? Yeah, I know, right? Man, God, man, there's only one enemy again. That's where you just bring an AoE servant with K-scope and just get through the floor that way. I might just start doing that for some of these. Oh, no, I don't have the overcharge. What have I done? Fuck. God damn it. I'm not gonna... Well, maybe I can get it without killing it. Tree. Yeah, I could CS, but I already CS'd earlier for... damn it, it's dead. I CS for Leonidas. It is kind of worth it. Actually, I think Nasu said he was 120ing Artoria because she's like, you know, the... you know, mascot or whatever, but I can't remember. It makes sense. I'm sure he likes Artoria a lot. I don't think it's his favorite or anything, but, you know, she is the mascot of the series, so kind of... I get it. People always say Mev is his favorite, but he's actually never said that. She's just one of his favorites. I don't think he's ever straight up said who his absolute favorite servant is. That's just one of those things that's repeated all the time. It's one... I can't believe how often this happens, by the way. Like, how often something, like, catches on that is just based on a complete lie. Like, I saw... There's a YouTuber that, like, does a lot of speedrunning stuff. Like, he documents a lot of speedrunning stuff. He was actually talking about that recently. He made a video about this person that is just so famous for being the fastest typer, but they have never, ever been proven to be the fastest typer. Not even close. And but it just gets repeated so much that everyone thinks they're the world's fastest typer. And like, it's just, these kind of things just happen all of the time where like, it's kind of annoying, to be honest. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Artoria was going to be in the main story, actually. But that's why she's on... It's funny, because that's why she's on the cover of, like, the Lost Belt posters and stuff. Hey, thank you for the Gaming Ninja, Panda Gaming Ninja. Thank you for the sub, dude. Chat, take note. Look at this guy. He's got a capital P, right? And then when the word changes, it's capital G. Look how easy that is to read, chat. Look at that. Super clear, right? Nice and neat, right? And then we got you fucking clowns over here. Fucking, I like the 1, 2, 3 with just the most nonsense. Look at chat rolling their eyes. Where's Hort? Where's Hort in red? God, dude. People talk, yeah. But I appreciate the sub. All right, let's see. Caster. Let's just pick an AoE here. So my main account, like, oh my god, dude, my main account has so many AoE characters for every class. I can get through these floors so fast. Where my ult, not so much, but yeah, it is so easy to progress with events like this on my main if I want to. If I only want to do a few floors, you know, I can throw Achilles, Gwaine, Gilgamesh, and then whatever, you know, budget stuff I have up. So I could do like 10 floors really quickly if I wanted to, but then I'd be fairly low on gas pretty quickly. Where my main can just keep going and going and going and going and going. Oh, my name is hard to make convoluted. Yeah, but you could like put those numbers before and after it. You know, add some like X's in there, right? Make the R not capital, so it's like RXXE, XXD, you know, shit like that. Where there's a will, there's a way. The ever popular Charlotte, who has never received a buff. Chat, yes or no, chat. No memeing, no memeing. Is Charlotte gonna get buffed this anniversary? Is it gonna happen? We got a yes. We got some yeses in there. This is mostly no, but there is some yeses in there. I mean, someone has to get buffed, chat, right? Okay, chat. I actually feel like this one deserves it more because one, objectively, they actually are weaker, like 9 times out of 10, and they've been in the game longer. So, and who I'm talking about is Sanson. I want Sanson to get the assassin buff more than anyone, and as I know Charlotte does deserve it, but Sanson deserves it more. He's been in the game longer. He's way worse than her. He's not even fun to play. He's such a joke of a unit. Like, he has 2 skills that essentially do nothing, and even when they do something, they're not even remotely fun. It's awful. So I think Sanson is the assassin that actually deserves a buff the most in the game. Now, Phantom still deserves a buff, even though he's been buffed a decent amount, but like he clearly needs more. And Charlotte does deserve a buff. So what I'm actually saying, Chad, is we're buffing Kojiro again. Clearly, that's where we're going here. All right, let's go, Columbus. God, I love his voice actor. Does such a good job. Actually, Sanson is pretty popular. I am not kidding. Sanson is a fairly popular bronze unit. You know, he's of course not as popular as Ku or Gilgamesh or, you know, some of the, you know, for the guys, but like for the, you know, obviously not some of the waifus out there and stuff. But for a bronze unit, he is pretty popular. It's actually very common to see people really like Sanson. So it kind of sucks that he's never gotten an animation update and all that. And he's got that, like, smile during that gunshot for, like, 2 frames. I have a better question. Who will go longer without a good buff, Sanson or Jekyll? Probably Jekyll. I actually think Sanson is more likely to get buffed right now. And then Jekyll's buff was, like, the worst thing ever. And I don't think they understand how to fix Jekyll and Hyde. I really don't. Now, that being said, Sanson's buff that he did give him was so dumb. That was pretty ridiculous. Like, that, I don't know why the hell they buffed his heal of all things, but if he gets another one, I don't think they can really fuck up another buff with Sanson. The only way they could fuck it up is if they buffed his heal again. Boy, that's just a level of stupidity that I don't think they would do. All right, you know what? It's Achilles time. Lost, are you still here? Yeah, some people said Jekyll was good. The thing is, all the people that said Jekyll was good were not Jekyll fans. Pretty much every Jekyll fan ever immediately was like, this is the stupidest thing. Lost, what turn, when you did that buff stack for Luvia, what turn were you on? So, Lost buff stacked Luvia recently and did 10 million damage, so that was a thing. And I don't think he stalled either. Now, he did use, like, every meta support under the sun, but Luvia really does hit outrageously hard because of, she got an upgraded NP. It turned 7. Yep, so you did not stall. That was just, like, vanilla, straightforward buff stacking stuff. But she's single target, she has an upgraded NP, she has damage up, and then she has a niche. There's just so many things there that results in her hitting unbelievably hard. And then also Lost's Luvia is upgraded about as much as it can be. I love this NP. Like the best anime cut-in they've ever done. That one and King of Son are really good. They only, dude, I need someone to sit them down and explain this to them because they clearly don't understand it. They have made it where it's like a quota that 5 stars must have an anime cut-in. And it's just stupid because half of the like choreography for the NPs, it's just so forced, right? Don't do it unless it's needed, right? Like if it's needed, by all means, right? But if it's not needed, don't fucking do it. Like Christ. And the problem is because they've made it like a requirement, right? Like something they must do. You can tell that that's why they're forcing all of the characters into the same ascension. So they don't have to draw the anime cut in 3 times. Which is just so lame. I would much rather have no anime cut in and have the ascension that I'm actually using in the I just don't understand. Do they think they're fooling anyone? Right? Like the first couple of times, I remember people defended it to the death like it was just artistic stuff. But they do it so much now. It is so transparent that they are, you know, putting the cart before the horse and they are designing the NPs in order to not have to draw, you know, as much stuff. Because almost every character now, their anime cut in, you know, they always go to the 3rd ascension, right? It's not like that one special character that does it because it makes sense or anything like that. They all do it now, right? And they only draw the anime cut in once and they just do it over and over and over. It's so transparent. Like I would just be, I mean this, I like a lot of the older NPs now better. Like, especially that period where like, you know, they were good enough that the animations looked really, really good, like Achilles or whatever. And, you know, before they started making this like a mandate, right? Like that, it really sucks. Most of the 5-star NP animations these days, I do not like. Because like, they're just so phoned in. Because it's not just them like always, you know, transforming into a different, you know, set of clothes or whatever, like over and over. I mean, fucking Tamamoto does it. It's so stupid, dude. But like, not only do they transform their clothes every goddamn NP ever now, but it's like they cut in half the time doesn't even fit anyway, right? So like those two things combined to just result in it being super bleh. And yeah, you got the bad CGI as well. Yeah, every once in a while, they actually draw the cut-ins for the different ascensions, but it's very rare. Ugh, my allergies are acting up. Let's see, Lancer. I was really hoping they would allow us to just play solo, like like how we were against Ort. Unfortunately, they did not do that. The thing is, they actually can't do what they did for BB very often. And it's because BB, like at least... How do I put this? The way they did it, it was like so... This is really hard to explain. It was really unimportant that she like changed into her third stage, right? But like they really just can't do it for a lot of the characters, like because Brittle Mert turns into a stage that none of the other stages use, right? Dino Mom, you know, weaves in between her different stages. That way it doesn't matter which stage you had selected, right? Like, but it's all reused assets, right? It's not like they drew her 3 times. They just reused animations from each of her sprites. So you can't really fix that, right? Like because they keep interweaving them, like changing into the fucking NP animation, right? So at that point you can't really do it. So a lot of the characters, it's kind of just fucked. I mean, the lore is not important on a lot of them. It's just that, you know, it's weaving into the like animation that they're changing and stuff. And then like with Brittle Mert, you know, she's literally in, she's supposed to be in like a getup that she's never in otherwise and things like that, right? So like Tomomoto you could fix really easy. Like that one's you could do. But a lot of them it actually be a lot of extra work. They're just not going to do. I mean, they can't be bothered to do animation updates anymore. So they're certainly not going to do any of that stuff. Man, it sucks. I'm not exaggerating. I loved animation updates in FGO. One of my favorite things. And there's all these like old characters that I really like Blood Axe. That it was so nice to be able to look forward to. It's like, yeah, someday Blood Axe is finally gonna get his animation update, and you know, it's something to look forward to see what it is. And there's Darius and Mozart and Shakespeare, and it was such a nice thing to look forward to. And then now they just don't do them. I mean, it's been well over a year now, and they haven't done a single one, even though they've had insanely good opportunities to do. I mean, it sucks, man. Like, you know, Saber Gilius, you know, Gilles de Reyes, he's not one of my favorite characters, but I'd be excited to see his animation update, right? And then you know you're that much closer to, man, it's so lame too, because almost all the characters I wanted to get animation updates never got them. Billy never got one, Sansa never got one, Darius never got one, Mozart never got one. Those are, and you know, Blood Axe, these are like my top picks, dude. And I'm not exaggerating, those are like my top picks, they always have been. And none of them got animation updates. Like, hardly anyone I like super hype ever got an animation update. And like Ku did, but that was one of the oldest animation updates, so it was never that great. One of the most hype ones that ever happened was Tesla. But I love Tesla, but you know, he's kind of different than, like, he's not a low star, and I became a Tesla fan a lot later in FGO, right? Where I've like always liked Leonidas and Mozart, Darius, Billy. You know, I liked Darius and Billy before I even played the game. Like, I knew about them before I got into FGO, and I already liked them. So yeah, they like a lot of the characters, like a lot of the year 1 characters, even year 2. But yeah, a lot of them are year 1. But a lot of the year 1 characters kind of a special place in my heart, and they should, right? I think they should for the game. They're the original units, for fuck's sakes. And very few of them have gotten animation updates. I mean, like fucking Shakespeare doesn't have one, dude. Fucking William Shakespeare, one of the most famous people that has ever lived. Like, that is not an exaggeration. He is one of the most famous names on the planet. And he's a fucking 2-star caster with no animation update. Like, how is that a thing? Oh, and Proto-Ku, that's another one I've been looking forward to for a long time. All right, we're busting out Gil. Let's go overkill. Probably don't have a leveled Romulus over here. Sad as that is. Rip Valkyrie. And what I wish they had done, how they eventually got around to doing an Ushi event, they should eventually get around to doing a Shakespeare event and a Mozart event. I mean, they're so worth it. Like, what, you can't think of how to make an event themed around one of the most famous musicians or famous writers that have ever lived? Like how uncreative are you, right? Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know how the fuck Jalter hasn't gotten an animation update. That one blows my mind. Because she's so popular, and she's a waifu, and like there's plenty of money to be had there. But they've kind of used it up because she's been rated up so many times now. Most people that wanted her coins and stuff probably have them by now. I mean, I'm sure you could convince some people if she came out with good animations and all that, but... They're not servants, and they almost took 200,000 damage. And that was self-buffs only. Oh, I love Gil, dude. Chat. I'm sure someone's gonna disagree, but what I'm about to say, I very much believe. If there's no plot armor, right? That's definitely necessary. There needs to be no plot armor, because plot armor beats everything. Let's just be honest. Whatever the writer wants goes, right? But what Gilgamesh and Enkidu do at the start of Fate Strange Fake would kill every servant in Fate Zero and in Fate Stay Night combined, other than Gilgamesh himself, obviously, but they're all dead. Like, they're like, and not even close. Like, Hercules is super tough and all that. He never had that many swords coming at him. I mean, that just so dead. Like, not a chance. Avalon doesn't count because Saber doesn't have Avalon. Like, if by some miracle, and Shiro doesn't even know how to use it. Like, first off, you know, again, Artoria canonically does not have Avalon. She just doesn't. That's a canonical thing about Artoria. She does not have Avalon. And then even in Fate Stay Night, you know, with Shiro there, he doesn't know how to use it. It is a very rare and specific set of circumstances that allow that to happen. So if you just plop down the cast of Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero there, they're all dead. All of them. The one that has the best chance is Alexander the Great if he actually gets his NP off, but they absolutely have enough swords to that would be tough though. I mean, that is a lot of guys, I gotta say, and they're not bitches. If Alexander's dudes had their noble phantasms, because they actually have noble phantasms if you read, they just can't materialize them. If they had their noble phantasms, most of his guys are skilled enough because they're proper servants. They are proper servants. They have stats and everything. They're very experienced with combat and stuff. So if each individual only has to deal with a few swords coming at them, they'd probably be all right. But because they don't have noble phantasms, that's not going to happen. Also, Gil's got a bunch of noble phantasms in there that they are literally mountain shattering noble phantasms and stuff. So that's hard to deal with. But yeah, they're all dead. Yeah, they are all dead. Like, you just pop them down in the middle of that desert, and Gil and Enkidu just unload on all of them like that. They're all dead. Like, they're not a chance. Like, there's no world where like Lancelot is going to be able to, you know, block that many shots, right? Like, not even close. What about APOC? They're probably dead too. Like, Karna takes 90% less damage, but he's getting hit by like 10 billion swords. And a lot of them have curses and effects, and they explode. And, you know, some of the, you got like, you know, Durandal with the miracles and all this. There's so much bullshit, you know, coming out of, you know, both Gil and Enkidu there. You're probably dead. You know, he could probably live a while. I mean a while. It's not like he's gonna live for an hour or anything. But, you know, he could, you know, probably do something to not immediately die. But, I mean, most servants, even very impressive servants, you're just going to... saying a pin cushion does not do that shit justice, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've always said, if Gil is being completely serious, which he never is, but if Gil is being completely serious, because even against Enkidu, he's not going all out. Now, he's going, you know, potentially about, and we don't know for sure if that's 100% Gate of Babylon, or if he can go, you know, harder than that. But that's the hardest Gate has ever gone. But, you know, if he was truly going all out, he can materialize shields around himself. He can get on his flying machine while powering up Aya, while firing Gate, right? With the automated defense system activated, right? He can spawn portals by the enemy, right? Like, he can get a lot more ham than he was. Now Gate might have been as wide as it gets, so I mean, we don't know, but yeah, you're pretty dead. Ku is not, like, again, Ku might live like 3 seconds, right? Where everyone else just dies instantly, but like, There's no world for protection from air. Like, do I need to bring up the clip? I mean, my God, there are so many fucking noble phantasms on the screen. You see more noble phantasms than space, right? Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? And like, obviously, if you read the visual novel, it's not like this in the anime, but in the visual novel, protection from arrows is like physics defying. Like, it allows Ku, it says this, like, Ku's lance moves in impossible ways to allow him to block all the projectiles, right? So it's like a physics-defying ability. So even if Ku can like perfectly block even like 1 trillion projectiles coming at him from every angle imaginable, right? They're exploding and shit, right? And some of them can teleport and all this other nonsense. And it says on protection from arrows, it does not defend from like projectiles that like blow up next to Ku, right? He can deflect them and block them as much as he wants, but if they blow up on impact or anything like that, or if they go rocketing to the ground next to him and blow up and things like that, it doesn't protect against that. And when you have that many fucking projectiles coming at you, you know, things are going to be exploding and he's probably going to die. Now, again, Ku might live a little bit, you know, because he's got runes in his armor that activate automatically, and it says he can block great noble phantasms, right? So Ku's not going to get like one shot, but yeah, he's not living that, and he's never going to be able to move either. And pretty much everyone else is just dead as shit. I mean, like, seriously, all 100 Hassans would be dead instantaneously, right? They're just gone, right? They can't do anything, right? You're just completely dead there. Like, and Hercules will die super fast. Like all of his lives and everything, just that many projectiles, you're dead pretty quick. And, you know, if any of them happen to be Caliburn or what's the original sin? I always forget the name of that one, but you know, Sword in the Tree or whatnot. That fucking one-shots Herc. So yeah, it's not great. Also, Enkidu's come out of the ground. Like, do you realize how awkward that is? Like, imagine you have, you know, like it raining death. I don't think puts in perspective like truly what's happening with Gate of Babylon there. But you've got, you know, justice reigns from above. Right, from Gilgamesh. That's just absolutely ridiculous how many projectiles that is, right? And then you while dealing with that, you have equally as many projectiles coming from below you. Like, what in God's name? Or no, it's not Graham. He has Graham or Garm, but that's a different one. That one is, I think, actually stronger than Caliburn, though. But the other one is stronger than it. That one, like mulch or something, whatever the fuck. But yeah, Sword in the Tree. But anyway, that one is stronger than both Graham and Caliburn. And it can just straight up one-shot Hercules, which is kind of bullshit, but, you know, fucking Nasuverse. I'm trying to think. Diarmid, super dead. Yeah, Lancelot, super dead. Alexander forgot his NP off. Could you live for a while, but still definitely dead. Yeah, San's dead. I mean, they would die even if he was like stealthed, right? He just died of collateral. Bizet's Omega dead. That doesn't even count as like their trump card, so she couldn't do her counter. Like, so fucking dead. And she's a human. That's not what we're talking about. Servants here. Kojiro's Omega dead. That was just sad. He doesn't even have a noble phantasm, so like his sword will break from one projectile. So good luck. Yeah, they're all dead. Yeah, they're all Omega dead. And then Apoc, you know, Karna could live a bit. Achilles could live a bit. And I mean, Achilles could actually flee. Funnily enough, if Achilles wanted to, he can move so fast that he could just leave the entire area before, you know, it should hit the fan. So if he wanted to escape, he could survive. But I pretty much everyone from Apoc is dead here, unless Adam maybe in stage 3. I mean, Adam in stage 1 I think would get pulverized. Like, even though he can regenerate like so quickly, I'm pretty sure there's just so many fucking projectiles that I'm pretty sure they could kill Adam without like doing the gimmick, essentially. So yeah, stage 1 Adam, I don't think so. Maybe stage 2 Adam, but we never see stage 2 Adam. Astolfo's dead as fuck. Not even close. Like that, they're just so dead. Yeah, Achilles' shield would last a while. That would last a bit. It would not last forever by any means. Like they would, I mean, again, because they don't stop. They didn't run out of ammo or anything. I mean, they're going to keep going for a very long time. Like they will absolutely get through that shield. But that's one of the better ways of actually stalling. So Apoc would probably last longer, I mean, I actually absolutely. APOC would absolutely last longer than Face Tonight and Fate Zero combined, because Achilles would last a while if he was a team player. Karna could last a little bit with his armor and his, you know, mana explosion and all that kind of stuff. Like he could survive that for a while. Pretty much everyone else is fucked pretty quick though. But yeah, Achilles could save the team for a bit. They're not winning by any fucking means though, like not a chance. But yeah, they actually could survive a little while. Gilia's monster would be dead. They would literally turn it into pulp. Like, Gil firing just a few projectiles at it fucked up the monster really badly, but it could just regenerate. But that was like 3 projectiles. Now, granted, those were like projectiles that he actually, you know, cared, like he actually like thought about it, kind of. He picked projectiles from Gate that he thought would be effective against a giant blob. So they're described in the book as mountain-shattering noble phantasms, and you can see that when they hit the monster, they do massive damage, like way more than just like some random projectile. But that means he's got more projectiles like that, and Enkidu has projectiles like that, and with that, I mean, literally, they could kill it faster than it regenerates, like with that many projectiles, absolutely. I mean, that shit was ridiculous, right? And it's not just the anime, by the way, that's not like creative license of the anime, that is absolutely what they do in the book and the manga. Like they're firing faster than like ever before, and they're firing more than ever before. So like they'd be very dead. Jonah Arc would probably survive during her shield, unless, you know, they fire some weird projectile that gets around it, which they probably could do. But if they're not thinking about it, if Enkidu and Gil are just randomly spamming and they're not like cherry picking projectiles to counter, she could survive during the duration of it. But as soon as the shield goes down, she's dead. And, you know, they probably do have things that they could use to get around it. Because, I mean, the shit they have in Gate is absurd. By the way, Gate doesn't take mana, by the way. This question comes up a lot by people that don't, like, know, like, the lore really well. And yeah, all of Gil's NPs don't take mana. And it's because they're, the reason most NPs take mana is because they're not real. They're not the real Noble Phantasm. Although some of them still take, even if they were real, presumably would take mana, but I'll get into that. But anyway, his Noble Phantasms are not created by the Throne of Heroes, right? They're not being material, because most things that servants do, they're using mana to materialize it, right? Where Gil uses a tiny bit of mana, this is what it says, like his character material. He uses just a little bit of mana to activate Gate of Babylon to give him the connection to his treasury. But it's the real treasury. It's like the physical, actual treasury. So all the Noble Phantasms he's firing are real. They're just real objects. They're just physical things that just exist, right? So it doesn't require mana. So the mana consumption is actually tiny. And then Gil actually has like more mana than like any servant ever, because they've never explained this, by the way. They just allude to it, but they don't say what it is. But they don't need to, because Gate just has has everything. It's basically every item that ever was. So he's got some kind of way to like get mana. He says in the visual novel Fate Stay Night that he actually didn't need any help from Kodamine staying in the world. He just like flattered Kodamine by like accepting his help for giving him mana. But he's not being a dick. He's serious. He does not need help. And then like he doesn't say how, but originally he says he doesn't want to kill Shiro because it'll just be annoying to keep Saber in the world without him. But then when Shiro pisses him off, he's like, okay, well, you're dead and I'll just keep her in the world myself. He doesn't say how. And for anyone else trying to keep like to him, it's like just like an inconvenience, right? But like generally you can't, if you kill Shiro and you don't become Saber's new master, you would have no way of keeping her in the world. She'll fade away really quickly. But Gil he doesn't say what it is, but he's like, yeah, there's just, you know, it'll be an inconvenience, but I guess I'll just keep a servant materialized. But it's, you know, probably just some bullshit in Gate, like some, you know, Noble Phantasm that makes mana or whatever, or drains mana, or, you know, mana potions, or, you know, whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, Gil just has bullshit mana. You know, having access to like every item that, you know, ever existed is actually overpowered, chat. Yeah, he has multiple grails inside of Gate, and they don't explain that either. And presumably, though, and actually, all of this is believable, right? So, you know, Gil's Gate of Babylon, it's not like servant specific. It's just Gate of Babylon, right? So if you somehow could materialize 2 Gilgameshes, they would have access to the same Gate of Babylon, right? They'd have to share the treasury. And so if Gil, you know, gains something as a servant, it's there for the other Gilgameshes, right? So if Gilgamesh puts like a Ford car inside a gate of Babylon, another Gilgamesh could pull it out of the vault. I'm serious. He can do that. I forgot what the question was here, but I gotta find it again. But anyway, yeah, all the items, you know, in Gate are real, and yeah, they're shared between summons and that kind of thing. Yeah, Gil's pretty broken, and people act like it's just, you know, made up nonsense. It's really not, though. Like it's actually like what the fucking story in real life is about. You know, him having all the items of the world. Yeah, I haven't seen Ilya, but I've heard they do that. I think it's like, because someone has like Gilgamesh's class card, right? Which makes them kind of like a copy of Gilgamesh, right? That's kind of how the Ilya verse works. And then like Kid Gil is there, and they have to share Gate of Babylon or something. I think that's what it is. I've not seen it, so I don't entirely understand, but I'm pretty sure that's the deal. Well, that's correct. I mean, like Ilya verse is kind of its own thing, but that is how it works. I mean, I don't blame people for not wanting to watch it. I can name a lot of reasons to not want to watch that. Oh yeah, the Grails. That's what someone was asking about. So if Gilgamesh wins, and you got to remember, there's all, you know, the Throne of Heroes is outside of space time, right? So you have all these alternate timelines and alternate world lines. You got the Fate prototype stuff. So it's not like every world line is like Fate, right? With like the Angra stuff and the mage families making the Grail system and stuff. You have other Grail systems like in Prototype that are just different, right? If Gilgamesh is summoned to any of this nonsense and he wins the Grail War, he's not going to use it. He's just going to throw it in Gate and not give a shit, right? With the exception of like Unlimited Blade Works, but that, you know, that's not normal circumstances. So yeah, he'll just throw it in Gate, and then that's it. And so that's why he's got them in there. But then also there's probably just other, just like how you've got Caliburn, Garm, or Graham or whatever, and then Original Sin, right? There's, you know, other versions of the Grail. It's not like it's the only time there's ever been an item like that. You know, wish-granting devices are in plenty of legends and stuff. So he just probably just has other ones that are like really similar to it and whatnot. And actually, some of them are probably stronger than the Grail system because the Grail system's not the real Holy Grail, right? They're fakes. So Gil probably has things that are better than some of those fakes. But yeah, Gil literally just has random Grails inside a Gate of Babylon. He doesn't want the Grail because he needs it. He wants it out of principle because it's his anyway. That's literally what Gil's on about. It's not like he has any need of it. But yeah, that's why he gives you a Grail, and like the anime didn't make that up. Gil just gives you a Grail in Babylonia. Like it's not the one from the Singularity or anything. He's just like, oh, here, have a Grail. Like, he's sure, right? And he's probably just got like a fuckload of them. So yeah, he doesn't give a shit. And yeah, apparently Enkidu, that's again not an anime thing, that's in the book as well. And apparently Enkidu can transform into something like a wish-granting device. So he doesn't have any need of it either if he actually wanted it. Yeah, he probably does have an NP that can duplicate NPs. That's such an obvious effect. And when you have every item ever, of course one of them does something like that. So yeah, probably. That's probably not though, because people have often, and I have, like, mused why there's certain like items in Gate that are like, he's got that one NP that blows itself up and it's not supposed to be used again, but Gil has literally canonically used it multiple times. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Now it could just be some like other version of it that's very similar to it, right? It's not necessarily like that literal NP, but he most likely has something that repairs his NPs. And that's so easy, because Nasu said this. Nasu said there's an NP inside a Gate of Babylon that allows them to teleport back to Gate. Because it looks like they're dematerializing, like their mana, right? Like you see that in Fate Zero when they're stuck in the ground and they glow like gold and they disappear. So it makes you think they're like normal servants, right? But they're not. Like the thing that's doing that is some other noble phantasm like pulling them back. So if he's got something like that, it's presumably he just has like something to repair them. And he would obviously need that. Like, it's not like Gil's gonna spend every you know, every waking moment, you know, getting the rust off of his swords, right? Something's got to be keeping them in pristine shape, right? So there must be like probably many noble phantasms that are like blacksmith oriented and whatnot. That because the thing about Gil is they don't have to be famous, right? They don't have to have been an item that became famous to be accepted into the Throne of Heroes. It's just literally anything, really. So he's gonna have a lot more like mundane stuff in there as well. And then what they say with Enkidu, and this is kind of a cop-out, but what they did with Enkidu is basically, and it makes sense, but it is a little silly, because they wanted Enkidu just to be so similar to Gil, but like different, is, you know, what he does is he doesn't have these noble phantasms, but he's connected to the earth, and the earth basically makes them, right? He basically makes items like blacksmithing style out of like the clay that the earth gives him, right? And they're, surprise, surprise, they're of like, you know, the same quality as Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, right? Like, what a coincidence. But they're not technically noble phantasms. They're not famous either. They're just things he can create. And he presumably, he can just bestow upon them any effect that, relative to Gate of Babylon. Because they say he can have like all these like diverse effects and stuff, just like Gate. So he can probably just give them whatever he wants. And I would imagine when he's spamming, he probably just makes it random, or I don't know what, I don't know how I don't think Nasu's thought about that, but like I don't know how the logistics would work if you create like, you know, 1,000 swords at the same time. How would you have to make presets? Like I don't know how that really works, but anyway, yeah, ARAM, let's go. But yeah, they're said to they have the equivalent of Gate, right? If Gate's got some bullshit effects, Enkidu can create it essentially. Now, logically, there should be some apples and oranges in there, right? But I don't know how much logic they use for this kind of thing. Yeah, Control C, Control V. I don't know how Enkidu feels about Chains of Heaven, honestly. And this is my guess. They've never said, but, you know, Gil talks to the Chains of Heaven, or talks about the Chains of Heaven like they're Enkidu. Right, and you gotta remember, they might retcon some of this because it's not really retconning because they never confirmed anything. And Nasu does this a lot, where he leaves a bunch of breadcrumbs and he can fill it in where he wants, right? They have never been explicit about what the deal is with Chains of Heaven with Gilgamesh, right? But obviously they were Enkidu's originally, right? So Gil probably got them after Enkidu died. But they have always implied, right, especially before Fate Strange Fake, they had always implied that there's almost like a lingering presence of Enkidu in them, right? And he kind of refers to them in that way, right? So it's almost like Enkidu, what was left of Enkidu was put in the chains or something like that. That's why, and they've kind of forgotten about this. This was in Fate Stay Night, and this was really cool because this was like kind of some original, like, you know, cool lore that you like the kind of hardcore fans would drop on the casual fans, right? When there wasn't a lot of Fate lore, and there was very little of it, is everyone would see Aya, right, in the visual novel or in Dean Stay Night, and it's like, oh my god, Aya's the shit, right? But in the like character bios of Fate Stay Night, it says that Aya isn't Gil's most trusted NP. It's his second most trusted NP. His most trusted NP is Chains of Heaven. Right, and a lot of that I think is because of the connection to Enkidu and stuff, and also, you know, they scale up the nastier the enemy is with divinity and all that, right? So they can allow you to beat people that you otherwise would have no chance of beating, right? Which is kind of a big deal. Now they've kind of lost that because they keep wanting to like make chains not so strong. Because you got to remember, back in Fate Stay Night, you didn't have any gods, right? It was just demigods, so they didn't have that much divinity. And so it was kind of like wanting you to envision this what if scenario that was never going to be, right? That like you know, chains get stronger the more divinity you have, and so things that might actually scare Gilgamesh, Chains of Heaven would actually be more useful to him, right? But they've kind of forgotten about that because now they're like, well, if they're like a, you know, Tiamat or whatever, the Chains of Heaven won't work. But then it's like, then why would Gil actually trust Chains of Heaven more than Aya then? right? And I think they kind of just forgot, to be honest. They didn't really like plan that out very well, because back in the day they were okay with Chains of Heaven being implied to be like that, where now, right, they want the new thing to not get shit on, right? If they want to introduce some new god you've not seen before, they want it to seem like the biggest, baddest threat, you know, of all time, so they don't want, you know, Chains of Heaven's just shitting on it, right? No, King Hassan does not have divinity, but Gil really would not need Chains of Heaven for that. But he's not a king either. He's just more like a, you know, like a title, like with the king chef in the kitchen or whatever. I mean, Chains of Heaven did work on Tiamat, but it didn't work as well as you would expect them to, right? Like, because a lot of things that have divinity just can't get out of them, right? Like Hercules can barely get out of them, but his divinity is actually not like, it's high, but it's not like that high, and his strength stat is higher. Like Hercules' physical strength stat is higher than his divinity stat, and it still requires Hercules a lot of effort to get out of them, and you know, it's kind of implied that he really needs to be like really motivated, right? And it's supposed to just be like this incredible feat that Hercules can do that, right? And that's with his strength stat being higher than his divinity stat, right? But so if you had higher divinity than Hercules, right, generally you're fucked, right? But they've kind of dialed that back a bit, right? I think just because they don't want Chains of Heaven just shitting on everything that has divinity, right? Because then if Enkidu or Gil show up ever, right, it's just GG. Now, people oftentimes assume that Enkidu's Chains of Heaven are better than Gil's, and it's actually possible that they're weaker. That's actually totally possible, because like maybe with Enkidu dying or Enkidu like soul being absorbed by them or whatever the fuck is going on, because they seem to have like Enkidu, the chains seem to have like by the way, they're named Enkidu, that's the thing, but anyway, you know, they seem to be somewhat alive, so yeah, they might actually be stronger, but we don't really know, but I wouldn't presume that they're stronger. Yeah, Herc has really high divinity, but like you can have higher than A, you can have A+, you can have EX, so on and so forth, and his strength is even higher than that. Where like, I think Karna, because people always say Karna, if Herc can get out, Karna can get out. That's actually probably not true, because Karna, I think, has the same divinity as Herc. It might actually be higher, but it's either the same or higher, but then his strength stat is lower. And Hercules could barely get out of them, and that was like this huge feat that he could get out of them. So Karna's probably fucked. No, King Hassan's not a god of death, no. You know, he has that vibe about him, right? And he's got abilities that would, you know, I'm sure Hades would approve of, and such, but he is just, some spooky assassin that's really, really strong and got a crazy NP and stuff, and he may have some kind of connection to a god of death, right? Or an angel of death or something. He may have some kind of connection to one, but he himself is not a god of death. And King Hassan is very powerful, but I will say he is one of the most exaggerated characters of all time. And part of that is because he was summoned as a grand for a while, and any grand is obviously, and they say this crystal clear, they straight up say this in London, that, you know, it's not a matter of the servant being stronger, right? It's not like Solomon is a better Magus than Medea. Like, he's actually not in many respects. But it's just inherent to the summoning system. The grand summoning system is just a better summoning system than like the Grail summoning system. So anyone summoned by the grand summoning system is just inherently stronger than they regularly would be, right? By a lot. So, you know, anyone that gets summoned as the Grand Lancer or a Grand Saber or a Grand Assassin is just going to be way stronger than what you typically see out of servants. Now, of course, there are regular servants too that, you know, do crazy shit like Enkidu and whatnot, but yeah, that's not normal. So that's kind of, people have conflated that. People have conflated the grand stuff that King Hassan did with just like his inherent servant self, which is incorrect. Same for Romulus. Romulus in Lost Belts 5 is significantly stronger than if you summon him in like a Grail War or something by a very large margin, and it's because the Grail War will just summon him like a regular servant, where if the world summons him, it's summoning him as a Grand Lancer, and then he's way stronger. And no joke, I doubt Sanson meets the criteria to be a Grand. Actually, I know he doesn't, because they actually say the Assassin class is unique, and that as of right now, the only Grand Assassin candidate is King Hassan. Now, what people mess up, it's not like because King Hassan is the grand candidate, that doesn't mean anytime you summon him, he's a grand. It doesn't work that way. He has to be summoned by like the fucking planet to be summoned as a grand, right? If you summon King Hassan in like a regular Grail War, he's just going to be an assassin, right? But anyway, the assassin is just unique in that only King Hassan meets the requirement, right? He's the only one. It's unique like that. But even if for some reason, if Sanson could be summoned by the grand system, he would be crazy fucking strong. Like he would be nuts. Like he'd put every regular assassin to shame that I can think of. Yeah, he's a grand in Camelot, and then he's kind of like a lingering grand in Babylonia. They say he like uses up his like grand status to get to Babylonia, and then to put a concept of death on a being as powerful as Tiamat, right? Because like presumably he wouldn't be able to do that as just a regular assassin, even though he knows how. Like he knows the technique. But I don't think he'd have like the authority to do it. But he pretty much exhausts his grand summoning to do that. And apparently he's like renounced his candidacy to be a grand assassin, which I don't really understand. I'm not even sure that he really thought that one through. It's actually kind of weird. I mean, the thing is, Kojiro is more like a Saber than actually King Hassan is. King Hassan is still pretty assassin-like. Now, he does it in kind of a weird way, but, you know, he still is invisible to anyone but his target. Now, obviously, that's not very stealthy to his target, but, you know, that's still very assassin-like, right? So, I mean, and, you know, he still tries to gank Ozzy. Right? He still tries to assassinate him. So he's still pretty assassin-like. From what I understand, Tez was just like bullshitting. I mean, like Tez is really strong and stuff, but he's not a grand. Now he might be a candidate because, like, for example, like Achilles is potentially a candidate for Grand Rider, right? Like now they haven't said that, but like because anyone can be. We don't know who the candidates are. But it's not like when it's summoned in APOC, he wouldn't have been a grand there, even if he is a candidate to be a grand rider, right? And that's the thing that messes everyone up. People, for some reason, think people are like inherently a grand all the time, even though they've never said that in the story ever, like ever. They never even hinted at that. They have always been really clear about this, but the community has just always fucked it up really bad. But yeah, King Hassan is kind of a weird assassin, but he is pretty assassin. Like when you look at his toolkit, it makes sense that he's an assassin. Now, that being said, if, you know, his gank attempt fails, or he gets, you know, caught out or whatever, and for whatever, you know, or he just wants to, you know, fight head on, you know, he's more capable of that than, like, you know, Curse Arm is, right? Like by a lot. But it's not like he's the best, you know, melee combatant that ever existed. And people think he's so good because he does really well against Gwaine, but he does really well against Gwaine because Gwaine is a fucking Saber and King Hassan is a grand assassin, right? What's actually impressive there is the fact that Gwaine didn't just get completely shit on, right? Like that's actually the impressive bit there. Because if you have Assassin King Hassan and Grand Saber Gwaine, right, that's just going to be a complete, you know, shit show. They've already said Artoria can be a Grand Saber. Presumably, like, you know, there's always actually we already know the only class that only has one Grand candidate is Assassin. Right? So we know Artoria is not the only Grand Saber candidate, right? She's never been summoned as a Grand, but she can be, and we know that because she was going to be in Lost Belt 6. And she kind of is with, you know, the fucking caster version. But anyway, we know she is a candidate for it. And we probably will see her get summoned as it at some point, but we have never actually seen it happen. But because they said that Assassin is the only one, where there's only one Grand, we know there's other Grand Sabers. And what they said was, like, which Grand gets summoned is highly influenced based on, like, the circumstances, right? So in Greece, right, you're going to get Orion for the Grand Archer because he's Greek, right? But if you're in, like, in Germany, right, you're gonna get someone, I don't know who you're gonna get, but you're gonna get someone else, right? And so on and so forth, right? And so for, like with Artoria, she was gonna be summoned in, you know, Britain, or air quotes Britain. That's why she'd get summoned. But, you know, if you're off in, you know, the Middle East, maybe, or, you know, America, or China or something, you're very unlikely to get Artoria, right, as a grand. So yeah, they straight up said that which grand you get is very influenced, you know, based on the circumstances and the area. Did they explain why Romulus is summoned? To be, I mean, he is Queen, sorry, how you say it? Like that's just another name for him. Like that's just another story of Romulus. It's just like another name for him. There's some stories of Romulus where he's not just like a ruler of Rome, where he becomes a, you know, the god of Rome. Now that never spread as much as, you know, a lot of the other myths and stuff, but that's just a thing. That's just, there are versions of Romulus where he becomes the god, right? Like the god. So yeah, that's where that comes from. And then the reason he's being summoned into Greece is, one, because there's a, you know, a real connection between their mythologies and stuff. And obviously, you know, Rome defeated Greece, and you know, your connection to, you know, your Roman servants and all that stuff as why. And you're using, you know, like Caligula as a catalyst and these kinds of things. But actually the wonky thing is he's actually not normally a Grand Lancer, if I remember correctly. He's not typically, it's not that he's not like worthy of it or something. It's just whatever the, you know, criteria under the hood is, it's just Romulus just isn't that criteria. It's actually very like specific circumstances that he's a Grand there. Like generally you would summon a different Lancer as a Grand Lancer there. But yeah, you know, weird circumstances. But they basically say it's very unlikely he'd ever get summoned as a Grand again. And that being said, they'll probably have it in the finale or something, but... I don't know what the hell they're going to do with Assassins, though. And I don't even know why. I don't really get why they had... I actually think it's because they hadn't fully flushed out the summoning system. I really don't get, like, why King Hassan, like, gave up his Grand candidacy, right? Because what would have made sense is for him to, like, smack Tiamat, he had to use up that summon, right? So he's, you know, gone, right? Or he gets demoted to a regular assassin, right? Like that's fine. But then why does that mean he can never be summoned as a Grand again? That doesn't make sense to me, because from what I understand, that's the circumstances, is he's like retired. Now, if they want it to be like he's just tired and is done and wants to rest or whatever, that's fine, but that's not really what they implied. It just doesn't really make sense to me for like him to do like some super attack. It means he can never be re-summoned as a Grand. I don't get that. And I don't think they really thought it through. I think they kind of thought at the time, they kind of thought about it, like he burned himself up and, you know, and it wasn't like, you know, he was just one candidate or something. I don't know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. But, I don't know what they're gonna do about that though. Like they're obviously going to though, because they keep begging the question. Like Natsu like brought attention to it in that interview a little while ago, because he was like, you know, no other assassin has met the requirements yet, or something like that. I can't remember quite how he worded it, but they're really like, you know, begging the question on that one. So yeah, we'll see what happens. However, I do like that the way they used the, King Hassan being the only Grand. That's actually a really like fun way to explain something that's always been hard canon. And that's if there's no fuckery, right? Now, mind you, there's almost always fuckery, and even a normal Magus can generally figure out how to like fuck with the Grail, like rules, right? It's not like that hard to break the rules. But if there's no fuckery and you're following the Grail summoning system, you will always get an Hassan. Always. Right? And the Grail summoning system is derivative of the Grand summoning system, right? And so that was a kind of a fun way to connect it, you know, back to the original lore, because I'm sure they hadn't thought about it at the time. But King Hassan being the only candidate for Grand Assassin is a great explanation for why a derivative system of it always summons an Hassan, right? Like that's actually pretty clever. So I like that. However, you know, obviously they almost never summon Hassans these days, so there's always an exception happening. Also, they might make it where if a new assassin meets the requirement, right, like whatever they have to do with their saint graph or whatever, to be a candidate, they'll probably then get rid of the rule. So if they made a Grail War happen in like 2030, right, it wouldn't have the same rule set as like the earlier Grail Wars, like earlier in the timeline or whatever. Which is kind of weird because the Throne of Heroes is outside of space-time and stuff, but, you know, tell that to the writers. Yeah, it's a man-enforced rule, but, like, you know, the Grail system is a man-made system, so that's why it can be broken, right? Like, it's not hard to break the rules, but it is part of the rules that they put in there. And, like, that it probably exists because of King Hassan. Now, I don't think they thought of that at the time, right? But I think they kind of reconnected it that way. It was like a convenient thing they could do. Well, there is a new Hassan coming in Fate Strange Fake, and there's another new Hassan in Fate Lost, which, you know, the first book just came out. We don't actually know if she's an Hassan, but she does have the mask. Now, she could be a faker, right? She could be someone that's, like, you know, copying the cult or was, like, you know, influenced by it or whatever, or an actual pretender class, too, right? There's stuff like that. And, you know, Fate likes to be, you know, fancy just to be fancy. Right? Yeah, or a candidate again, although they shouldn't have the skull if they're just a candidate. But maybe they failed and they got mad and like, I am an Hassan, right? You know, who knows? But yeah, we'll see. They like to, though, not be normal. Although that writer actually does like to do normal stuff, I find a lot, like more grounded stuff. So I'm hoping it's just an Hassan. I don't want it to be anything weird. I don't mind the Zealot, though, because the thing about the Zealot in Fate Strange Fake is they're very open about it from the beginning that she's not an Hassan, right? And it's more about the mystery. And this is, God, I will say, I really don't like them when I really have digested it, that the movie really could have done better with this. The movie, like I said, fucked up two things. It fucked up the Zealot's stuff and her master. I mean, they really did fuck it up. Like, I think they did that a disservice. And it's very hard to follow. And then they did a disservice to Aya, and that sucks. But I am annoyed at that. The lore around Zealot is quite fascinating, and they fucked it up, because this is what the book and the manga does, very successfully, right? So she gets summoned. Now, they do this in the movie, but just so briefly that it's really easy to not, like, absorb it. But, so, when she gets summoned, you know, they're like, huh, I thought the assassins were supposed to always be an Hassan. Now, that's like exposition. Now, thankfully, it's like elegant enough because it is pretty logical that they would be like, what the fuck? Because, you know, they're pretty knowledgeable, right? Like, they know what's going on. So it's a logical thing for them to be like, huh, that's kind of weird that she's, you know, clearly not an Hassan. But then she immediately starts using Hassan abilities, right? So what the writer is trying to do there, and I would say successfully does, is tell you she is not an Hassan, right away. And then immediately she's doing Hassan attacks for some reason. And not only that, and this is on purpose, they have her do the most recognizable Hassan attack out of all of them, right? Especially at the time, right? Maybe it's not anymore, but at the time, Curse Arms is the most recognizable one, right? That's completely intentional. Right, like they're trying to be like very clear that, okay, she's not an Hassan. Why is she doing Curse Arms Noble Phantasm? Right, they're wanting you to be like, it's a mystery, right? They're trying to get you, you know, interested. And the anime just didn't do a very good job of that. They really did. I mean, they didn't let it cook. They just did not let it cook, right? She just shows up. It's like one line. The fight scene is super brief. They don't even really show the fight scene. Right? They don't tell you, you know, the master's motivation and how his motivation changes because she like breathes new life into him and all that, right? Like they didn't nail it. They really didn't nail it. And yeah, it's not even a time crunch. It's a time restraint, right? Because it seems like they have the budget, right? It's that because if you look at the books and the manga, the fight between Enkidu and Gilgamesh happens a bit later. Right? It really shouldn't be within the first hour of the story. It just shouldn't. But they wanted it in the first hour of the story because they wanted the movie to have like a climax, right? So if you cut that fight with Enkidu and Gilgamesh, you know, it'd be, you know, kind of boring, right? So I think you can do two things here. I think you either flush out some of the other stuff and like you can make the fight scene with the Zealot awesome because she's fighting all those dudes, right? And they're you know, trained and stuff. You know, they're no servant, but they are absolutely no slouches. But you could have like really you know, flush that out to try to make that your climax. I mean, good luck, but, you know, you could do that. Or, and this is what I would have done, is I would have not shown any of the Zealot. Zip. None of it. You just completely cut that out to just give you more time to do the Gilgamesh and Kidu stuff, so that breathes more, right? Save the Zealot stuff for later, and then, you know, really... Because it sucks, man. I love Fate Strange Fake, and, like, the more I've seen it, and I like the movie. It was very enjoyable to watch, but I don't think it's pretty rough without the book for context. It really is. Because I already know that the Zealot's master is, like, on about, you know, like, he's so sick of life, he's so sick of the world, right? He wants to wake up Ort because he's done with it. And then seeing the Zealot and you know, having to reincarnate and all this, you know, really kind of reinvigorates him and, you know, gives him, like, a new look on life, right? It's really easy to not get that in the anime. It's not, especially his initial goals. They don't tell you at all. At all. They don't tell you anything. I think that's a real mistake. I really wish that stuff could have breathed, because both the book and the manga do better. Yeah, it sucks. And people act like it just has to be this way due to the constraints of anime. It doesn't. It really doesn't have to be this way. You know, you could have just not done the Zealot bit there. You can move that to, like, the first episode, right? Like episode 1 of the anime. You did not have to do it during the movie. And I'm just worried that the whole anime is going to have that pace. It shouldn't, because, you know, the movie is just the movie, and it has to have, like, a climax and stuff, so I kind of can understand it being a bit, you know, squished. But, like, if you need more episodes, they should just be given more episodes. Like the Witch from Mercury that I was just talking about earlier in the stream, right? It has the problem of its second season is trying to do too much in too little time, and so it feels very shallow, right? Like the world building is really weak, and it's not fleshed out. You know, it was very noticeable. Like, I've seen a lot of, like, mainstream fans that were watching the G-Witch anime, and a lot of people were like, yeah, this really feels like it needed more episodes. Yeah, this whole thing was just too condensed. And that's just getting really common with anime, and I'm worried that Fate Strange Fake from beginning to end is going to be like this, where they're just going to overly condense it. And I'm like, bro, you need time to let the books come out anyway. So this is the last time to be abridging, right? Like, don't do that. But I don't want to jump the gun yet. We need to we gotta see. You know, we have to see. Is this the boss? I want to do some Constantine for the boss here. But anyway, okay, no, the boss is next. The anime might be different because, you know, we don't know how many episodes they have. I swear to God, though, if it's only like 12 episodes or some shit, I'm gonna be mad. But yeah, I hope they just take a second to, you know, space things out a little better. Like, for the love, please don't rush. Like, how do you have, like, the only way you should rush is if you have no faith that it's going to be successful, right? But, I mean, Jesus Christ, I think it's one of the most safe bets that they have that Fate Strange Fake will do well. It's such a liked book series. There's so much hype behind it, and this is just not the time to, you know, lowball. Rip Zenobia. Yeah, it's been a while since they've really made an anime that felt flushed out and paced well and all that. Yeah, I really don't want Fate Strange Fate, because, like, I feel like Babylonia is the same thing, man. Like, they're just not, you know, the fight scenes are so brief and everything, and APOC was so bad. Oh my god, they way over condensed that. I do not want Fate Strange Fate to just be another anime like that. I mean, if I wasn't watching it as it aired, but so it's different, right? But as I was just watching G-Witch, I could tell so quickly, like, how rushed it was, because, like, the bit on Earth is just so fast. I mean, it's just like bam, 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 done, right? Like, that should have at least been 3 episodes. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's just crazy. Like, how condensed so many things were. Then it's like, boom, now he's at the head of a company. And like, there's just, things were just so escalated, right? And there was, like, no explaining anything. And, like, you kind of tell they were just rushing through it. the thing is, a lot of season 2 was being worked on before season 1, you know, even came out. So it's very likely that because Gundam's had kind of a dry patch. The G-Witch was the first mainline Gundam series in a long time. And actually, I'm really thankful that it did well, even though they rushed the shit out of it. Because, yeah, Gundam has not put out like a mainline series in a very, very long time. And when they had, since like Iron-Blooded Orphans, you know, they've kind of been struggling, other than Iron-Blooded Orphans, like that other G, whatever the fuck one, that did not do very well and stuff. And Age didn't do so well. But I don't think they had a lot of faith in it, right? And it's very common that you don't give it a big episode count and a big budget and stuff if you're on the fence about it. And I'm kind of worried that's where Fate Strange Fake is for some reason. I mean, Build Fighters is one of the most hated like anime series from like, Gundam fans, because, and rightfully so, it is just so shallow. Like it's like the most shallow thing ever. Like, and what I mean by that is, like, for example, let's say they have, you know, a mobile suit from Gundam Seed fight a mobile suit from Universal Century. None of their abilities even matter. The mobile suit is irrelevant, and you can just see this through every Build Fighter anime they've ever made, right? Like, none of the mobile suits matter. It's just generic attack, generic defense, generic armor. And that defeats like the whole purpose, right? And it's because they don't want to like start fan wars and whatnot. But it's just really shallow because of that. Like, none of the mobile suits feel like themselves. None of the mobile suits feel like they're even unique, right? It's just like all the beams are all the big guns are all basically there's no difference between the twin buster rifle and the satellite cannon, or, you know, any regular beam rifle is the same as any other regular beam rifle from another universe, right? It's all like generic and normalized. And, you know, it's just very, very shallow. Right now, some of the mech designs are really cool, right? You know, I'm not going to hate on the artists here. Like, the artists came up with some pretty nice designs. I think they found a good mix of, like, using the original canon design and then sometimes making, like, a new paint job and stuff like that. I think they found a really good mix of those things. So, you know, hats off to them for that. But, like, the plot are incredibly shallow. The mechs being represented are incredibly shallow. So it's, like, why even bother at that point? And generally speaking, what my opinion here is a very common, you know, opinion, and so it's not like they've been unpopular, and like the build series have been pretty cheap to produce from what I've seen, and they make decent enough money, and they incentivize buying the models and stuff, which is what they really want. But they're absolutely not mainline Gundam stuff, like not at all, right? Like, they're not even supposed to be. And they haven't made a lot of mainline Gundam stuff, and that's because Age flopped, and that other one I can't remember the name of flopped, right? They've had a lot of flops, so they kind of just, I think they didn't know how to handle Gundam. And I'll say Gundam is one of the most mismanaged IPs I've ever seen. It's unbelievable how poorly managed it is. It's just like when you look at a lot of the video games, there's just sloppy shovelware. You got this massive IP, it's huge in Japan, unbelievably iconic. There's so much love for it, and they just keep dropping the ball and fumbling over and over and over, and it's sad. Now, G-Witch, I think, is still a fumble to a degree, and a lot of the fans seem to agree with that. A lot of people are disappointed with Season 2. You know, it was just so, you know, it just way too rushed. But it's very likely that, because again, anime has to be made way in advance, right? So they were working on Season 2, and the thing is, you can't start working on Season 2 until you got your storyboards. You know, shit's set in stone way before, you know, they're actually drawing a lot of it. So, most of G-Witch was already set in stone, if not all of it was set in stone, before it got popular, before the fan reception, you know, hits. Right? So, I just don't think they had any faith in it. And I'm worried that's happening with Fate Strange Fate, because, like, they don't have a lot of faith in it. I don't know why. Everything Fate anime related is done really well, and the only stuff that's just done is the stuff that they've been phoning in recently, right? Like, all the, you know, Fate Zero was super well received, and the Blade Works was well received. You know, these things have done very, very well. There's no reason to think Fate Strange Fate would not, you know, be a big hit. Yeah, the Gundam merchandise has kept the series alive. Actually, with how badly managed it was for a while there, it's very likely that Gundam would have died if it wasn't for all the merchandise. But yeah, G-Witch did really, really well, and I don't think they were ready for it. I don't think they were ready for it at all. And you can see that because they didn't even have tie-ins ready for all of the relevant Gundam games at the time. right? And like, if you look at SD Gundam Battle Alliance, they never intended to add a G-Witch DLC to that. That was not part of like the DLC roadmap, and they added it after the fact because they're like, oh god, this is so popular. And yeah, there just hasn't been like any tie-ins and stuff. They were not ready to capitalize on the popularity, not at all, and they've let it slip through their fingers. So I'm glad, even though they botched the second season pretty hard, and I don't even like the first season, to be honest, but I'm very glad it did well enough because it'll put a lot of interest in the next project that they do. And then hopefully that one they'll try to do better. I saw the trailer for the Gundam Seed movie. I don't know why Lacus's lips look so weird. That was a thing. I don't remember what it was named though. Is there another thing? Because I know there was like something UC related that they were doing. Is that the one? Because if there's a trailer, I haven't seen that. I saw the poster, but that was it. It looked like, though, the Gundam Seed movie is going to be doing CGI. It's very stylized, and it looks better than a lot of the other CGI they've done. Like, it looks better than Gundam Origin, absolutely. But it could be better. I wish they would just draw it, for God's sakes. It's made in Unreal 5. That's a terrible idea. Oh god, that's a terrible idea. The best CGI I've seen... Okay, well, it depends. So Gundam Unicorn, a lot of people think is CGI. It's actually not. It has some CGI in it, but it's hybrid. They do a lot of like hybrid stuff in Unicorn. Now, there are some shots in Unicorn, like when Unicorn is transforming, that they just straight up use CGI. And that doesn't look very good. That aged kind of poorly. But the typical shots in Unicorn are hybrid stuff, and a lot of it is animated. But yeah, it's hybrid. But that looks much better, right? Like Gundam Unicorn looks way better than Gundam Origin. It's a complete blowout. So if they're gonna do CGI stuff, I wish they would do it Gundam Unicorn style. The thing is, from what I understand, Gundam Unicorn was really hard to make. Like, it was very high budget. It took a very long time. It's actually one of the more high budget things they've done, apparently. And so I guess they're just not like keen to repeat that. But I will say the CGI in what they showed from Gundam Seed looked decent. I don't think Gundam Seed is going to look... I don't think it fits a movie format. Because if you make a movie... Oh god, I'm looking at this Gundam thing. This looks terrible. This just looks like a video game. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll do a good job with it. It really does come down to, like, you know, good action, choreography, you know, good at camera angles, good voice acting, right? You can do it. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I don't think Gundam Seed fits the format of a movie at all, because like I think all they're gonna do is like some side story that can be done in an hour or two, right? That's gonna ultimately have begin and end and have nothing to do with anything. Right, if you want to like logically expand on Gundam Seed and really feel like the universe is going somewhere, I don't think a movie is a good idea. The only way you could do a movie is if it's a movie that is eventually, not soon, but it's supposed to lead to another movie or an anime or whatever, right? You're like, what are you gonna do in like an hour and a half or whatever to really add on to the Gundam Seed universe that's gonna mean anything, right? Like, you're just gonna make up some like rogue faction or bad guy that's just gonna rise and fall in the movie and that's it. I mean, who gives this shit, right? I don't know, if you just want to see cool mecha action, that's one thing, but like at that point, it doesn't need to be Gundam Seed. It could just be a new Gundam, right? So I'm annoyed that they're making a movie, but you know, we'll see. I'll have to wait. Oh yeah, they were thinking about making a live act. Okay, I don't want to counterclass. We're gonna go Constantine. Probably. Oh my god, dude, this game. Like, I need to do command codes, but I already know. Every time I think of that, it's like, okay, great. I have to hit the back button 30 times. I have to go through 5 loading screens, and then I have to, you know, take so long to do each command code and find the damn thing, and then I have to go back into the stage, which is like 5 more loading screens and all this other. It's just like, why? Why can't I just do the command codes from the fucking team screen? And the movie comes out and it's just slice of life. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they did that, though. Yeah, Lacus looked like she had bad plastic surgery. But you see some gens. You see some gens, and you can see, like, the art style and stuff. And it's definitely CGI, but it's very stylized. So it's hard to tell. We'll see. I do like the Seed mech designs, though. I wonder who's doing them, though, because a lot of the extra universe stuff for Seed is really extra, and the designs don't look very good. Like, they're just making them wacky and, like, extra bits just to have it. You know, like, trying to one-up the original series or something, and it's not clean. But yeah, Lacus looks awful in the trailer. It looks like she has, like, really bad plastic surgery. I've always thought this. Every time anime tries to do lipstick, it looks terrible. And it's because anime is inherently not as detailed, right? Like the way they do faces and everything. And it's fine. I guess that doesn't need to be more detailed, right? It looks fine the way anime is. But anime is inherently not as detailed. So when you do lipstick, it's like this giant extra bit of detail that doesn't sync up with literally everything else. Right, like within the anime, right? So it sticks out like a sore thumb. Doesn't work at all. It's not good. And for some reason, anime's been trying it forever, and they need to be stopped. And Perzu, thank you for the 25 months. Always polite, that one. All right. God, I can't stand doing command codes, dude. And you have to like stop and think like a lot to like not pick things that don't make sense and things like that, and it just takes so long. And then like I'm taking these off of Medusa, and then I'm gonna have to make a Medusa video later, and I have to put them back on her. I mean, it just fucking sucks, dude. Generally, if you have 2 Buster, 2 Art, I like doing heal boost on Art, because you're always happy to do an Art card, so it's easy to like have uptime on the heal boost. And then heal on Buster, because although Busters are really good, you can skip a specific Buster. If you have to use the other Buster card, it's no problem. Or you very well might want to do Art or something. I'm sure some anime has done lipstick where they like really downplayed it and it wasn't a big deal, but I cannot think of any time anime has ever done lipstick. I tell you what, the only time I can even think of where it like kind of works is if it's supposed to be something over the top, like Hisoka in Hunter x Hunter or something, right? Like clown makeup. But that's because you have all this other stuff going along with it, right? If it's just like a normal person, right, that just has lipstick and nothing else, it doesn't work very well. But yeah, like it works for Hisoka, but that's because he's so exaggerated and is more detailed than normal on everything, right? He's got like all the other makeup on his body and stuff, right? So it's fine. Let's see here. God, I love that hyper stare mode. It's so good. Chat, I've never watched JoJo. Like, I've seen a couple of, like, meme clips and stuff, but I've never watched it. It has never appealed to me. I'll probably do it someday. And I tell you what, if I was retired and I had a lot of free time, I would absolutely watch it. Like, if I was retired, I probably already would have watched it. But with the amount of free time I have and stuff like that, it's just, I'd rather watch something else, generally speaking. All right, we need George. I've not used Constantine in some time, and I still haven't gotten his first skill to 10. That's where I need that on a lottery. I should have played that last lottery event, but I just couldn't do it, man. My heart was not in it at the time, and I was really into, like, other games. And it was just so boring. And they didn't even have the boss fights. You know, if they'd had the real boss fights, I probably would have done it. But, like, I was just so not feeling it. Like, I only opened like 8 boxes on my main account, dude. That's like never happened before. All right, hi Medusa. I think she's just straight up debuff immune. It's either that or she's like stun immune, yeah, petrify immune. So I tried to stun her on my main account and it did not happen. All right, 400k at neutral is actually meaningful. Not the hardest, but this grass texture does look like PlayStation 1 grass effects. It's weird because they've literally made better effects than this before. What was that damage? Also, what happened? Did I not taunt or did she remove buffs or something? What the fuck? Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like Sonic Adventure. Like, what? Well. Huh. Game is too old. It's not. Yeah, fucking Arknights is the same game engine, and they don't have any of these problems. So it's not that. That's what everybody says, but that is objectively not the case. It is unironically a skill issue. You didn't taunt? Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. She didn't look like she buff removed. I can't even, dude, the code must be so bad. Oh my god, dude. There's so much wrong with this game. Anyway, I was gonna say this grass is like Sonic Adventure 2 graphics, but honestly, that's probably, it's probably worse. Like, Sonic Adventure 2 is probably better. It might depend though. Like, there are some textures in Sonic Adventure 2 that I think were pretty atrocious. Chat, I remember when I was young, me and my friend Kai the Gamer had an argument about if, so there's Sonic Adventure, right? Then there's Sonic Adventure 2. And then, because the Dreamcast died in 5 seconds, they instantly ported them to GameCube, and they made Sonic Adventure a DX, I think is what they called it. Something like that, Director's Cut or something. And then Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, right? But because back then the internet was a lot more basic, you didn't have Reddit and stuff. We were in like a disagreement about like canonically what order the games went in, right? Because we didn't know about the Dreamcast versions, right? And I was just like, the story makes way more sense, and it says Sonic Adventure 2, so 2 would mean it's second, right? And then my friend was just on about, you know, because DX is like, I don't know, like final or so. I don't even remember, some stupid shit, right? I had the better argument, by the way. I was also right, because Sonic Adventure 2 Battle does come after. But anyway, I just remember we had a big disagreement about like which one came first. Yeah, old local friendship days. Yeah, there was no like internet. You couldn't just like look this shit up, right? And you're just young and stupid, right? But I will say their naming scheme was pretty weird, because you go from Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and then let's remake these, okay? Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut or whatever. And then Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, right? Like this naming scheme makes no sense. But yeah, old days, man, old days. Let's see here. Rip my command codes. Whiffing both of them here. I love Constantine, dude. I wish they had done his NP better, but at least I'm in stage 3 anyway, so it coincidentally doesn't affect me too much. I haven't played a lot of the new Sonic games. Again, free time. I've heard they've gotten better because they got really bad for a while there, and I've heard they're kind of on an uptick now. Like, I've heard Generations is good, and like the new one is all right. And then all the other ones are mostly bad. That's kind of what I've heard. But I have not played like any of them. I have Generations, but it like when it came out, it ran so bad on PC, it like crashed all the time, and I couldn't play it. So I'm sure that's been patched though. I should try that. Yeah, I heard Forces was unspeakably bad. But like the little kids loved it, so it sold really well. Which that's like always the problem with Sonic, is making cheap shit actually sells to the idiot kids. There's something about kids that just love the kind of like humanoid but not exactly animal designs, dude. You know, it's like Winnie the Pooh and stuff. Kids just eat that shit up. So Sonic is able to make a lot of money while making horrible video games. So they're like, why put in the time and money and resources and effort and all this stuff and the muffins? But why do all that if we can just make garbage and have it, you know, be more successful? So I have Star Gen and NP down, so I'm gonna Buster Chain and just hope I get lucky and crit. Yeah, they remastered the second game before the first game because I think there was more hype around. I don't know why they did it that way, but yeah, that just added extra confusion to it. But it's not like we even knew that, by the way, right? We didn't know what order they were released in. We just found the one in the store first. By the way, that happened all the time. When I was young, that was so common that you would see a game in the store or whatever, and you didn't know if it was new or not. Like, if it just came out or if it came out months ago. Like, you didn't have YouTube videos and all this stuff. Like, it was so much less documented, and like, the marketing was so much more random and everything. Most games didn't even have trailers and stuff. So, like, I remember when I bought... And I'm not even sure now. When I bought Armored Core 4, I don't know if 4 Answer was already out or not. I don't know. Like, I just bought Armored Core 4 because it had mechs on it, and then I loved it, and then at some point I saw in the store an Armored Core 4 Answer, and I'm like, oh, is that more Armored Core? I liked that game. I'll get that one. I didn't know, right? Like, it's just, it's not the way the industry was back then, especially also when you're just young and stupid. You combine young and stupid and there being, like, almost no information on the internet. And also the video game industry was a lot smaller. Although I will say around Armored Core 4 Answer, it was just starting to pick up. Like literally right around Armored Core 4 Answer, you know, the video games started to grow a lot at that point. They'd already grown a lot. You started to have a lot, you know, YouTube and all that was starting to get bigger and things like that. So video games were really starting to get the ball rolling at that point. It was very different. I figure a lot of Zoomers today have just never experienced, though, like that kind of like go into a game shop and see a bunch of video games you've never even heard of, like ever, right? Like that was completely common, right? Like if you went into a video game store, it was like, I have never heard of any of these games. Yeah, there were a few exceptions. You'd have like the real big ones that would get really big. You'd hear about like Halo and, you know, shit like that. Like that stuff people would know about, but there was just so many video games you just never ever heard of. Yeah, I remember a video game that I'd never heard of in any way and that I still love to this day, and I've gone back and played it and it's aged really well. Is a game called Metal Arms. Metal Arms glitched in the system. I just randomly saw it, and I was like, this looks cool, and yeah, it was awesome, and I love that game to absolute death. All right, probably Rainbow Chain here. I'm gonna make stars though. I'll do it that way. All right, Constantine. Let's see how tanky we are without the NP up here. God, he's so cool, chat. Ouch. Holy fuck, Medusa. Dude, if she got lucky, she could one-turn us. Let me think. What do I do here? Okay, well, I guess I invulnerability the NP coming up. So I NP now, and then I guess fuck, what do I do? I can heal? I need to heal. That's gonna be really awkward. It's also bad for our crit chance. But I want to try to survive another turn. We're gonna be pushing it. Alright, chat. Who here uses Constantine in stage 1 or 2? And then his NP is really awkward because of that. Me? Yeah, I knew somebody. Feels bad, man. Oh man, Medusa might kill us. Well, actually, I can get my NP again, I bet. Crit or 10%? I think crit. We greedy. I love that animation. We good. No problem. Alright, now we're getting down to the tricky part. Oh, baby. Sometimes the buster calls to you. For those that watched my Dead Cell streams, brute. Let's go. Will we actually crit though? I think she's just dead. Yeah, she's dead. So we obviously couldn't die this turn because we had our NP up. And then I think I could heal again. So we were most likely gonna survive another one, like unless she like double buster crit or something. It'd have been tight though, but yeah, I think we could have lived another one. If you counterclass that, you'll like two-turn her pretty easily. So I like Medusa's hat in stage 1, but then everything else is better in stage 2 except for the shield. And then stage 3, I don't know. So Medusa's having a moment here. This has got to be weird. The glasses are good, but the hat is the main reason I like stage 1. I appreciate a good hat. Dude, I would use stage 2 hands down if it wasn't for the shield. I really wish you didn't have that. And I might use it some anyway. We'll see. So did they tie? Like, what happened here? Yeah, Medusa riot police, yep. Penth. Not exactly what I was expecting. I mean, most VTuber designs are a lot more over the top than that, but there are some VTuber designs that are more like reined in that are more like that. But in that case, it's not as bad of a design, so I don't mind as much. Oh, I think that's Pinth right there, actually. Let me see. Oh, yeah, that's definitely Pinth. That's Pinth, I think Galatea, and Tomoe, who has a video game apron, because of course she does. And see, look, more shoes. So I guess Sith is gonna be the main bad guy or something? I don't even... Is like Pinth in charge of production or something? Lot of CEs here. Jesus Christ. So, did I do one of the bonus floors in accident? I think I did. Whoops. Well, it must not have been very good. A lot of the early bonus floors really are. I guess I'll do this one too, just to see what it is. But generally the bonus floors don't pick up until you've done like a chunk of them anyway. Dude, CE management is getting so dumb. It looks like does the bonus floor? No, it does. Wow, she just comes off cooldown ridiculously quickly. Let's see how she does against whatever this archer is. In before death. I need some taunts here. Oh, you know what? I can buy Scath. Easy. Although I might already have her, but I don't know if she was leveled or not. Not a clue. Doesn't hurt to have an extra one. Easy level 1. All right, where's she at? There's she. That's, yep, level 9. See, now I can actually level Scath if I want to. Not that Assassin Scath is worth fucking anything, but you know what? I've changed my mind. There we go. All right. I don't need taunts because I've got double poster girl. I can't even remember the last time I did a GSSR. I also don't remember the last time I logged into NA, so there's that. Well, Blue, it was nice knowing you, but time to take you out back, Old Yeller style. That was not a question I wanted answered, Star. Actually, it wasn't even a question. Why am I in stage 3? I do not normally have her in stage 3. I'm confused. I normally have her like in the more classical Pope getup. I'm actually so annoyed by this that I am going to cancel the stage. Also, we're probably going to need some kind of anti evade thing here. Not like her stage 3 is bad, but it's like stage 2 more, so. God, it always takes me so long to find command codes. Alright. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. This might be cheating a little bit. Wait a minute, though. This account may not actually have it. I've been spoiled by my main account. Fuck, I don't have all of the sure hit stuff. Do I even have any other? There's like the Orion. Okay, there we go, we do. Okay, then work in healing, which I don't know if we actually need that, so we'll just go with that. See what happens. Probably next time I stream this, I'm gonna go faster because I actually want to get through the event on my ult pretty quick to get the mats for Medusa. It is really, I can tell you, streaming and making videos is so hard because they're completely at odds with each other. Like videos, you need to go as fast as possible and get videos out really timely. It's like all that matters for views. That's it. Like you don't even have to make good videos. Just get them out quickly. But then like saving stuff, you know, like waiting to do it on the stream and all that. They're complete opposite styles of content. So they screw each other over. Oh my god, I didn't do the literal only thing I actually wanted to do here. We're just wasting AP. God damn it. It's also like the only thing you're allowed to change from the team screen, which is incredibly bizarre. Like you can't level up craft essences, you can't level skills, you can't change command codes, but you can change your fucking ascension. Super weird. Honestly, your first stage is pretty good too, but Stage 2 is best. The owl is in Stage 2. And it's not in it as much, but it is still in Stage 2. She did not forget about her buddy just because she became the Pope. I think that's kind of the implication, actually, right? She's not hanging out with the owl as much because, you know, she's the Pope now. But, you know, she didn't forget about the little guy. That's a hand. I think his name's Tombi, right? See, there he is. Apparently the guy can fight, so... not to be trifled with. Although I'm beating up one of the best trash mobs in the entire game. What have I done? Wait, is this literally the entire bonus floor is just these guys with an evade gimmick? That's it? I wonder if it's random. Oh, okay, no, there's more. I don't know why I did it in that order. I should have done Buster last. So I think that quick card did not have a sure hit thing, so it's RNG evade. And this extra doesn't, yeah, it's RNG evade. So it's just like 4 enemies with RNG evade, which is kind of annoying if you don't have like a sure hit CE, but I mean, most people after beating Lost Belt 6 are going to have a sure hit CE. You killed Spectre. This has the crit, but what if the evade? But critting. Oh my god, she's another one. She changes into her stage 3. Dude, they're so lazy, dude. Oh my, every fucking NP now, dude. I'm so tired of this. Got that buff block. Oh, there's an evade. Their evade chance doesn't seem that high. No effect. Love it. Really didn't need that battery, but more crit. Don't dodge, Mr. Crab. Actually, I'm probably should have invulnerability there. I could potentially die here. Okay, as long as the other two are dead, I think, yeah, we're good to go. But if all of them live, then I got like double impede or something. That could have killed me. I did like no buster attacks, which sucks because her busters are really satisfying. If there was a costume that replaced Joan with the owl and it cost money, I'd pay for it. I mean, that's kind of rough for the Pope there, but the owl is pretty cool. I'm fine with the owl just being a tag along, but that's just me. We are starting to eat into our okay, I'll use her now because she has such a short cooldown. That seems to be like a bonus she has. And if you put her in the thingamajig, it like doubles up. So, didn't they say that Super Orion was originally going to be a bronze unit? And his design was actually hinted at so long ago. There was like a really early trailer where there's like a flash of lightning and you can see his silhouette with like his belt with the 3 stars for like the 3 stars in the Orion's belt and constellation. Or was it just the artist assumed they would be? Yeah, maybe they never were planned to be then. Because they actually said, I think, that they didn't really plan on adding more bronzes, and then they were surprised at like the insane amount of feedback that they got that people wanted more bronze. So then they like met demand later by adding Paul, and then eventually, you know, Qingong and all of them. But I hope they add more, man. Like a consistent flow of low stars, I think, is very, very good for the game. And then they decided to ignore that. Yeah, they added Paul, then they waited like a year or something, and then they added a bunch of bronzes, and then they basically never did it again. I mean, there's no Bukatsu. And I'm sure they probably will add other... I should have cast this last turn, but whatever. But they'll probably add other bronzes from time to time. You know what? Well, just battery. Rainbow or just quick. Probably quick just to see the Stargen. Yeah, people using fireworks over here too. Not as much, but... Event damage bonus, by the way. She doesn't naturally do that much. Although she still would have done a lot of damage there, but not that much. And we actually have a limited bronze. Thankfully, he was unbelievably easy to get. But maybe they'll add something where you can get him in the future. It's not like Nobukatsu's that good. But if you want to do Nobu things for funsies, nice to have the option. Especially if you're like, you like doing low star stuff, but then you also are a Nobu fan. So you want to kind of do both, like kind of mix it in. Kind of like how I, you know, in like Arc Knights, I do low stars, but then Rainbow Six stuff. Right? And I'm sure there's people like that. Like, absolutely. They made it really easy to get Nobukatsu coins, though. I'm pretty sure. The second time he was rated up. So I guess it's like a natural hot spring is what they're going for here. And this is just like a peaceful meadow. And I guess we'll see what the other two are. Bond Grail. Man, oh, this ladder sucks though. I mean, obviously it's got the normal stuff you want and some rare prisms. That's always good. But yeah, the mats in here are trash, dude. The fuck? That's awful. I figure most of the loot though is gonna be from the floors themselves. Yeah, there's a CE list that you can search by servant. So if you know what servant is on the picture, you can find it that way. I never have issues with craft essences though, and it's just because all the fundamental ones I've had memorized forever, and then anytime something new is added, it's normally not any good, so who cares? And if it is good, it's worth committing to memory. But I get that if like you're kind of just jumping into it, it's kind of overwhelming. But yeah, I've never had even the slightest issue with craft essence effects. And because when I started, you know, I started when Camelot had just come out, roughly. And at that point, there weren't that many, like, really important craft essences. So memorizing, like, the 5 or 6 that mattered was just really easy. And some of them, you know, you through trial and error, like ley line and all that's really easy. And then as, you know, they add new ones, a lot of them just aren't any good. I mean, way more craft essences they add are just, like, they're downgrade side grades, right? They're a side grade that's a little bit worse than the staple. So, like, yeah, if you missed the original, it's fine, but you don't need it. And then the gaseous CEs, I generally avoid using anyway. So, even if they're good, I don't care. And most of them aren't good. Let's not kid ourselves here. Speaking of not good, let's check out these amazing Proto-Coup animations. Oh, the depression of knowing that there's just no animation updates coming, dude. Like, maybe they'll start them up again, but I don't know, man. Sucks. Like, the fact that Saber Gilles de Reyes did not get an animation update, it's just... Like, there goes all my hope for Proto-Coup getting one for the Tokyo Grail War, dude. It's so lame. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, they make so much money. There's just no excuse for this kind of incompetence. Because it's obvious that they can barely keep up, right? Like, their content flow is trash. Like, and they can barely finish animations. They barely put out main story. Right? They don't do animation updates. They barely do buffs. Like, they barely do anything. Like, this game is so bare bones, it's unreal. But with the amount of money and everything they make, I just don't... It doesn't make sense. Like, why? It just shouldn't be like that. I don't think they'll update Gil again because they're looking for any opportunity to cut corners these days. And Gil's animations are good enough that they know they don't have to do it. They do not go above and beyond ever anymore. That's just not a thing. At least Proto-Coup got the NP buff though. It was pretty nice. It upped his NP damage by roughly 40%. Like, that's a huge buff. And he's got an armor ignore niche, so that's something. Probably going to do the Saber class tree on this account for Gwaine, so it's good to get Saber Bond like that. This anniversary is going to have to be pretty amazing to make up for how bad this last like year and a half or so has been. And I don't think they can do it. I don't see if they're struggling to keep up with content this much, how are they going to have the time to do anything good for the anniversary? I think that's why the anniversary battles are coming back, because that takes no development time. You're just using, and like seriously, I really think that's why they're doing it. Like, hey, yeah, we can get people excited by bringing back fights that we already made years ago. You know, like, they gotta do something. Berserker's a weird time to use Martha. And maybe I should save her in case there's any extra wonkery coming up, but I'm gonna have to wrap up soonish. It's getting kind of late. I started really late today because I fucked up my food. And I had to cook it again and stuff. Let's not get into that. But yeah, mistakes were made. I mean, they'll do something, right? I don't think they'll just give SQ and call it a day. I'm sure they'll do something. The question is, what? Because the thing is, like, new levels are boring. Going to 150 is not hype. That's not hype at all. That's grinding. Oh, I'm so happy. That doesn't make the game better. Right, that's just moving the goalposts. Also, see you, Star. Well, this guy's dead meat. I don't even need my NP. I don't need those fancy rainbow chains these kids are using these days either. They do the old-fashioned BBB. He's not demon, demonic, or divine apparently though. Okay, maybe we do need the NP. We'll see. Oh! Never mind. We're good. 98%. She could use an animation touch-up. She doesn't need to, like, be completely revamped, but make a better sprite. Maybe fix up, like, the particle effects and stuff. Like, the fight choreography, like, the animation choreography looks fine for her. But yeah, they could touch up the sprite and stuff. Add a little, you know, impact to the punches, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think they need to change anything. Not that they do that kind of thing, but... Man, remember when we used to be like, you know, any event could have an animation update anytime, right? It used to like be a nice steady flow of animation updates. And then they started to go really slow. And then they just stopped doing them entirely. And they didn't even say anything. Right? They just stopped doing it, right? They didn't say a damn thing about it. I would be very surprised if they did story replay this year. I'd be shocked. Because they already said, my Discord said that they said, so it's, you know, secondhand as fuck, but people were saying that they said during the live stream that the anniversary battles were coming back because they didn't do them last year. But why would you do anniversary battles if you're doing story replay? That just doesn't make sense. Although they do things that don't make sense all the time, so I suppose that could work in our favor at some point, but I don't really expect it to. What a great hand. Also, how did you fuckers not kill either of them? I'm sure somebody out there, Liz Caster specifically, is their favorite character. Like, they got in the game, you know, early, and they played that first Halloween event, and they're just all about it, and she's 120. I mean, and good for them, but it's not like they've really buffed her much or, you know, give her an animation update. But yeah, I'm sure somebody is like that. I'll save it. I'm used to green Valkyrie for the Assassin Valkyrie. That brief moment where you see blue Valkyrie. Dude, it is so crazy. Like, do you realize how unlucky you are if your favorite Valkyrie was blue or purple? Because every other Valkyrie is playable. Other than, I guess, the mass-produced Valkyrie. But, like, way more of them are playable than not now. But if you just coincidentally like the blue one, you're just super fucked. I don't even know why they didn't just make them costumes. I mean, yeah, I guess you have to do more voice acting and stuff then, but it's not that much work at that point when you made the assassin one like this, so they should have just made all of them. Gank squad. This is not a fair fight, chat. So apparently the whole reason that they have guns is just because Odin likes guns. Like, they obviously didn't have guns back in the day, but Odin gave them guns, like in their assassin version. He's a fan of the modern weaponry. Yeah, oh, from what they've like described of Odin throughout, Odin is kind of awesome. Yeah, so far the event is kind of, it's not as baby mode as the prior one, but it is still kind of baby mode, and it's like, why? One of the only times they made an event not baby mode was CCC. Like, that was Babylonia locked, and that was a big deal back in the day. And that event was very much not baby mode. I mean, they had big bosses every day. Every day. Like, you know, those bosses are a bit easier now in comparison because of power creep, but at the time, they were pretty damn tough. You know, they weren't like Nerofest level, but they were still tough. I mean, there's so many events that are so easy. There's no, I mean, certainly not. Tesla was actually pretty hard. Like, actually, Tesla was hard as fuck in comparison. Like fucking Moonfest. Like, all of those events, there's nothing. But there's been so many events that are literally nothing but dailies. There is no hard content that it's just, there's almost no way to rank which one's the easiest because there's so many that are so easy. Oh, what was the last hard event? Yeah, probably Tesla. You know, there's been some decent challenge quests here and there and that kind of thing, but a lot of the challenge quests that have been hard lately, though, are kind of cheap. They're just kind of like, fuck you if you're free to play, like, kind of style setups. They're not really that well designed. That's actually been a real downside. I feel like the boss design has slipped a lot. Like, they used to just consistently have such good boss fights, and they're kind of just being cheap these days. Like, they're just doing cheap tactics to make it hard for like Castoria. They don't want Castoria to just run it over, so they just do a bunch of like cheap bullshit. Which is why power creep is a problem in a game like this. 1-1-1, by the way. Sorry, Protea fans. Dude, the arcade collab was so boring. Oh my god. That was so bad. I only did it on my main account, and I barely did it. Pretty sure I rage quit streaming it because it was boring, the UI was atrocious, FGO is FGO, and then they were shoving a naked lolly on the screen every 3 seconds, so I was just done with that. Right decision. I did not even remember that Ku Lily was in that event, and I don't really care one way or the other. I don't know why people like expect me to love or hate that character. It's so weird. It's like I have a very long track record of not giving a flying fuck about like characters like Kid Gil and shit like that. And I like Hans, but that's because he's not actually a kid. Who's the giant lady? I don't know if you're serious or not, but if you are, it's King Protea. And she's been out for a while, and I guess she's pretty popular, but yeah, she's from... Well, I guess she's not exactly from CCC. She's from the CCC universe, but she never actually showed up in the game. But she's like canonically from Fate CCC. Yeah, she a biggin'. And I'll give her this. She's got some of the most unique gameplay in all of FGO. They did an excellent job giving her both gameplay that stood out, was useful, very unique, and then very thematic and like fit the character really well. I like never see Fujino in this Ascension sprite, so it's kind of weird. There's nothing really wrong with it. Like black and purple's fine, but I like never see this. It's strange. I'm so used to her stage 1. So, I guess the more we hit them, the more defense down we do. This is getting a little spicy. Make stars on this turn. Yeah, I guess Violet is the one they've still never shown. Like, she's had a design since forever. Like, all of the other ones exist in CCC, but they, like, either die off screen or just aren't relevant and that kind of thing. I think some of them are mentioned or in Foxtail or whatever. And they were in their character material stuff. But yeah, they don't show up, like, on screen in CCC. How much damage can we do? 80k? I think we might be able to do 80k. I mean, they're not really OP. This is something people really mess up about the alter egos. They're inherently actually pretty weak, but they have the support of the moon cell. So it's kind of like Saber Alter and Heaven's Feel. Like, it'd be embarrassing if she lost any fights because she's got the direct support of the Grail. It's not like she's stronger than Herc. It's just she's so like she's on that Grail juice. She's cracked. She's pumping it. But yeah, it's the same for the alter egos. They're not actually that strong, but they're in a circumstance that makes them way more powerful. It's actually really embarrassing when they lose because they have like all these unfair advantages and they still somehow get their ass beat from time to time. Like they're basically cheating. The funny thing about Saber Alter versus Herc though is even with the Grail's help, she still probably would have lost. If it wasn't for Angra. Angra helps her a lot in that fight. They don't show that in the anime because of course they don't, because Mai Artoria's got to be the strongest. But yeah, in the visual novel, the Angra helps Artoria a lot. It like limits Herc's ability to move around and stuff, so he's like easy to just blast with Excalibur and stuff. Also, presumably he would have just gotten to the point where she couldn't kill him anymore. If Angra, you know, didn't corrupt him. So there was a lot of assistance there, but the anime downplays that as much as okay, we need to kill here or we're dead. But yeah, the anime did everything possible to downplay the unfairness of Hercules versus Saber Alter, where the visual novel did the opposite, and it's because the anime is trying to like hype up Saber Altoria as a antagonist, and they're wanting to do like the Dragon Ball Z effect of like, oh man, you thought Hercules was tough, look how strong Saber Alter is, right? You got to be really scared of her now, right? It's that kind of thing, which is really cheap in my opinion. Well, the thing about like the alter egos is the way they're created is just really whack, and they're just they're really reliant on the moon cell, because like that's kind of why they exist in the first place. But they've kind of retconned that over time, where they're still pretty decent without the moon cell. When it was originally said they were just like trash, but FGO kind of has retconned that. I don't know if retconning is, it could, I haven't really paid attention. It might just be like, they're definitely not as strong in FGO as they are in CCC, but they're not trash. And that might be like FGO specific, 'cause a lot of nonsense is FGO specific. What do we do here? Actually, we are getting kind of low on units. I mean, we have still loads of 3 stars and stuff, but let's see if whoops. Let's see if Asclepius can impress us here. This might be a little painful. Well, funnily enough, they're not, we call them the alter egos, but in CCC, they are not, they don't have a class really. They made alter ego up for FGO. As for in FGO, I'm pretty sure alter ego is derivative. I think almost all classes are derivative of the original ones. There's a few exceptions to that. Yeah, Avenger's derivative of Berserker, Gunner's derivative of Archer. What's it? Voyager is like a combination. I think it's like Caster and Rider, I think. I forgot. But yeah, a lot of them are like kind of manipulating what's already there. I don't know what to use for fodder here. But Fate frequently has like unfair circumstances, or people getting juiced by the Grail or the Moon Cell, or you know, whatever it is. It's very common, but fans of it generally just ignore that to hype up whatever character they want. It's kind of like you know, Tristan is super nerfed in Lost Belt 6, but people don't mention that. They're just like, look how easy Burgess can beat Tristan, and it's like, brah. But like Nasu does that to have like his cake and eat it too a lot, where he wants whoever he wants to win, so he just kind of makes up bullshit. Like the whole reason Tristan is nerfed in Lost Belt 6 is pretty stupid, and they contrived that entire system that nerfs him just to nerf him and no one else, which is just fucking stupid. Yeah, they're just high servants in CCC. But like they're like born about, you know, through hacking with the Moon Cell. Like, so they're not inherently like better than a servant. Like, it's not how it works. But in the Moon Cell they are. Well, at least most servants anyway. Yeah, I got raided by one guy. I mean, they still kind of do that with Nitocris, but they don't kill her completely. But yeah, they do that a lot. They beat up old stuff. So it's a really cheap tactic. By the way, it's crazy to me how many writers like rely on these like tropes that are like known to be cheap and stupid and dumb, but it's because there's a lot of like just hack writing styles out there. But it's just such a cheap writing style to try to like make an enemy or a new bad guy or whatever seem intimidating without having to actually do the groundwork to make them intimidating. Like, they don't want to work for it. It's very common though in anime and JRPGs and stuff to do that kind of just beat up some already established awesome thing to show off this new thing, to just instantly give it street cred, essentially. Can you do 8K? Yep. Well, most of what got wrecked in Lost Belt 5, they don't even tell you, right? Really only Dion and Sanson get murdered. And I will say this. Now, this what I'm about to say doesn't mean they wouldn't do cheap, like, plot armor nonsense or plot device nonsense, right? So, for, like, example, it's believable that Arjuna could kill Billy the Kid, right? And it's actually possible that Billy could kill Arjuna. Billy's really dangerous with his NP. He absolutely is. Like a fucking assassin with that thing. But it is possible in the right circumstances, depending on how the characters, you know, behave and stuff, that Arjuna absolutely could kill Billy the Kid. But the way Arjuna kills Billy the Kid in the America Singularity is just bullshit, right? It's just dumb. You know, Billy literally has a way to like evade anything that's physically possible for him to evade, and he just gets shot by a generic arrow for no reason and dies. It's fucking stupid. It's because they don't care, right? They're not putting any effort into it. So even though there's like a way you could write Arjuna killing Billy that'd be very believable, doesn't mean they will. So, for example, Lost Belt 5 being able to fight off of the counterforce so efficiently is possible. Because the Greek pantheon is the Greek pantheon, for fuck's sakes. Right? Like, that's completely believable. Right? And then they also have Canis and Odysseus. You know, they have a lot of stuff on their side. And, like, it's the fucking Greek pantheon. Right? But the way they wrote it, it wasn't great. Right? Like, it's believable that Zeus could fend off the counterforce. Absolutely. The dude can absolutely dominate the planet. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. But they just didn't do it in a way that was super believable. And it's because they're trying to do it fast, right? They're trying to establish, you know, oh, you gotta be scared of Zeus, right? They're trying to establish it quickly. They're not trying to, and not just Zeus, they're trying to do it with Odysseus and everything else, right? They're trying to quickly make them intimidating instead of making them work for it. And they don't want to, like, they don't want the counterforce to take up time, which they should have, right? That's why I'm saying you gotta let your stories breathe, right? I don't think anyone would have minded a scene or several scenes that kind of go like Fates Stay Night, the visual novel, right? So like Shiro's not present for several fight scenes in Fates Stay Night, right? But you kind of have a narrator presence that kind of just explains the thought process of Ku and like Emiya when they're fighting and stuff like that. And they let it cook, right? They let that fight, those moments, you know, just have their own screen time, right? So I don't think anyone would have complained if you had some like chapters or two, you know, some 0 AP nodes and stuff, or even a whole chapter, right? Like multiple nodes, where it's like the counterforce fighting the forces of Olympus, and ultimately they lose, but like they actually do shit, right? And they actually beat, because you could have had more servants on the Olympian side, right? And some of them lose, right? Like some of them get taken out. You know, you have some dramatic last stands and stuff, right? Like, you know, let it, you know, make it actually matter, right? Don't just have it, lol, Zeus one-shot them, right? Because like Tesla and all of them just get one-shot by Zeus just for, and like they don't even use their NP. Like Zeus or Tesla has an EX rank defensive noble phantasm, and he doesn't even use it. He doesn't even try. He just sits there and dies. It's fucking stupid. So yeah, if there had been like scenes with like, you know, Canis and Odysseus and like their army, you know, fighting the counterforce, right? And the counterforce doesn't feel like, you know, just mooks, right? That would have been awesome. And if you're not interested, you can skip. They literally have a skip button every fucking story, right? So like, for God's sakes, you can take your time with this kind of thing. But yeah, for whatever reason, they're just like, lol, counterforce got wrecked. Right, it's so silly too, because you have entire other stories in the Nasuverse where it like revolves around people being completely scared of the counterforce, like in K&K, right? The dude is literally trying to do, everything he's doing is to try to avoid the counterforce's wrath, right? And then you just have the counterforce being a bitch in Lost Belt 5, right? It is kind of lame. Alright, what am I doing here? I think I just kill this guy here. Yeah, Asclepius got it, which is good because he's not particularly good at clearing waves, generally. High Servant's not a thing. It's literally not a thing. It's just the moon cell giving you juice. It's not like it's not like a servant is so strong so they become a high servant. That's not a thing. It's just LOL moon cells cheating. They said early on in the Lost Belts that the Lost Belts couldn't summon powerful servants like Gilgamesh. They actually named Gilgamesh specifically because I don't even remember. Does anyone? It's such a stupid reason. It's something like the humanity of the Lost Belts hasn't, because like, you know, during the Lost Belt, they're like trying to inherit the world, right? So like you have to follow like those rules, right? And like the counter force and the summoning systems are really tied to like what's happened in that timeline and like that version of human history, right? And to be fair, they didn't make that up. It's always been that way, you know, like that's why when Ort hacks the summoning system and like makes it so that he's like been a part of the summoning system for like billions of years, he gets stronger, right? But so it's something like, because the version of humanity in the Lost Belts has like never witnessed a hero like Gilgamesh or something, they can't summon servants like that. And that's pretty whack, but that's roughly what it is. And yeah, I don't remember the exact thing they say. I'll have to look it up again, but it's very early on in the Lost Belts. It's like a throwaway moment that's easy to overlook. And they're basically just justifying why there's no Enkidu or Gilgamesh or anything crazy like that. Yeah, it's like the inhabitants didn't know such a strong hero. Yeah, it's something like that. And like some of it's like kind of understandable, but like you know, the whole like strength of human history has always been a part of servants and if they're summonable or not. But like what they said in like Tsukihime timelines is, for whatever, I don't even get it, because as far as I understand, human history is not really any different. But it's not like the humans of Tsukihime are like idiots that can't go to a library. I don't really get it. But they say in Tsukihime that like human history is weaker, so servants can't be summoned. They exist, but they can't be summoned. Now the counterforce can still do stuff, but like the Grail system can't work because human history is not as strong. Which I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean, because as far as I can tell in Tsukihime, you know, history is still history, and the human perception is pretty much the same. The humans of Tsukihime seem as normal as, you know, normal humans in real life and stuff. So like, what did all the people in Tsukihime just never read a book? Like, I don't really get it. It seems just kind of like an excuse. But anyway, that kind of stuff has always existed, but it's never been implied to affect who can be summoned, right? It's one thing if like servants are weaker or they're harder to summon or they're stronger or whatever, but like it's weird that they specifically can't summon, you know, heroes as powerful as Gilgamesh, because they don't, you know, they never saw a hero that strong. That's kind of weird. That just seems like a convenient excuse. Well, the thing is, Caster Gil, you don't get Caster Gil in a Lost Belt. You get Caster Gil in a Singularity. And also, he's not a servant. He is a person, right? Like, Caster Gil is just Caster Gil. But like, well, the whole not being able to summon Gilgamesh thing is unique to the Lost Belts. It's not like that in the Singularities. Because a lot of human history is normal as fuck in the Singularities. It only gets weird at a very key moment, right? Where a lot of the Lost Belts are very warped. And like, you know, the path of humanity for like a long time. Because the thing, Olympus happens in the modern day, by the way. It's just they've been under the rule of the Olympian gods the entire time, right? So no hero like Gilgamesh ever arose, essentially, is what they're saying. Which still doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's basically what it is. But yeah, singularities aren't like that. Like, you could summon Gilgamesh in a singularity, and it actually happens because Gilgamesh summons himself. And then, like, seriously, Caster Gil is human Gil, right? It's literally just regular human Gil. It's not really Caster Gil. Now he gets a servant version of himself later, but, like, he's just human Gil. Anyway, when, you know, Gil uses himself to summon Archer Gilgamesh right at the end, and then Archer Gilgamesh uses his EX Noble Phantasm, where he can, like, you know, obtain the memories of other copies of himself and things like that. And like see into other timelines and, you know, super clairvoyance essentially. And he uses that to just take the memories of the Gilgamesh that summoned him to know what the fuck is happening, right? So he kind of just picks up. So it's almost like he didn't skip a beat, right? But yeah, the singularities are different. And that's why, like, in events and stuff, it's not following this, because a lot of the events are singularities. Even on the bleached Earth, right, there can still be singularities. They don't seem to follow the rules, you know, of the Lost Belts and stuff. But it's a contrivance, very much so. Wait, what about Lost Belt 7? Oh, no, I don't think you do summon Caster Gil, though, in Lost Belt 7. I think he's in Chaldea. That's why he's like a hologram. I don't think he's actually there. I could be wrong, but I don't think Caster Gil is actually there. Also, Caster Gil is so much weaker than regular Gil. They could probably argue that he's like within the, he's like reasonable enough that the inhabitants of the different Lost Belts. And also, I will say, you would think Lost Belt 7 would be an exception to the rule because they had Bat Boy. Right? Now, he's not exactly a hero, sure, but he's certainly, he's certainly tied to humanity, right? And he definitely accomplished a lot more than like anything humanity did in the other Lost Belts. So if you could, if any Lost Belt you could summon something like Gil, it would be that one. But Caster Gil's weaker than Archer Gil by a fuckload anyway, and I don't think he was actually in the Lost Belt. So I don't think they fucked it up. Because I'm pretty sure they even say, like, I don't think you can summon Gilgamesh in the Lost Belts because of that. And that's probably why, again, he's a hologram. Like, I don't think the player character can I mean, obviously you can, like, gameplay-wise, but I'm pretty sure story-wise you can't. I might be wrong about that, but yeah, I don't think he was actually in Lost Belt 7. But it's basically an excuse because they don't want Gilgamesh showing up and just AAing a Lost Belt out of existence or Enkidu. But you know what they could have done, chat? Here's what they could have done, right? Because a lot of times you don't have a lot of control over who you summon and you got thematic stuff and things that influence things and blah, 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 blah. They could have had that there were 9 Lost Belts and like 2 of them the Counterforce deals with. And you could have a quick scene. Again, you cut away, like, you know, they cut away to the Cryptors, right? Like the Cryptors meeting room and stuff. So you have 9 Lost Belts, and 2 of them just get, taken care of, right? You have, like, Enkidu just wipe the floor with one of them, and, you could have a quick, scene or two dedicated to that. You don't have to flush it out super, deep, but, that could be a fun little thing. And then you could introduce some new servant to deal with the other one or whatever. I think that'd be cool. Did you not? Oh my god! Did you not hear what I actually said here? I mean, you don't make it Lost Belt 1 and 3. You make it like Lost Belts we never saw, essentially. See, this is what I'm talking about, chat. I literally just explained something, and then someone asked me a question, which is like literally what I just said, right? It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's go Martha and just like nuke this right away here. Yeah, I think at next stream I'm gonna focus on just bringing a lot of characters to get through the filler floors a lot faster and then have fun with the boss floors. I don't think who I even make my fodder then is gonna matter. I'll just go K-scope. Oh, hi, Ziggy. Oh, I don't have her passive. God damn it. Well, guess we gotta do this. And Oblivion Order. I'm pretty sure you lurk like a motherfucker. I have seen your name before, but I don't see it often. But thank you for the 1-year sub, man. Yeah, I do believe you are a lurker there. I think we will see the Beast. It'd be so weird if we didn't. Like, they've even said it's in FGO specifically. They're not referring to prototype. Like, they're very clear about that. So it would be insane if we never fought it. And it's actually possible that we're gonna fight it in an order call, actually. No, it wasn't in arcade, and they were. I cannot believe how many people have gotten this wrong. Arcade was so on the nose about being really clear that that's not the beast Arthur is chasing. Also, that doesn't even need to be said because the beast Arthur is chasing is obviously the fucking 666, which Nero is not, by the way. Like, it's not, you know, she's like, it's kind of like connected thematically, but like she's not the beast from Prototype, which I cannot believe I'm having to explain this right now. But yeah, they were extremely upfront about that. Like, it's not like hidden at all. Like, you know, you don't even, it doesn't even need to be explained. Like we have as a Fate Prototype blue fragments, right? That's a full story, beginning, middle, and end. That beast is not Nero, right? Like, rather obviously. Also, thank God it's not, because that would be so out of place in the Prototype series that would not work well. She's already back. That is ridiculous, dude. That is, if you put her in the bonus thing and then her own, I mean, she is back in like 30. It might not even be 30 minutes. Here, let me do this stage and let's see how fast it is, because that is nuts that she's already back like that. It might be 30 minutes, that would think, but yeah, she can just carry the event apparently. But I don't think the beast from Prototype is ever going to be summonable. Like, that would just be weird as hell. It's never implied to be anything like that, right? It's not really a person. You know, it's basically the beast from the Bible, right? Like, it's that they're not really going for that kind of like humanoid type entity or anything like that. Also, it's not, they're probably going to mix it in with the beast class, but it originally wasn't like the beasts of FGO, right? It wasn't the same thing. Now they're probably just going to make it the same thing now, and they've kind of already implied that. But you know, it's not from the normal Fate world, right? It's a different world. A Prototype is a different world, like where Lancer Artoria comes from is a different world, right? Like, they don't have the same rules. The Grail system is completely different, right? Like, it's a totally different, a lot of stuff. And their beasts aren't like our beasts, right? And it's a beast because of like more specific stuff. And it actually kind of sucks. And Cop, thank you for the 2-year sub, Jesus. But it kind of sucks because the beast from Prototype used to be a lot more unique. It actually was the creator of the beast class originally. And then now they've like made a different reason for the beast class, and I guess it's gonna fit in now. But the only thing that was ever a beast class was the beast from Prototype, right? And the reason for it being a beast was just very different from what the fuck is going on in FGO. But they're gonna kind of just work it into FGO, so, which kind of sucks. I think it's doing it a disservice, but... Will we finally get Proto Gil? What's funny is they had intended on adding him a long time ago, but they just, you know, plans changed and they ended up caring about FGO more. Originally, FGO was supposed to be way more of a side shtick. But they didn't, like, care about putting Prototype stuff in with almost no story. Like, Proto, Coup and stuff like that. But now they, like, don't want to do it like that. Bonk. It's a shame that if you kill them with the NP, they're not just gone, like with King Hassan. The way that NP looks, that would work. They only do that for a few things, though. I absolutely love that, though, with King Hassan. Like, you can kill the monkeys because they normally run away instead of dying. But if you kill them with King Hassan, they're just gone. Absolutely love it. I made a video kind of making a joke about that, and I love that video. It's called, like, the most annoying mob in FGO or something like that. Like, King Hassan so deserves that kind of, like, unique status. I really like it. Alright, we'll do one more boss and we'll see what's up. Alright, let's see what Medusa's... Okay, she is 40 minutes. She's on a 40-minute timer, so you can use her very, very quickly. Where, like, other people, I think their minimum is, like, 2 hours or so. No, Shiki doesn't do that. Like, insta-death doesn't do that. It's, And actually, really, Shiki shouldn't do that. I mean, when Shiki stabs someone, it's not like their body evaporates or something like that. That's not how Shiki kills people. Like, she's really good at, you know, killing things that aren't supposed to die, but it's not like they don't, you know, die normally or whatever. Where King of Song, like, gets rid of your death animation because, like, you're after the, you know, like, feathers go by, they're not there anymore, right? Like, that's the thing. So it'd be weird that they're gone and then they're back. But that's what I was saying with Medusa. It's weird that they come back if she kills them with it. Yeah, funnily enough, it was originally a bug. It was originally a bug. This is actually one of my favorite things about FGO, and I wish they would do it more. I wish the developers were more organic like this. But yeah, it was originally a bug that would skip the death animation, so they patched the bug, and then people complained about it like crazy, and they were like, this was so perfect, what are you doing? And then they put it back in. And I wish they would do stuff like that more often. That kind of flavor is the best. But yeah, it's a really fun, like, trivia story for FGO. I was so happy when they patched it back in. I thought it was just so lame when they took it out. And then it was back. I was just like, fuck yes. And we've had it ever since, thankfully. Man, I don't have a maxed Karna on any of my accounts, and it's because so many of my friends do, and he's so hard to level. But I love him to death. I love Karna, dude. But it's like, if I want to use him for a video or something, I can use aces and things like that. And like, if his maths weren't so bad, I'd do it anyway, because I like him so much. But he's one of the most annoying characters to level in the game. It's so rough. And then most of my accounts have him at NP1, and so that feels bad anyway. But I love Karna, dude. He is so cool. Do you think they'll release another Honey Lake type CE for Curse? Probably, but it probably won't do the same thing, right? It'll do some other thing if they are affected with Curse. Which is probably for the best, because the thing is, they don't even need it. You don't... It's not like, who does Curse? Jolter, right? It's not like the Yang CE is bad because you do Curse. You just give them a burn command code. It doesn't matter, right? Because here's the thing, and this is really important for what we're talking about here. Look at like Gwaine or Tomoe, right? That apply burn from their NP. These still need a burn command code to use the Yang CE because you don't want to whiff a single turn of it, right? So even if you have burn inherently, you're probably going to use a burn command code anyway. And at that point, you don't care about the burn inherent to your kit because you're getting it from the command code to get it from turn 1, and then it doesn't stack. So who cares that you do burn from your NP or whatever, right? It's just like Yang. Yang does not benefit more from the Yang CE at all. Like, even though she's all about burn, she literally doesn't benefit from it any more than Karna does, right? It's exactly, they benefit from it the exact same amount. And it's kind of just an inherent flaw with the concept, to be honest. But because of that, the same thing's going to happen with Curse, right? So if your favorite character uses Curse, you might as well use Yang CE with the burn command code, because you're just going to do the same damn thing with a Curse one, with a Curse command code, right? It's just not going to really change. And I know that sucks. It's lame, but that's what happens when you add command codes that do what your skill does, right? That's kind of the problem. And like, sometimes it's okay, but with dots, it is kind of fucked. Like some other effects, it's not a big deal, but yeah, there's really no way to make the Yang CE unique to units that use burn, unfortunately. That's what they wanted it to be, but you know what's really fucked up is when they made the Yang CE, the event it came with had a free burn command code. So it's not like you could miss it, right? It's not possible to have the Yang CE and then not have the command code. And now I'm pretty sure you can get a burn command code from the Mana Prism shop or the Rare Prism shop. So you're just never going to be in a world without it. And yeah, it sucks. I wish they hadn't done that. It's a very power creepy craft essence as such, which is why I generally only bust it out for like really crazy shit, and generally for solos. I don't really want to use it in team stuff. It's not as good in team stuff anyway, but I mean, it's still really good in team stuff if you have like a lot of burn command codes. But yeah, I wish they were more unique about this kind of stuff. Here's the problem though. If you have a craft essence, all right, so let's change things in FGO a bit. Let's say there's no burn command code. There's none, right? So you only get burn from your own abilities and stuff, like you know, Jerker's skill that applies it on attack, or Tomoe's NP, and so on and so forth, right? So if they're the only ones that can get it, and then you add a craft essence that like really revolutionizes that gameplay, right? And if the craft essence is limited, then it's just so lame if you missed it. And it also will de-incentivize you from rolling on that character if they're rated up later and you can't have the corresponding craft essence, right? This is where you should just add it to like the rare prism shop down the road or something like that. But you know, they want to make money, so a lot of these gacha games are incentivized to do interesting things in the short term that aren't good for the game's health in the long term. That's just kind of how it is. But like in the ideal world, there'd be a more legitimate way to unlock this craft essence that adds a lot of uniqueness and is like a side grade precision option, you know, for your units that have burn, right, or curse, or whatever, whichever dot you like, right? And it'd be cool if like the burn units had something like the Yang CE, and then the curse units had something else, right? So I heard just today that Epic 7 is adding like a PvP mode that actually doesn't use gear. Which sounds awesome, but it also sounds like you don't get to use your characters. So if you're like, man, I want to make a team with this gimmick or this gameplay style, because that's the thing I'll give Epic 7 is they have a lot of interesting different gameplay styles and different unit synergies and stuff, but gear fucks it up really bad. But it sounds like the mode for PvP in that game that doesn't use gear, it's like random characters you draft and you make a team off the draft. Which, you know, that can be fun, but then you're just going to be using a bunch of waifus, let's be honest. Because like 90% of the good characters in that game are waifus, because 90% of the characters are waifus, at least for high rarity, so, you know, what are you going to do? So it's not really my cup of tea there, but it's a good idea. Yeah, Fumo is really bad for games. It actually stops new players like crazy. It's not just gacha games, it's MMOs and stuff too. It's a huge problem. It's short-term design, not long, you know, people not planning ahead. Short-term quarterly gains over long-term success. Very prevalent in business and video games and such, and just business in general, actually. I tell you, man, Epic 7 has so many characters I like in it, though. Like, I love, like, Corvus and Charles. A lot of the low stars are really cool, too. Like, there's so many characters I like in that game. It's just, there's so... The PvE sucks, and the PvP sucks, and you have to grind so much it's unreal, and, yeah, it just makes the game terrible. And then the thing is, the more... This is, like, unfixable for them. The longer the game is out, the more the hardcore people grind and grind and grind and grind and grind. And so Epic 7 is one of those games, like, I don't know, like Diablo, that's designed that you can almost never get truly optimal gear, right? But you ever so slowly inch closer to getting perfect gear, right? So the players that have been just playing it since day one and just grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding, you know, their gear is just so out of reach of what you could do in like a month, right? Even if you grinded your ass off for a whole month, you were so behind. Like you were just so fucking behind, right? Because maybe you get one character optimally geared, but you need like 50, right? It's just such a problem. And here's the thing, as time goes on, the bar gets higher, right? So like the average speed, right? Speed is like what dictates how fast your characters go, right? The average, and this is not unique to Epic 7, and this is why I don't like PvP in a lot of gacha games. The bar just gets higher. So like the average speed of most players might have been like 115 at one point, right? I'm just throwing out a bullshit number. I think it was probably higher than that. But anyway, as time goes on, the minimum speed you need to compete, it just gets higher. And the grind to meet that speed requirement just gets higher, right? The average speed of Epic 7 characters right now, for like people that have been playing a long time, is so bullshit that like if you don't just grind for an ungodly amount of time, you have no chance. No chance. They'll just get completely crushed, right? It's terrible game design. And this just happens with a lot of MMOs and gachas and stuff. And there's a lot of ways to fix it, and there's a lot of developers that have already figured it out and stuff. It's just really hard to convince executives for these big companies and stuff to implement any of this stuff. Right? There are ways to fix this and still have a profitable business model. But yeah, Epic 7 hurts my soul because there's so many characters that I love to death, and there's lots of fun character synergies. and lots of memes. It's like, oh, look at this. There's a huge roster, right? So you find like this random low star that's got a really wacky gimmick, and you want to build a whole team around it just for fun. But like, even if you wanted to do that, it would take like 7,000 hours to grind the gear for the appropriate surrounding characters to do that. And it's just like, well, fuck this. And it just sucks, man. It just sucks. And then there's very little PvE that's actually fun to like test those silly gimmicks out on, right? There's some, but there's not that much. But yeah, a lot of these companies, they can't resist the like guaranteed profits in the short term, right? Of like power creep progression and all that. And what they end up doing is they force themselves into a managed decline. They get to the point where they cannot get new players. They've made a wall that is completely impenetrable, right? And they will not get new players, right? Or they'll get like 5 new players a year, but they lose more than that a year, right? Like, so they go into a managed decline where they just try to get the most money for the longest amount of time out of the hardcore people that are left, the people on copium, right? They just can't let go, and they just try to get the most money out of those people that they can until the game shuts down, and then they just start the cycle over with the new game. It's very stupid, and it doesn't need to be that way. But I would say Epic 7 is one of the only other gacha games I can think of that has character designs that can keep up with FGOs in terms of their variety, right? Where they have a lot of classical grounded, like knights in armor, right? Just nice normal armor, nothing too weird. But then they have some weird stuff too, and then they've got like they have just a lot of variety over there, which is really, really nice. I really like the character designs in Epic 7. It's the whole reason to play the game, really. It sucks. The original PvE experience in Epic 7 was pretty good. When the game first came out and you played the originals, like World 1-1 to World 10-10, right? If you just played through that naturally, right, when it first came out, that was very fun and engaging. But there's so much power creep and system bloat and all that now. Now it's a joke. And they force a bunch of OP gear down your throat now. So the original story is so easy. It's literally nothing. Yeah, I know. They're still not bringing Tsukihime to PC. And it's a visual novel, which is most popular on PC. And I'm telling you, it's because they're scared of piracy. It's literally the whole reason. They think it makes sense to miss out on a massive demographic of sales because, like, thousands of people that weren't going to buy your game anyway won't buy their game on PC. So they don't want anyone to buy it on PC. Japan is so bad about this. The whole industry used to be like this, though, by the way. Like, it wasn't just Japan. The whole industry used to be like this. But the West has completely learned that the math makes no fucking sense. Like, some random people in their mother's basements pirating their games, they probably weren't going to buy it anyway. And then there's just thousands to millions of people that will buy their game that won't buy it otherwise if it's not on PC. Like, most of the industry has figured that out. Fine, kicking and screaming, they figured out that actually makes them more money. But Japan still hasn't fucking figured it out. They're still like petrified of piracy. Well, there's a few reasons people pirate. 1, they don't like you. 2, they have no better way of getting it. 3, they don't have the money to buy it anyway. The thing is, none of those people would have bought your game anyway. If they don't have enough money to buy your game, they're not gonna buy your game. It doesn't matter if they can pirate it or not, right? Like that most pirates are that they can't afford it. And then generally the second most pirated reason is because there's no like legitimate way to support it, right? Those are the 2 most common reasons to pirate something. Like, most people that have disposable income and stuff, they're not interested in pirating and being cheap like that. And also they don't want to risk getting a virus. Like, most people that have money, right, they have a decent amount of money, they don't want to risk getting a fucking virus to play a video game. Like, and like it's hard to find. You have to like look around and like they're just gonna go to Steam and download it. It takes 2 seconds, right? Like, of course they're gonna do that. It's a million times more convenient. And like that's no like, this is not copium, right? It is significantly easier to download a game off Steam than it is to pirate it. It's not even remotely close. Especially for normies, right? So if someone has the money, they're going to buy it legitimately. And also, most people don't really like, they're not really looking to screw people over like that. Most people aren't like that. So it's really stupid. It's really stupid to not put things on PC. And again, most of the world has finally figured it out. absolutely kicking and screaming though all the way, but they did figure it out sooner or later. But yeah, Japan is just so behind when it comes to that kind of stuff. Right, my taunt walls are on cooldown. Fuck. Well, I can just use Poster Girl and not get the stuff. Oh, this uses your normal teams, right? That's what's going on here. What the oh no, they've moved all the buttons around because of the stupid autofill thing. Hey, look, that's what they suggest, chat. That's their autofill recommendation here. I don't know how to wipe the team anymore, though. I don't know what button it is. Probably that, because it's red, yeah. God, the autofill is so stupid. Yeah, unfortunately, Japan is a dinosaur, and not just with the gaming industry. They're like that with a lot of business. They're really behind the times with a lot of stuff. I guess Saber is a good class here, though. Let's go Gwen. Fuck, I have to give him command codes. Too important for Gwen. Your chance of critting goes down so much without them. God, this takes so long to set up. Oh, great. Well, no, it's George. They don't need Poster Girl. Fine. Yeah, FGO would benefit from being on PC. Like, it's literally just more people. Like, again, some people will pirate it or whatever, although it's pretty hard with proper servers and all that. But those customers you're gonna lose anyway. Like, it makes no sense to not be on PC. There's no logic to it. It is just better to reach a larger audience and have more people capable of playing your game. Now, I'll say this: if I were them, I would not put FGO out on PC until I got my shit together, because that's going to be a big boom in your marketing, and a bunch of new people are going to try it, and it's a shit show right now. FGO is a joke to new players. The early story is bad. It's full of filler. It's boring. It's been power crept like so hard. Like, the first 100 hours of FGO are awful. I mean, they are awful. It takes so long to get to anything interesting and meaningful, right? You don't have a good boss fight until Gwen, and that's very far into the game. And he's also still very easy to trivialize, because back when Gwen first came out, the average level on your support list was pretty low and stuff, and people were scuffed and all that. But now the average level on your support list is like 100 or higher, right? And you don't need to be our friend to use their NP anymore. It's so easy to just wreck Gwen when you don't even know what you're doing. Like, literally just summoning. Like, look at this. Watch this. I'm just gonna pick the Archer tab and just look at, just like whatever just happens to be slotted. And I guarantee you there's a bunch of shit I could use that will wreck Gwen's shit. Yeah, like even like, what's her name, Bob? Say, right? Even Say can even though she's AoE and stuff, like, she can still do really well. Now, that wouldn't carry you, though, I will say. You'd have to vaguely know what you're doing. If you're like a noob, you could still lose, because again, she is AoE and stuff. There you go, Orion, right? You'll win pretty easy. Oh, there you go. Robin will. Funnily enough, Robin's actually the best one for a newbie. Actually, a lot of this stuff, a newbie would probably still die. Like Arash, I don't need to explain that. These two are AoE, and that's just not as much easy mode damage. Orion is a little tricky to pilot for a noob. They might not actually get good damage out of him. Stuff like that. This is the easiest one to beat Gwen with. Absolutely. This is so straightforward, and you can be such a scrub, and you could still fuck up Gwen with this. They even got the command codes with poison and stuff. It's going to happen naturally. The only way you fuck this up is if you're not, for whatever reason, you're so stupid, right? And this can happen. By the way, this can happen. I'm not even attacking the player. I'm attacking the game. The game conditions you to be an idiot, right? FGO up to Camelot does not teach you anything. It never even points you in the right direction of how to play characters properly. Anyone that knows what they're doing knows you should be doing Robin's art cards until you get his NP, because he's all about the NP, and art cards are the best for NP games, so on and so forth. So you're naturally going to use this art card, right? And that applies poison, right? So if your skill poison happens to fail, right, you're probably going to get it from the command code, even if you don't know about it. But you have to at least know to be spamming your art cards. And some people literally don't know that. because the game doesn't teach them anything. I mean, anything. It doesn't teach you how to use taunt walls, when to tank, when to go for burst damage, when to go for survival, when to mix the two. It doesn't teach you a single damn thing, right? So if you're really scrubby, you could still lose with this Robin Hood because you just don't use the command code. You get unlucky and you don't land the poison, or you don't even use this skill because you don't know Robin needs the poison, right? So, and then this is probably then the best one, actually, because you really can't fuck this one up. This requires absolutely no piloting, and he's got a hard survival skill, and that kind of thing. I mean, you could still fuck up and just not cast his invulnerability when Gwen NPs and all that. Like, there's still ways to fuck this up, but it's a lot harder. It'd be very hard to fuck up using Hot Wheels. But anyway, you'll find an archer that will carry you pretty quickly against Gwen. But anyway, yeah, if you put FGO on Steam, they need to fix a lot. They need to make the early game way better. We need to revamp it completely, right? It needs to be way harder, and that doesn't mean it needs to be super hard, but it needs to be harder, because right now it is so easy. You can literally mash your face into your phone and you'll beat the early stories. I'm not kidding. You can't fail. Like, you can try to fail, and that actually requires work, right? You have to like try to fuck it up, or just never level your characters, right? Like, it's so hard to actually even need to think in the early game, right? Which makes you a bad player. You don't learn anything. And the early story is written really poorly. It's just some of the worst storytelling ever. Like the first chunk up to like America Maybe, right, is all so bad. It's paced terribly. It's full of so much filler. It's so grindy, just fighting stupid dragons and wyverns over and over again, and zombies over and over again. It's awful. So they need to revamp it, cut out like all the filler. You know, you guys know the drill. I've talked about it before. I don't need to go into it again. But anyway, you do not put this game on PC until you do that, because you only get one chance. Like, a lot of people, when you come to PC, you're gonna get a huge new audience, loads of people trying the game that never tried it before, and if you don't put your best foot forward, they're never playing it again. It would be such a wasted opportunity to put this game on PC, and just like it is right now. Oh my god, dude, that would be. Almost everyone would quit. Like, sure, you'll increase your player base some, right? Some people will like Fate and that kind of thing, but oh Jesus, yeah, they need to fix this game up. The thing is, they're just showing no signs of even trying to fix this game up and making it better. Like, they just don't care. They're in a managed decline, 100%. They're doing everything I was just talking about with these other games, right? They're just trying to get more money out of their hardcore veterans, right? The people that are already hooked on this game, they're just trying to find more ways to monetize those people. That's why you've got the coin system and all this shit, right? They're just trying to find ways to get you to roll past NP5, right? They want more money out of the people that are already really heavily invested in this game, because they've just given up on trying to, you know, bring in a bigger audience and just have like a steady flow of people trying the game out and enjoying it like the normal fucking human beings. And imagine if they actually could do that, right? And then like you have alternative methods of monetization, like you know, paid skins, you know, things like that, you know, even a battle pass, right? Things like that. You can make a lot more money that way without having to pump out characters when you don't actually have an idea of what to do with the characters, right? You can wait to make characters until you're inspired, which is better for everybody. Yeah, I've rolled past NP5 some, and I don't. It's free to play, and it's harder to do it. It's a huge sacrifice, but I've done it a little bit. Yeah, Genshin's definitely, although Genshin's fucking it up too. They have paid skins, but they add like 3 a year. I don't even know why. Like, they use 3D models, which are way easier to make skins for. Now, I know it's still a lot of work. I understand how that, I know a lot about how that actually works, actually. Like, making a skin for a 3D model is still effort, but it's less effort than doing like 2D sprite stuff. Like, if you wanted to make a new skin in like Blaze Blue or Skullgirls or a game like that, it is so much work. It's ridiculous. But in a game like Genshin, it's not that bad, right? It takes effort, sure, but it is not that bad, and for whatever reason, they just don't do it. FGO still has the money to do whatever they want. They could hire anyone they wanted. They could, which they don't. They pay so little for their employees, they can't hire anybody. But if they wanted to, they can employ employees a lot, and they could hire, you know, a big team or experienced devs and stuff, and they could do whatever they wanted. They could fix up the early game. They could add skins, you know, battle pass, monthly pass, subscription. They could do so many things and they could do it in a way that's not scummy and that's not gonna, like, you know, make free-to-play people unhappy, but they could still just straight up make more money. Like, there's just so many ways to improve this game. I really do wish they paid better. It's like a classic way to make a game fall apart is just you don't pay your devs enough. Like, obviously it's not gonna work. Like, your devs do everything. They make the game. If you don't attract good talent and keep good talent, obviously this isn't gonna pan out. The last thing you want for your game, if you're trying to make money off of it, is have it run poorly. But like we said, you know, devs are dinosaurs, and I don't think they understand a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I know they hired those college kids, dude. That killed me. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? They started, like, specifically trying to hire people out of college. I was like, whatever, dude. Okay, well, okay, there's 2 waves. I was about to say, they have so little HP. Okay, Jack has to die because she got 3 bars and she's got extra battery per turn, so that's gotta go. What a stupid opening. Dude, fuck this game. I hate when it does that. I don't know if it would even matter, but I just cannot stand when the game does that. Like, just give me 1 card, dude. Because you're basically passing your first turn, so the enemies get free NP gauge and that kind of thing, and you did nothing. The problem with Arknights, and Cairo has made the same statement. Arknights is actually too nice, and I really mean that, because I love Arknights. Obviously I don't like their character designs that much, but from a game design standpoint, they do so much better than everyone else. They're so nice to their players. They're so fair. They add so much content. There's so much replayable content. The problem with Arknights is there's no reason to spend money, unless you like almost every character that's added. I've never even desired to spend money on that game because I only like 1 in 20 character designs, if that. So obtaining them as a free-to-play is easy, and there's no need to spend money for literally anything else. And they let you buy skins without spending money. Like they let you buy the skins without spending money. So it's like, I want to give them some money from time to time, but there's no reason to. The game is like the easiest thing, like smoothest free-to-play experience of all time. That I'm just like, again, if there's a skin I want, I can get it anyway. Right? It's not like I want to get every skin that has ever existed, right? So it's not hard to do it as a free-to-play. So they're too nice. They're literally too nice. But so yeah, I don't really give Arknights any money, even though I would like to. So yeah, those devs they're just abnormal. And I've read some interviews with them and stuff. I've paid some attention to them. They are a very abnormal developer. They're very passionate. Right, they're happy to kind of just stay as this like kind of medium-sized developer, right? They care about just the game. It's like they love their own game and they just want this game to be good, right? That's not common though, right? That's a very abnormal thing, and that's why they're so nice. But they really are too nice, and I mean that. I want them to be, because the thing is, they could be less nice and they'd still be like so nice it's absurd. Like no one would complain, right? Like no one would have cared if the skins were just, you had to buy them from, like no one expected to get them for free like that, right? So if the skins had just always been paid, no one would have batted an eyelash at that. And then the game would make more money, and I want the game to make more money because that means, you know, they can do more things and make the roguelikes more often and shit like that. So yeah, I wish Arknights was, you know, I don't want them to be mean, but I want them to be meaner, for God's sakes. I know why they made a gacha game though. I get it. And I actually, if I was a dev, I'd probably be tempted to make a gacha game too, because I think I know a recipe to make a game good and profitable, right? It can absolutely be done, right? And Arknights actually shows a lot of that, but Arknights could improve on it. You know, I've talked about this kind of game philosophy when I talk about how to improve FGO, so I won't go into it now. But the reason to make like a gacha game is because you can keep making it. You know, it's not just like one and done, right? If you really love a universe or you really love something, right? A gacha game is not the worst format because it does allow you to make it like an ongoing world and stuff, right? And it's just like Limbus. You know, Limbus is a pretty bad video game, but I believe it that the devs made that game because they wanted to be able to have an ongoing game that they could keep updating to really flush out that universe because they like that universe so much. I believe them when they said that, like, absolutely. And I get it. Like, if I was a game dev, I'd be very tempted to make a gacha game as well, because I really do think a lot of the devs are doing it wrong. Like, I think that really does happen in these industries. They get stuck in ruts. And I think the gacha industry right now is missing so much potential, it's absurd. But I don't really want to be a game dev because coding is a pain in the ass. And I think anyone that can code in chat will back me up on that. Although I know some people that actually love coding. We call them insane, but there are some people out there that they just love sitting down and, you know, just digging in, and they just really enjoy it. And yeah, most people learn to code because they're passionate for the things that code allows you to do, but some people get into code because they just like doing the damn thing. But I mean, good for them, but I am not one of them. Okay, please kill. Okay, we got it. But if we didn't kill Jack there, we were in mega trouble. Yeah, actually, a lot of people that are in code for the love of code aren't game devs because it pays shit. Generally, there's so many other things in the various companies out there, and tech and all that. There's so many things that need code that aren't the game industry, and they pay so much better. Oh my god. Funnily enough, those industries normally make less money, but to attract the talent, they have to. Where game devs try to they basically try to prey on people's passion for video games. It really is fucked. Not a fan. All right, we need to kill them both. We can probably do 100k. Did I forget to do? Why do I not have my buster up? Did I cast these in reverse order, or did someone do buff removal? I haven't really been paying attention, so it's possible that I actually cast my skills in the wrong order. I don't normally do that, though. Although I haven't played Gwen seriously in a while. Are you fucking kidding me? That is so stupid. I'm not gonna redo the whole... Does anyone know what... I don't understand. Did I not cast my second skill? I'm just gonna reset because I want to know if what happened, because that's such a huge value hit for not having it. The weird thing is, though, if someone removed buffs, they probably would have removed all of the buffs. Why am I missing just the buster buff? I'm really confused here. It depends. The thing is, a lot of games are very successful without a pre-existing IP. It's just you almost get lucky. There's so many games out there, it doesn't even matter how good you are, right? So you could make an awesome game with amazing systems and super fair and really fun and engaging gameplay and all that, but you got to get lucky with like the marketing and catch on, online and that kind of stuff, so it spreads. And there's some luck involved in that kind of thing. But I do think if you make an amazing game with an amazing combat system but the thing is, like, it's so much more than what one person can do, right? Because you can have great game design, great combat systems, right? And all that kind of stuff. But if your art sucks, especially in a gacha game, you're not going to attract anybody, right? So you got to get good artists, right? So there's a lot of moving parts to making that kind of stuff successful. Because, like, look at Limbus, right? They have a lot lower budget art because they don't have a lot of money. And their art is going to have a much harder time drawing people in. Right, and they go really ham on the aesthetic to try to do it, which is a good move for working with the restraints that they have. But they don't have the kind of curb appeal that even like that. What's that game, like Goddess of Victory or something? That game's gameplay is pretty damn shallow, but they have so much more curb appeal that way more people will try it than will ever try Limbus. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into making a game successful in a competitive market like that. Okay, what the shit happened with my Buster buff? Maybe one of these, like, removes one buff when the attack is a gimmick. But she gets her NP fast. This looks like skill seal, but she might come with something else. Like, she might do something on top of that. And this is, like, bonus damage to something. But I might have just clicked the wrong button. I may have clicked the first skill before the second skill. Monkey brain. Do I want that art card? Probably not. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and buff here. Alright, we make Sun. What? You know, I think I know what it is. They've done this with Paul multiple times. Throughout various challenge quests and stuff, Paul has had an effect where she blocks certain style of offensive buffs. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That sucks because that means I probably should have just murdered her, but it's kind of too late now. But yeah, I lose a lot of damage because of that. But yeah, I think that's what it is. As long as Paul is on the field, I bet you Art, Buster, and Quick Up don't land. Oh wow, we almost killed Jack. That sucks though, because now I have to dedicate an entire turn to killing her when she's basically a walking corpse here. I guess I can make some stars where I'm at it. What fucking Christ, dude. I can't weather that, I don't think. We're pushing it so much and now I've got an attack down. That's so dumb. Like last time it was really bad and now it's even... This is worse than last time in every way. Because I killed Jack on the same turn. I need to have buff removal then as a command code. I hate command codes, dude. I love what they do gameplay-wise. I hate how you actually have to interact with them. It's just so tedious and slow. And they're so important when you do budget stuff or solo stuff. They're so important in budget stuff. Like, you're so pushing it with budget stuff all the... Yeah, I have to reset. I have way less health, and I won't be able to kill here. Man, that's really annoying, because now I basically have to let Jack NP. Because losing the Buster up is pretty bad. And I can kill Paul easy anyway. Like every time I'm doing a challenge quest or something and I see like a certain gimmick where you just absolutely need to have... Like it'd be such a value shift if you brought some command codes. To like address some gimmick, like, you know, them doing a lot of debuffs, or, you know, if they have pierce or they have invulnerability, like one hit invulnerability and crap like that. It's like, you know exactly what to do, you know exactly what cards to put it on, you know which units need it the most, but like actually making that come into reality, like going through the UI and actually setting it all up takes forever. It's because we have like one of the worst UIs out of any of the gacha games out there. I love how we have a touch screen and they don't even use it, right? Where you can't like drag and drop into the sockets and things like that. Like it's just so many things to waste your time. Yeah, it's weird that the attack up lands. You'd think it'd be an offensive buff block, but I'm pretty sure what Paul is doing is like specifically stopping color stuff like art up, buster up, quick up. Well, that's an opening hand I can get behind. Might be dead. Yep, she dead. I don't even need the last hit. Well, that helps. Bye, Paul. Do I do my buffs now? I'm gonna say yes, because I want Jack to die next turn. Yep, see now I get the Buster up. I'm going to be pushing it on killing Jack here. Well, not too much. I don't have much crit chance, but I think the extra attack will do it. putting the guild command code last, even though it has no crit rate, because it just does more damage inherently. I probably could have rainbow chained that, actually. That was massive overkill. Holy hell. Whatever her bonus damage is, it works on Gwen. You can see that she's getting it, so she's hitting harder. Come on, Gwen. Give me the damage. And then if she lives, it's not too bad because I can rainbow chain then to build up to my next one. Although if Guts procs here, that would suck. It's possible that it wouldn't. Oh, she dead. I could have rainbow chained on that too. Big overkill again. Oh, it's a Lancer. Oh, all the difficulty's gone now. Well, we'll see. It depends on how this works. Might just be a one-turn evade. But boy, that was not the class to be. She's got a quick up. Boy, that means I could have won on some of those earlier attempts. Like, even if things were really scuffed. I was expecting the next wave to kind of be like the first wave, because then I needed to get through the first wave with high value, but now I don't. Well, sorry, kiddo. I'm just gonna whiff my guts just to grab the stars for the lulz here. Not the best crit chances, though. Damn it, man. I just wanted to see the crits for the cool factor. She actually lived the NP. Man, no crit. How unsatisfying. Yeah, that was pretty easy. I mean, it was, I guess, a little trickier than the prior boss. I mean, honestly, I think the bosses are going to be good in this event. I just think you need to make it to, like, you know, floor 100 and up or something. But like, these early bosses are good enough that I figure the later bosses will actually be pretty meaningful. I guess you're gonna fight every version of Medusa in here, though. Because that was Gorgon, Medusa, and Medusa Lily there. So I'd like to point out that the voice actress for Medusa is a streamer. They were a voice actor first, but they stream and they play. They have good taste from what I've seen. They play a lot of FromSoft games, right? They're huge to, you know, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, all that. And they play horror games and stuff like that. So yeah, big into FromSoft and horror stuff. But what I'm getting at, what makes me sad is, from what I have seen, you know, because their audience is like almost entirely Japanese, they just speak in Japanese generally, but she speaks very good English, and some Japanese streamers get like mad, you know, if there's English people, but like she doesn't. She's happy to talk in either language. But she's not very big, right? Which is weird to me, because she got you know, very talented at, you know, voice acting. Who would have thought? So obviously has a good stream voice and all that. You know, seems perfectly entertaining, even though most of what they say is in Japanese. But they seem like a perfectly good streamer. But they're tiny. They get like no views. They're super tiny. But yeah, it just shows how hard it is to make it as a streamer. I mean, streaming is very top heavy, and that kind of thing. I think they're bigger on maybe some other websites a little bit, but I know they're really not that big of a streamer. They're pretty small. But yeah, they have fucking god tier taste. And they seem pretty chill and cool and whatnot. And then the fact that, you know, they're a fairly popular voice actor, you'd think they'd be bigger, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I gotta keep that chat line. People get fucking stupid sometimes. Yeah, they seem to have, like, from what I've seen, she has like really thick skin and knows how to like run things, and you know, doesn't fall apart under pressure or anything like that. So, but yeah, it just sucks that they're quite talented and they're pretty unpopular. But yeah, it's how the internet is. Yeah, English is pretty tough. Like going from English to Japanese is not too bad, but for going from Japanese to English is very difficult. But yeah, people got no fucking taste. This is what it is. Anyway, chat, I am out of here. I've been streaming way too long and it's late as fuck. I gotta get Medusa's fucking skills to 10, 10, 10 because I want to make a video, like a Medusa Saber experience or something. I got some ideas for that. But I gotta get those fucking mats. But then I also need to progress in the tower on my main account, so I don't know what to do. We'll see. Grind, 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 apparently. All right, lads. We'll raid Cairo. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Unless I'm just like really working on videos or something. But yeah, I'll be streaming soon. Take care, everybody. Also, go watch Fate Strange Fake if you haven't seen it yet. It's good.